Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. This is the Golden Sun: The Lost Age 20th Anniversary Special. Before we get into it, just a few quick announcements. Flame Fatales is Games Done Quick's all-women online speedrunning community. The upcoming event, Flame Fatales, will run from August 13th to 20th. The schedule will be released July 6th. Go to gamesdonequick.com/flamefatales for more information. Also, if you missed out on SGDQ 2023 or our Juneteenth celebration, be sure to check out the VODs on youtube.com/gamesdonequick. The SGDQ VODs are already up. Juneteenth VODs will be up in about a week or so. With all that said, I'll hand it over to the runner in the commentary. Let them introduce themselves.
Thanks, Church. Good morning or good afternoon, everybody. My name is Conical Flack, and I'm going to be running Golden Sun: The Lost Age, the any percent no save and quit category. And joining me today, would you guys like to introduce yourselves while I do some setup?
Yeah, sure, Conical. I'm Carrie. Been running this game for around 2 years, and I'm very happy Conical invited me to commentate a category that I actually know.
Zedetta656. I also run and play this game way too much, and appreciate the invites to commentate as well, and hopefully we'll have a good one.
Yeah, fingers crossed. This run can be a bit trolly at times, but hopefully it's not too bad. So I'm going to start off, before we start the time, we do a little bit of pre-run setup. This is the whole idea behind the no save and quit category is to not do RNG manipulation, but this is before we start, so this is allowed. Let's do a little bit of manipulation to mostly stats and some gin later. All right, now that that's done, naming. So Felix's name, the main character, is very important because his name determines the outcome of 3 puzzles that we're going to do throughout the game. So any combination of these characters works. We're going to go with Squid Arms today in honor of Golden Sun 1. Everyone else just gets single character names, single letter names to save like 20 frames or something. All right, so we are ready to start. Are you guys ready? So we'll start in 3, 2, 1, go. So in classic mashing the wrong button style, good start. In classic Golden Sun style, there are a lot of cutscenes in this game. Thankfully, Golden Sun: The Lost Age is a little bit better than Golden Sun 1 in that we only have 11 or 12 minutes of opening cutscenes instead of like 20 minutes of opening cutscenes. Sorry, 40 minutes of opening cutscenes, so that's nice. So we have a little bit of time to introduce ourselves and get to know the run and all that, which is nice. So I've been running this game for, how long have I been running? So I've been running Golden Sun for about sort of 2.5 or 3 years now. I've been running Golden Sun: The Lost Age for the last 1.5 years. This is sort of the most popular category for Golden Sun: The Lost Age. Any percent no save and quit tends to be the category most people want to run, and it's a really nice balance between broken in a lot of places, but also it looks a lot like Golden Sun. Once you start getting into any percent categories, it's pretty broken. We can do a lot of very broken things in this game, and we can beat, like the any percent run is like 1 hour 15. So it tends to be not very fun for a lot of people, but this strikes a nice balance of we have to be able to know how to clear encounters, and we have to kind of have an understanding of the underlying game mechanics in order to go fast, which is why a lot of people seem to like it, myself included. The downside is it's a very long run. But that's fine, we don't mind. We don't mind long runs, do we, guys?
Hell, you wouldn't be here if we do.
Exactly right, exactly right. So like I said, there are a lot of opening cutscenes. Like, the nice thing about Golden Sun: The Lost Age compared to Golden Sun 1, or TBS as it's known, at least within the community, is that despite being a longer game, there's pretty much the same amount of cutscenes between the two games, which is actually quite nice. It means we do more or less the same amount of mashing that we have to do in the first game, but we get a lot more gameplay, which is good. Unfortunately, this opening cutscene before we change the text speed is super slow, which is a pain, but oh well. So yeah, so the rule set...
3 minutes of...
Go ahead, Carrie.
The longest 3 minutes of our lives right now.
This is the longest 3 minutes of our lives. It feels so bad. You feel like your mashing is so bad in this cutscene, but it's just, there's nothing you can do. The text, before we get access to the menus, the text renders at 1 character per frame. Once we can set the text speed to fast, the text renders at 1 word per frame, so it goes so much faster. This is so painful. We will put up with it. We're almost through the worst cutscene, and then we have the hardest menu in the game, as we like to call it, to change the text speed. Will I get it first try? Probably not.
And sometimes the color.
And so, yeah, sometimes the color. Hopefully not. All right, so finally we get control of Jenna. For a little bit, at least. At least the bright side of this is we get to listen to this absolute banger of a track. Golden Sun has one of the best soundtracks of any game ever made. Hey, look at that, I got it right first try. So not a lot interesting really happens, like I said, for about the first 12 minutes of the run. It's sort of, we just get through some cutscenes, we do the first introductory, here's how you do fights, encounters. And then once that's all done, the game kind of gets pretty full on pretty quickly. Quite a lot happens reasonably quick once we get sort of main control of Felix, who is the main character of the game, so. Try and introduce some stuff before we get there, but for now, let's just mash through the cutscenes.
Interesting thing, you won't see it until he takes control of Jenna again, but Jenna is actually missing a frame in her run animation. I think they fixed that in some of the patches for like the randomizer and stuff, but you'll kind of see her, it kind of looks like she's hobbling.
Oh wait, is that what? Oh, I did not know that.
She's missing a frame in like the rotating animation.
Because I always knew her walking animation was a bit janky. I didn't know it's because she's missing a frame. That's funny. Yeah. I mean, I can kind of see how that could happen. Like, you only control Jenna as a character for this very start of the intro. But still, it's the start of the game. You'd think you'd make sure that that's good. Silly. It's not the only easy thing that Camelot missed when they were developing this game. Which is good for us, I guess. So we're just going to mash through here. This is the only time you see Alex, who's the guy with blue hair, doing stuff. Should we talk about plot? Probably don't. Do we care?
Sure, yeah, plot's great for long RPG games. That's what they're all about, right?
That's true.
Just right after, or right at the end of the first game, some other Golden Sun speedrunner is running around Venus Lighthouse right now. About to fight Satros and Minardi.
Yeah, so Golden Sun takes place in the fictional world of Wayard. And Wayard is a flat Earth, or a flat world, which is kind of weird. And magic exists in Wayard, being a JRPG. That, makes sense. But long ago, alchemy, which is kind of the sort of the natural force that gives rise to the magic of the world called Synergy, was sealed away because mankind was using it to wage war and kill each other. So only a select few people still have the ability to use Synergy, which we're about to see Jenna do. That guy who we're fighting cannot use Synergy, and we just smashed him in the face with a giant fire serpent, so that would be a very shocking thing for him. The whole plot of Golden Sun is, in the first game, you are attempting to prevent the 4 elemental lighthouses being lit, which would unleash the seals, or the seal on alchemy, and unleash alchemy upon the world once again. And then in the second game, it's kind of, you flip sides almost, and you play as a different character. And this time, in this game, we're actually trying to light the lighthouses. And towards the end of the game, there'll be the big reveal as to why we shouldn't feel so bad about that. So these fights that I'm taking now is, again, an allowed form of RNG manipulation in this category, because you can't really prevent it. We have, at this point, total control of the actions that enemies are going to take. We will lose control of that very quickly. But for the moment, we have control, which means I can set up what we call a double attacks first. So the RNG, one of the RNG numbers, determines things like pre-battle actions. So attacks first and caught by surprise. Attacks first, really, really good, because it means we get a free action, which we can use to run away from any encounter. It doesn't matter how strong the fight is, we can run away from it. And that's great, because running away from stuff is really, really fast. And by killing that ant in a slightly suboptimal way, my next 2 encounters will both be an attacks first. So I get a free flee from my next 2 encounters, which is really nice. And that only works because those first 4 fights are all scripted. They always happen in the same way. And when we start the game from a hard reset, we always set the RNG to 0. So we have the same RNG throughout the game, or throughout the start of the game. At least the RNG that controls enemy battle actions. The RNG, there's a different RNG number that controls like what random encounters we take, and I already have lost control of that, which is the whole point of this category, is to not be able to control them. That's sort of where this category came from.
We could control to have more than 2, we probably would, but you can actually only get 2 attacks first in a row. After that, it is
Yes.
the third one will always be a caught by surprise or a regular.
No, it can't even be a CBS.
Oh, it can't even be a CBS? Didn't know that.
It's I can't remember the exact equation, but I think it's mathematically impossible based on the way the equation works. You can only have 2 in a row. But you can have like an attacks first into a caught by surprise, which is terrifying. You can technically have a caught by surprise into an attacks first, but it's functionally never happens because your opponent always gets an action, then it's always an action. All right, so we are almost there, a couple of minutes away from getting through the cutscenes. Won't take that much longer, and then we will be there.
We did just see plot-wise the second lighthouse of the 4 getting lit. Venus Lighthouse got lit and it caused a earthquake, and now we're on a floating island because that's how land works.
Yeah, this game doesn't really understand how land works at all, to be fair. So really what's happening here, so the guy lying on the floor is Felix. He's the main character of this game. He was just on top of the lighthouse with Satoru Saminati and Shiba, who's the blonde girl. And Shiba is a well, they're all adepts, which are people that can use Synergy. Each adept comes in their own flavor, one of each of the 4 elements. So Venus for ground, Mars for fire, Jupiter for wind, and Mercury for water. Shockingly, we're going to have one of each of those in our party. Who could have possibly seen that coming? Yeah, so the Venus Lighthouse was just lit by Satoru Saminati. That happens at the end of Golden Sun 1. Satoru Saminati then get defeated by Isaac and his party, who are the main protagonists of Golden Sun 1, and Felix witnesses it all. During the fight, Shiba falls off the lighthouse and Felix jumped off after her, and as they were falling, the water rose up to meet them, which is, love that plot armor.
Also,
So
it changed.
Sorry.
Sorry.
No, you go.
Also changed Felix's cape to the color blue. It's green in Golden Sun 1.
Yeah, Felix's cape is green in Golden Sun 1, but they realize that a green cape on the overworld when everything is, green is a bad idea. So they changed his cape to blue.
The sea is actually just a big vat of blue dye, so when he dove in, it just changed the color.
Either that or he found Satoru's body at the bottom of the lighthouse and just nicked it.
Or we don't want to know what's actually in the water in Bayard.
Yeah. So there, we're supposed to talk to, the game kind of wants you to talk to all 3 of the characters before you leave sort of the peninsula. But if you leave the peninsula, they come running after you anyway, and it's faster to leave Creighton, the old guy, behind because his dialogue is much shorter if you just leave him there. So that saves a couple of frames, or saves a couple of seconds, which is nice.
If we could leave him totally behind, we would. He talks so much.
Yeah, there's a rule in Golden Sun. The older the character, the more they talk. And Creighton's pretty old, so he never, ever shuts up. Oh, did I just say no? That was silly. All right, so we are about to meet our first Djinn. Someone want to explain how the Djinn system works? Or should I do it? So the way the class system in this game works is surprisingly unique. There's not too many games that really do it like this. So each of the elements have creatures that are unique to that element called Djinn, which are these guys right here. This is Echo. He is a Venus Djinn. Djinn come in sort of 3 settings. They can either be set to a character. When they're set to a character, they give you a stat boost, which is very nice. And I'm going to say no to him here. We love Echo because I can say no to his tutorial, which is awesome. So Djinn give you a stat boost when they're set. They also, when they're set, have a unique battle action that they can do. So in Echo's case, he will do damage to a single enemy, and that damage is based on the user's attack power. When you use that special ability, they go on to standby. A Jinn on standby no longer gives you a stat boost, so you become a little bit weaker, but you can use the Jinn to unleash a summon, and summons are basically how we can beat this game. Summons are very powerful attacks that do damage based on really relative to the enemy's HP. Oh, that's not close enough. So a boss with lots of HP will take a lot of damage from a summon, and crucially, damage from a summon is not related to your level or your stats in any way, really. Well, mostly not related to your stats in any way. So a level 1 character doing a summon will do the same damage as a level 99 character, which is super useful for us. Once you do a summon, the Jinn goes on to onto recovery, and every character will recover 1 Jinn every turn. So we can spread Jinn out to get recoveries really fast. We can do all kinds of stuff. As they recover back to set. So we get stat boosts again. So your stats will change throughout a battle as you're using Jinn. And we can use Jinn to sort of set different classes and do all kinds of different stuff as we need to throughout the run. Very, very cool system that gives a lot of replayability, which is really nice.
They will also recover outside of a battle after a certain amount of steps that you take, and that can be, like Conical had mentioned, be important for spreading them out to recover enough Jinn for a summon between encounters, which we'll see later. We'll do that a lot.
So we're about to see the first use of the most important glitch we have access to in this game, which I'm going to do a lot of counting, so someone wants to explain how the retreat glitch works.
Yeah, sure. The retreat is self-explanatory. It warps you back to the beginning of a dungeon. However, somehow the developers missed that you can hotkey a retreat and use it via a hotkey, which makes all kind of stuff happening. Basically, what you can imagine is that you are in a room of a dungeon. Let's say you are in room 1. Room 1 has a lot of events happening, like going through a loading zone or getting an item. Now, if you use or fake use retreat, let's say in room 6, you don't get the events of room 6 anymore, you get the events of room 1, because the game sets you back in the memory but not on screen. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, so basically using retreat when you're from a hotkey when you don't have enough PP like this, it doesn't work, but now the game thinks I'm in the first room of the dungeon. So I can do silly things like fall down here and warp all the way to the end of the dungeon without having to do any of the puzzles or fight the boss. So we just use retreat glitch, go to the end, and you're done. So basically, let's just do very specific wrong warps, which is super useful. It's super useful in certain situations. In this game, it's very, very powerful. We can do a lot of very cool stuff with retreat glitch in this game. It's sort of the main glitch that we have access to. In general, if a dungeon is broken, it's broken because of the retreat glitch. We can do silly things with the retreat glitch. So that was the tutorial, the first dungeon of the game, the tutorial dungeon. We saw like 3 rooms of it. We are going to go back into it because there we would have seen we walked past a Mercury Jinn. So we want to go back and get him. That's Fog. He's going to be very useful. We like Fog. Fog is nice. Do we ever actually use Fog for his ability? I think we probably do at some point.
Doom Dragon. Doom Dragon last input is Fog.
Oh, of course, Doom Dragon last input is Fog. I think Serpent as well, we use Fog. Alright.
Yeah,
Shiva
probably
does
Fog.
2 damage to the Serpent with Fog.
Alright, so the item I collected there is the Lash Pebble. Some utility synergy, so overworld puzzle-solving synergies come from items. That is the first synergy item that we've collected. Lash is super useful. It's used in most dungeons of the game. In RNG manipulation runs, it's also super useful because it's fast. We like that. I'm going to have to do some healing. It's not much fun. Alright, so I'm going to use this, the retreat glitch again here. So I'm going to do some healing while I'm at it. Equip that. So retreat, not enough PP, and I go back through this door and end up somewhere different. Now I'm going to come, so this is Lash. It basically uses ropes, and now I'm going to fight this Mercury Djinn. So not all Djinn come willingly. Sometimes we have to fight them to get them to do what we want. Which can be good, but Djinn unfortunately have the ability to run away. And when a Djinn flees, we have to reset the room in order to get them to reappear, which is super annoying. Some not so bad. If Fog had have run, for example, it's not too bad. Some Djinn are awful. Some of them cost 2 minutes if they flee, which we don't like that. All right, so that is Fog. I'm now going to do a double retreat glitch to get out of here. So I'm going to walk out the back of a man's head. There you go.
Also, a little thing about Lash. A lot of people ask why there's not Isaac or Jenna as overworld character. One of the reasons is that they don't have a Lash animation where they go with the rope.
Yeah, there's a lot of
other things.
Unique animations that Felix has just because he's the overworld character. And you would think Isaac maybe could have them, but there's a lot of synergy in this game that you can do that don't... Oh, that's so unlucky. That don't exist in Golden Sun 1. I was going to take the encounter reset, and on like the last frame I took an encounter. That's so awful. So this is the Shrine of the Sea God. This is a dungeon that we can kind of do half of now, but we can't do all of it for another like 2 hours almost. But there is a Djinn here, a very, very useful Djinn in the Shrine of the Sea God, which is Breath. So we want Breath because Breath has a great ability. I'm also going to solve this little puzzle here. We don't actually need to do this. Well, I mean, we do, but we don't. The only reason we have to do this is this will change the state of Dyla, the first town. So Dyla kind of got destroyed a little bit by the tidal wave that came at the start of the game. And by saving these kids, we set it to the kind of cleaned up state, which we need to do in order to get an item to finish this dungeon much later on. So we don't have to do this now, but it's faster to do it now than to do it later.
Did want to mention, Conical mentioned walking into that town, but he got an encounter right before. The way that encounters work in this game is as you are moving in certain areas like the overworld or certain rooms of a dungeon, you have a counter that is continually increasing based on a certain rate. Whenever you enter a town or exit a dungeon into another, there's lots of different ones, that step counter is reset back to 0. So if Conical was able to get into the town, it goes back to 0 and then he doesn't get an encounter.
Yeah. So what just happened there is a great sort of explanation as to why Retreat Glitch is so good. Not all doors that Retreat Glitch takes you through are in bounds. Getting out of bounds in... Oh, wow, 2 encounters? That's terrible. Getting out of bounds in this game is amazingly powerful because there's quite a lot of data or quite a lot of game to fit on a Game Boy Advance cartridge, and so a lot of stuff gets reused. In particular, out of bounds data kind of gets rewritten by stuff in memory. So if I can get out of bounds, you can essentially... Oh, nice, stacks first. That's so good. I can do this faster? Nah, not really. By getting out of bounds, I can kind of interact with data that I'm not supposed to, which just manifests itself as things like doors, which is so nice. So what I did there was I got out of bounds and I did a very specific movement in order to find a door to warp me very, very close to here, which is very cool. Makes it very, very easy to get around stuff. So really, in general, whenever possible, we want to get out of bounds. Being out of bounds means we can go fast. But getting out of bounds is not as easy as you think. There's not a lot of doors or not a lot of retreat glitch pointers that take you out of bounds. All right, so now I have Breath. Breath is great. Breath heals a single character, but he does it with priority, which means he will always, no matter the agility stat of the character that uses him, Breath will always go first, which is fantastic. It basically means if I'm about to die, if I have someone on like 1 HP, I can use Breath and heal them before the enemy has any say about what they're doing. Wow, that's another attacks first. This is so good. It's a lot of attacks first.
Okay, Chris, what's in the chest down there? Anybody knows?
So in that chest down there is a great item called the Full Metal Jacket, or Full Metal Vest? Full Metal, I forget. But it's great. It's
like that.
A surprisingly powerful piece of defense or piece of armor for the early game. But it's really slow to get it that way. But you'll have... Oh, CBS. Boo. You'll have noticed that it's in the first room of the dungeon, and Retreat Glitch will convince the game that we're in the first room of the dungeon. So what I can... So that doesn't just apply to doors, that applies to everything. Which we're going to see very, very quickly when I come this way. I'm going to drop down through here. There's a chest in here containing a mint. If I open the chest, I get the mint, which is great. I'm going to heal, go into retreat mode, and now it's the chest in the first room, and I can remote open that first room chest to get the full metal vest.
Yeah, if you would go back to the first room, you would also see that that chest has been opened. So it's the same item.
So another funny use of the retreat glitch is this door does not have a pointer in the first room, so when I walk through it, instead of crashing, the game just spits me out on the overworld pretty close to where I want to go anyway, which is super nice. So we call that the Madra safe door. If a door doesn't have, as I said, if the door doesn't have any pointer, it just spits you out on the overworld. So this is Iron. Iron is the first of the super trolly Jin. He likes to use growth and then run away, just like that. We do not like Iron. Iron can cost a lot of time.
It's unfortunate too because you can get encounters that are not iron in here. It's a pretty high chance to get iron while it's around, but you can just get other encounters and you just have to try to run. Waste a lot of time.
Alright, he only did it once. That's okay. That's not too bad.
Something else that Conical had to do that you saw in that previous room with the full metal vest and the mint. He did the retreat glitch and was going to walk through that door to go out, but got an encounter. An encounter resets you back to the room that you were in, so you actually have to cast the retreat glitch again. And there are a couple of instances where we use the retreat glitch to do something, and then we actually try to get an encounter before going through a door or something else, so that it turns the retreat glitch off, and we can go where we want.
Oof, man, I'm gonna need some backup herbs. I've had to do a lot of healing.
That caught by surprise with the skeleton and 2 worms was brutal.
Yeah. Yeah, and then having to heal between irons as well. But I'm definitely gonna, I think I might have to pick up some backup herbs. Actually, no, I should be okay once I get, wow, that is a bad encounter rate. Once I get to Madra, I should be okay. So encounter rate is entirely RNG dependent, and that one was particularly bad. You don't normally take an encounter that early, which means I'm probably going to get 2 here.
Yeah, funny, if you know anything about this dungeon, you actually chase that Jin that he just landed on. You kind of chase him around this whole plateau here, and he bops you on the head with Pound and puts you through holes and stuff. But we actually just came in through the back way because we teleported behind it through that Madra safe door. And then when we come up here, that Jin is always there ready to be dropped on. There is that first room that he dropped down on. There's actually a really long cutscene, but the Jin model isn't there, as you haven't chased him to that room yet.
Doing all kinds of awkward healing. I only have 1 herb left. This is so bad.
By the way, nice mini goblin in slot 2, Konica.
Yeah, I know. You're gonna remind me to clear that because I will forget.
Yeah. Sure.
Just always do it so you don't get a nasty surprise in Ayers Rock.
Yeah, enemies in slot 2 can cause problems later on. So I have to, because our slot 2 data is important when we get to Ayers Rock in about half an hour. Thankfully, we can clear data by opening the map, which is nice, but I always forget to do it. Alright, so this is Cannon. Cannon is the first Mars Jin. Mars Jin is super hard to come by early in the run. But Cannon is really good because, like Echo, he does damage based on attack, which is good because Felix is going to get very, very strong attack very early, which is nice. Alright, so unfortunately we don't have another Madra door. Another Madra door that we can access easily to get back, so I have to run back, which means probably lots of encounters, which is not good. I might take the inn, actually. That way Felix definitely has PP and I can just heal. Probably safe. Can I get there with a single encounter? No, of course not. Oh, this can be scary. Please get away. Okay. We're fine. All right, we finally made it to Madra.
Yeah, that
was-
troll is the highest level enemy in that area, so it's the hardest enemy to run away from.
Yeah, flee chance is based on average enemy level versus your average party level. So at the moment, our flee rates are not too bad. We can generally get away. Later on, it becomes really, really hard. Every time you fail to flee, you get a flat 20% increase to your flee chance. So the more often you try to flee, the more likely it is to work. I'm going to take this heal. So we don't normally take the inn here because it's slow, and we normally can get all the way to the next town before we need to do this, but I have had surprisingly bad RNG here and am very low on ability to heal. So I'm just going to take the safety strats, which is nice.
If you get
Alright,
bad
so now-
RNG now, you won't get it later, right?
Exactly right. Bad RNG. Get it all out of the way before we get to Poseidon, who is scary. So one of the biggest problems with this run is that at the 3.5 hour mark, there is a serious run killer. So you can have a really, really good run, and sometimes Poseidon just says no. But we will deal with him when we get to him. So this is Piers. Piers is a Mercury Adept, which we don't currently have a Mercury Adept in our party. So I wonder who our 4th party member is going to be.
Obviously, it's Alex.
Yeah, Alex. Yeah, as if Alex would actually do something.
You actually can meet Alex a couple times early on in these different little towns that you run through. I think he's in a house in Dyla. I don't think he's in Madra anywhere, but then he is in
Alhafra. Yeah. Yep.
Guarding the apple in the pot, yeah.
Yep. Alright, so unfortunately we have to watch this cutscene in order to progress. There's a bridge just to the east of this town that we can't get across without the permission of this woman here, so we have to watch this cutscene to get permission to cross the bridge.
Yeah, story-wise, that tidal wave that we got drawn on when we were on that floating island actually moved other land masses as well and changed the continent structure. It slammed this current continent that we are on into the other one that we're going to be going to here, and caused all kinds of havoc. And there is a pirate group that has been going around and stole some things from Madra here, and Piers, who is not part of that pirate group, but the townsfolk think he might be related, is locked up because of that. So we are heading to the continent where the mayor and some other folks went to try to convince the people that he is not related to this pirate group.
So these are all the pirate ships that got destroyed when the continent smashed together, which is useful for us because they left a nice item down here for us, which is the Pirate Sword. Pirate Sword is a really nice early game weapon. We are not going to use it as a weapon. We're going to sell it for cash so we can do some shopping. What am I doing? Forgive me if I do a couple of little silly things like that. It's like 3 a.m. here. So my brain has not fully woken up yet. This is what caffeine is for. Alright, so now we're going to shift from running away from stuff to actually fighting things. We do need to get some levels at some point, and when we get to here, it kind of works out better to be fighting. A little bit faster to be killing things. So hopefully...
Also-
yeah, just right.
Also, you get money, which we kinda need. It's not strictly necessary. We have other ways, but it's just convenient.
Yeah.
And to get
Conical,
level
you
ups.
do need to stand by iron, by the way.
Oh, I do need to stand by iron. You are correct. Thank you, Zedata.
Also, we get level ups here, so we don't get destroyed in Air's Rock.
Wow, that doesn't kill? Since when? Ah, since always. Oh, because he doesn't have the axe yet.
Because he
does he?
didn't have the axe
Yeah,
yet.
so-
Yeah.
That's alright.
Yeah, it's routing this game I have always found really interesting. There is a certain balance at different stages of the game where you have to consider what your flee chance is versus what experience you might need later to make other things go faster, or just kind of risk it. There are some spots, specifically the Western Sea, where we we actually start with like a 1.9% chance or something like that to flee, but we just do it anyway because it's really slow to kill things, and we don't necessarily need the experience.
Yeah, it's really slow to kill things, and the damage that they do anyway is not, or the actions they do anyway are not that slow, so it's actually fine to run away from them. Can I get there? Nice. All right, so this is where we would normally take the heal, and I'm still going to do it because PP management through this next part of the game is super tight. I have to manage my PP all the way to the end of Ayers Rock, which is the next dungeon we're going to go to, and it can be very, very tricky, so starting from full health is nice. So this is where we're going to do a shop. Going to buy a couple of items for everyone. First, I'm going to sell... Oh, I had a herb. Going to sell that. I'm going to buy the armlet for Sheba, so she becomes a little bit punchier. I'm going to buy a broad axe for Felix, so that he can do some damage. We're going to buy an elixir. This is going to be hopefully not useful, but always good to have it. And then a bunch of herbs. So the elixir is very much if a couple of the boss fights coming up go badly. And now we have one of the worst Jin in the game, Sour. Sour loves to run on turn 2, so hopefully he's nice. This is a great encounter to... I should have just killed this. That's all right. I should have healed first. That was silly.
Similar to Iron that we had talked about, it is you can run around in here, not get the Sour encounter, and then like Conical said,
oh, there we go, run away. And watch it not be Sour. Oh, nice.
Yeah, the worst thing here is Sour running away on turn 2, because you use Fume with Jenna, and Jenna running out of PP is kinda bad in this part of the game.
Yep. We haven't talked about this. Conical, you use a keyboard, right?
I do use keyboard, yeah. I'm weird.
Something that you might be noticing when he's going through some of these menus is how fast he is moving across menus. More specifically in battles, I don't know if it's the official terms like menu gliding or sliding. But what he is essentially doing is when you press a directional input on something in a menu, and then do another input. I think it's within 3 frames. I'm not actually sure how fast it needs to be, but it will double the directional input as long as that other input doesn't do something. I think select is mostly used because it does nothing.
Yeah. So really what today is saying is menus are super, super snappy in this game. At least most menus are super, super fast and snappy, and you can menu very quickly. So I actually don't do the start select method. So when you're in most menus, down and right do the same thing, and up and left do the same thing. So you can kind of treat it like a fighting game. This is a terrible encounter.
Ouch.
So I actually do to get to summon, I go down, right, down very quickly in order to get there. I don't actually do the start select. There's not really any consensus as to what's the fastest way to do it. It's just whatever your personal preference is. I find it easier. I run with a keyboard because I'm weird. I don't know why, I've always had issues with controllers. I'm not very good with them.
Do the thing, by the way. Do the thing. The thing.
You have to
oh, yeah, the thing. I told you I would forget. I can just clear, right? I don't have to put the cursor anywhere. I think I can just open to clear.
I guess we'll find out now if you don't want to move up.
It's alright, I have...
Science.
There will be other chances to figure it out.
I think you do need to move the cursor up a little bit for this one.
Okay, I will do that after one of the retreats. Oh, that doesn't kill?
Pretty sure you don't have to move it up later because you already start in the right area.
Yep, okay. Gotcha. But we will have chances to go back out of Ayers Rock anyway to take some counter resets, so I will do it then. So this is Ayers Rock. Ayers Rock is casually... I should probably not use Fume for this. Casually, Ayers Rock is one of those... it's a very polarizing dungeon. You either really like Ayers Rock or you absolutely hate it. For such an early game dungeon, it's very, very long. You do this whole outside area and it takes forever. And there's a couple of really convoluted puzzles. and then you get to the top, and you're like, yay, I did it, I made it all the way through. And then wait, no, you have to do the interior, and the interior is like twice as long. So I think it's the second longest dungeon in the game behind the Mars Lighthouse, which is the final dungeon. But for speedrunning purposes, we love Ayers Rock because Ayers Rock is super broken. We can very nearly do arbitrary code execution in Ayers Rock. My god, these encounters are killing me. Like that. I'm using so much PP. This is actually concerning.
Yeah, the problem right now is in this first room, Shiva has to use Whirlwind, what, 5 times? 4 times?
Yeah, something like that.
A lot of times. And each Whirlwind costs 5 PP, I think, or yeah, 5, which is around 30 PP needed in this room on Shiva. And we have, what, 50 max? This is very, very hard to learn as a beginner.
Yeah, really, we want singles. Singles that I can kill with just taking an attack. What am I doing? I'm all over the place right now. So I'm not going to get the encounter skip. Yeah, see, this, bad. We don't like this because I have to do synergy to kill it with everyone. If we can have singles, I'll do it as a slow 2-turn fight, which is a lot better because then I don't use PP on anyone. It's Jenna, actually, at the moment, is what I'm concerned about. She does not have... Wow, I already have Plasma.
Yeah, level...
Getting the
level 8 before this
already.
seconds to last Whirlwind Rock is a lot of experience and a lot of encounters.
Yeah. Hey, at least we're not going to be doing a level 8 Briggs, so that's nice. Right. I'm also doing a lot of these retreats because A, it's a little bit faster, and B, I have a retreat glitch coming up, so I want to drain all of Felix's PP. So this retreat, I think, actually probably is slower. Although it does give you an encounter skip, which is nice. But you do it anyway because, like I said, retreat uses 6 PP, which is quite a lot. So using retreats when you can is a great way to drain PP. I'm also being very liberal with my heals. Basically heal whenever... Oh, I didn't make it through. If you have like very specific sub-pixels, you can go on the inside of that rock, but it's very, very rare that it happens. I always go for it in runs though, because I'm silly. Ah, here we go. This is good.
Oh, Single Harpy.
Sorry?
Single Harpy, everybody's favorite enemy.
Single Harpies are fine. We like single Harpies.
Yeah. The problem with the Harpy is it's an enemy straight out of taken out from GS1. And they changed absolutely nothing about the enemies aside from level. So we get the same low amount of EXP, they have high HP, and it's awful. You don't get anything.
Yeah, which here is awful because, like Carrie said, they have very high HP and a higher level than they have in Golden Sun 1, so they're just awful enemies. Later on, it's not so bad because enemies have lower HP than they probably should for an area, but they give you like no experience, which is awful.
Especially
you don't like
since
Golden Sun 1 enemies.
Yeah, especially since the area most GS1 enemies are is an area we still need to hit a certain level.
Yeah.
Which makes XP routing kinda awkward in certain scenarios. But we'll manage, hopefully.
Hopefully. How are we doing? I think as long as I don't get too many more awful encounters, I should be okay. Probably. We shall see.
Nice, Alexa.
So there's a turn into a bit of a platformer here. There's a fast cycle I can hit if I'm very quick. Let's see if I can make it. Ooh, maybe not. I ran a bit far left, so we tight. If I can get to this pillar before the whirlwind. Ooh, just made it. So everything stops while I'm using move, so I can push the pillar out of the way just in time to catch the whirlwind. That was close. A couple of frames to spare. So coming up is the first one of the first cool looking tricks, which is the blind climb. There's a very long convoluted puzzle here where you have to kind of go up the side of Ayers Rock and you have to solve a puzzle and end up on one side of a room that will constantly reset until you use Whirlwind to clear a sandstorm. But that room is already loaded and we can access it if we can turn off the loading zones. And it just so happens the retreat glitch turns off ladder loading zones. So I can use the retreat glitch, climb up a ladder, get into the room without it being loaded, run around the outside of the room and solve it. The downside of all of this is that you can't see anything while you're doing it. The camera doesn't follow you, so I have to do it blind. So we call it the blind climb. I'm actually going to go down to 3 here for safety.
If somebody wants to learn this run, this is probably the hardest thing in the first half.
Of course. Yeah, it looks hard to do, and one of the reasons it took me a while to get into this game after running Golden Sun 1 was because of this. Wow, that dodge is very annoying. It's actually not as hard as it looks.
We have also a very, very good guide that explains this trick in particular in very much depth.
So we come up here, you can't see me. You can't open menus when I'm on a ladder. Excuse me. Did I miss the ladder? There it is. So you can't open menus when you're on a ladder, which makes it very easy to know when you're on a ladder. So right now I'm trying to open the menu and I can't because I'm on a ladder. So I've run up, I'm now climbing a ladder, walking to the right, and now I'm moving up again. And then I'm gonna get to the very top through another loading zone that's unloaded, run all the way to the right, get onto another ladder. I'm now going down the right side of the screen. When the screen shakes, that'll be me getting off a ladder, onto the next one. I'm now off that ladder and I can come to here, use move to move a pillar out of the way. And now I run all the way back up to the top. I'm now on the ladder again. And now I need to take an encounter up the top to clear the retreat mode. So now I'm off the ladder again. I need to find an encounter. That was pretty quick. I'm just going to attack this. This can be scary if he decides to beat up on Jenna. We're okay. So now retreat mode is cleared and I can pop down this ladder and load the room. So what I did was I ran all the way around the outside and moved that pillar out of the way so that I can skip solving a puzzle. A very, very long puzzle, which is very, very cool.
And luckily too, we didn't see it here, but you can get encounters. You currently cannot get encounters in this room when it's loaded like this, but you can get encounters on this section that he is on right now and the right side. And if you take that encounter there, like I mentioned, it removes the retreat glitch. So if you forget to go in the retreat glitch, the loading zones at the ladders are there and you will actually pop out on whichever side of the ladder you're going up, which can be very shameful to forget that, and then you just pop out on the exit and you have to go run all the way around and do it all again.
It's super annoying. So I'm going to take the Synergy Stone just because safety. Taking that Synergy Stone is actually very, very slow because I have a retreat glitch to do pretty quickly. And so I have to drain pretty much all of Felix's PP. But also, if you run out of PP on Jenna and Sheba here, it's awful. Like, really awful. And now I can just blow stuff up, which is nice. So I can just kill things with plasma and beam if I need to, and everything dies nice and easily, which is good. So now we're in Ezrock Interior. Again, Ezrock Interior, super broken. And that's because there is a very vertical room that has a lot of doors that we can set as the first room of the dungeon. And that means we can do a lot of crazy retreat, glitch, warping all through Ezrock, which is cool. We like being able to do crazy retreat glitch stuff. It's
we're actually coming up on the first move clip as well, which we'll see here. So there are objects in this game are not perfect squares. There are little sections. A lot of them are rounded where their hitbox is at. What Chronicle's doing here is he's lining up on a certain pixel, and then he's going to move the log into the hitbox with Felix.
I think I was on the wrong pixel.
And what that will do is when Chronicle tries to move Felix, in this case, up, he will actually pop up on top of the log as they are colliding, and then the game just pops him up there.
So that is a subpixel dependent trick, actually. So thankfully we have some control of our subpixels. If you do like single frame inputs, you can move within a pixel to kind of manipulate your subpixels a little bit. But those pillar clips are all subpixel dependent. Most of them are pretty generous. It's like that one, the first time I failed it, I think I was on the pix too far to the right, which is why it failed, so whoops. Some of them later are very, very tight. This one coming up is surprisingly difficult to get and is very, very slow if I miss it. So fingers crossed I don't miss this one. So this one I only have one go. Once you push this pillar onto that brown pad, you can't get it off there again. So I only have one attempt to get this. So fingers crossed I don't get this one. It loses like 30 seconds if you miss. Sorry?
Don't forget to drain PP, by the way.
Yeah, I almost... Oh, that's still Whirlwind. Almost always have to do this anyway. 30, yeah, 30, yeah. 28, 26, 24, 22. This is why getting the Synergy Stone is slow. 14, 12, 10, 8, 6, 4, 2, and fingers crossed. Nice, we made it. So that loses about 30 seconds if you get that wrong, or if you miss that. So the reason I drain PP is because we're going to come into here, go into retreat mode. Retreat mode turns off this vent, so you can just skip all the puzzle. This saves a ton of time. Oh wow, that was actually super fast. That's not what I want to do. No one, come on. No one ever gets a fast encounter here. So you have to run back and forth against this wall to take an encounter to clear retreat mode. So I can now come through here, go into retreat mode again, which is going to, when I walk through this door, drop me all the way down to here, which saves a ton of time. Oh, what am I doing? Whirlwind. So this now activates Ayers Rock, which is nice. So we need to activate Ayers Rock in order to get to the end. This room is sort of that very vertical room with lots of doors that I mentioned. So this room has a back door exit to Ayers Rock, which is great. Because if I leave through this door down here and come back into Ayers Rock, this room is now considered the first room of the game. So a retreat glitch will point to here. And we call that door the Bowie door because Bowie accidentally found this strat on a casual stream once. Bowie the hero is a very old school runner of Golden Sun. And he was doing a casual run of just a casual playthrough of this game. Went through that door. Plexer, who happened to be watching, realized that, ooh, that changes all the retreat pointers. And he found a super powerful use of the retreat glitch in this room using the Bowie door. So this is the second piece of activating Ayers Rock. So now all of these Moais all activate so that they can, so that they will point, so they blow whirlwinds around. What am I on? 9, 7, 5, 3, and 1. So I drain all my PP again. Definitely going to take an encounter. So I'm not going to go into retreat mode just yet. So this is back to what was the first room of Ayers Rock. It's not the first room anymore. I'm just going to blow this up with these things. That's slot 2 Harpy, right? Excellent. Oh, wow. He doesn't die to that? That's crazy.
Harpy doesn't override Ghoul, though.
Have I had a slot 2 Ghoul?
I don't think so.
I'm going to heal. All right, so now I'm going to go into retreat mode because I hopefully will get there. I remember that Synergy Stone I picked up earlier? Well, it counts as an object, and this Synergy Stone does not have any current object in the first room to talk to. So it just pulls a random item out of data, which happens to be the Soul Blade, which is the most powerful weapon in the game. So that's cool. And I didn't equip it straight away, which I should have, and otherwise I would have been able to use it on these guys, which is annoying. I shall do it now. So now I have a Soul Blade, the most powerful weapon in the game, and it is a legitimate Soul Blade. So now Felix's attack is stupidly high. Like, stupidly high. Which is awesome. So now we can just blow everything up. Everything will now die. Everything dies in a single hit from Felix now. So we're going into retreat mode here, and pushing this pillar, I pop up, freeze for a second, and now I'm out of bounds, which is nice. So being out of bounds, very, very good. I need to take an encounter here, which, given I took one late, I'm going to have to run around to get this encounter, which is awful. There it is. Oh, there we go. There's slot 2 Ghoul anyway. Right, so there you go. 139 damage. Am I going to get a Megiddo? No, 138 damage. All right, so we're doing Ghoul movement. That's fun.
So this is a instance of what we had mentioned earlier with out of bounds, is that monster data messes with the out of bounds, how it's laid out, and some of them change it. A slot 2, whatever's in slot 2, a Ghoul will change it, an Emu will change it. I think the Mummy might also change it, so we just have to pay attention to what encounters we're getting right before we do that.
Yeah, so we have to do different movement to find the correct door based on what enemies we've had in slot 2. So the Ghoul movement is a little bit finicky. Neither of them are that hard. The Ghoul movement's a little bit finicky, but it's not too bad. So and doing that skips most of the dungeon. We're pretty close to the end of the dungeon now, which is nice. So you saw the Soul Blade is a legitimate Soul Blade. It has its Unleash Megiddo, which is a super powerful Unleash. We do not like Megiddos for most of this run because they are slow. They lose like, what do they lose? Like 4 or 5 seconds every time you get a Megiddo proc. So we don't want to see them. We don't need them at this point. We can kill stuff by just doing attacks. See, Megiddo, very, very slow. But it does a ton of damage, right? That's 512 damage to an enemy that has like 40 HP.
And it looks cool. If there is testaments to this game, it has aged well.
It has absolutely
in
aged
lots
well.
of different aspects.
It has absolutely aged well. I should probably heal someone. All right, so we're almost there. There's only a couple of rooms left of the dungeon, and then we will be done with Ayers Rock, which is actually surprisingly fast. Like, Ayers Rock, as I said, takes hours to do casually if you don't know where you're going. This interior is amazing. We skipped well over half of the interior of Ayers Rock. It's even more broken when we allow save and quit, even without doing any of the crazy arbitrary memory writing stuff that we can do here. If you're just doing a save and quit version of this dungeon, it takes like 2 minutes. If that, it's like, yeah, it's like 2 minutes or 90 seconds. It's super fast, which is great.
I believe even without save and quit, you can get into really powerful sections, but it's more explicitly banned doing any of that stuff in no save and quit.
Yeah, so we can get out of bounds in such a way here that we can manipulate the right tiles in the right place that the game will interpret as writing data into memory. So we can essentially arbitrarily set quest flags and turn encounters off and do all kinds of stuff. Pretty much every category bans it because it makes the game not very fun. Except for any percent. So any percent comes here as fast as possible with the Synergy Cyclone, sets the final quest flag of the game, turns off encounters, and then just goes to the last town of the game and ends and loads the credits. Or loads the final cutscene. It's super fast. So that was a pretty awful Ayers Rock, but that's okay. So now we have Reveal. We need Reveal for all kinds of stuff. We're not actually going to use it for a long time. It's just fastest to come here and get it now because it means we can have a Soul Blade. Soul Blade's good. We like Soul Blades.
Yeah, not having the Soul Blade to fight Briggs would be a terrible time for speedrunners.
It would. What's that, 12?
Maybe not terrible, but it would take a long time to actually do that fight.
6. Alright, so I'm going to drain all of Felix's PP to 0 because we have another retreat glitch. So we're kind of doing a bit of a sequence break at the moment. What the game intends you to do is to go all the way through Yampi Desert, go fight Briggs, and then come and do Ayers Rock on the way back. And we know that that's the way the game wants you to do it because the way to get from Yampi Desert to Ayers Rock is non-returnable. So this cave is not supposed to take me back into Al Hafra, which is where we need to go to fight Briggs. But thankfully, oh wow, really? That was so early. Thankfully, we have the retreat glitch to come to the rescue. We can retreat glitch through here, and now I'm out of bounds. Which is nice, because there also happens to be a chest here that we like, has a lucky medal in it. 1, 2, 3.
There are objects on the map that aren't loaded yet, are almost always put at the 0-0 location on the map, which is right at the tip there where you saw a conical walk off the screen. And this one had a reveal chest that was not loaded yet, so it just stuck at 0-0, so we picked that up.
Yep. So what I did there was I went into I navigated to a door that takes us to actually an end game or post game dungeon with a super boss called Yampi Desert Cave. And we do that because right at the start of the Yampi Desert Cave is a Water of Life, which is an item that revives a character. Waters of Life are stupidly rare in this game. I won't get the first legitimate Water of Life until like the 2.5 hour mark. And that's optional in the run if I want to go for it or not. So we do that to get a dodgy one because having a Water of Life is really, really nice. So now we have a nice long cutscene before the Briggs fight. Briggs is sort of the first boss of the run, not the first boss of the game, but we haven't fought any bosses because we've skipped them all so far. And Briggs is kind of the first serious run killer. Briggs can be annoying. if Felix has had bad agility level ups. So Felix can either get 3 or 4 agility every time he levels up. It's totally based on RNG, and if he gets too many 3 agility level ups, he can be a bit slow. So we want him to be at least 61 agility, and that makes the fight almost entirely safe, which is good. That's because Briggs has sort of some secondary enemies that he can summon called Sea Fighters, and they can outspeed Felix if he has less than 61 agility. So I will check. I don't normally check. Normally I just YOLO it, but I'm going to check. We have some backup strats to get armor, although it might mess with my... Because I had to take an inn. I may not have enough coins to buy all of the armor. We'll see. How's his agility looking? 58. Wow, okay. Definitely going to need some armor. What am I buying? You can tell I never actually do this. Buy that. Buy some boots for people. How many coins have I got? I accidentally bought too many, and one for you, and I'll give that one to him. That's probably enough. No, don't want to talk to you. This is very backup strats. Fingers crossed everything. I'm going to have to take a safety save because Felix has had really bad level ups. He's going to get outsped by everything. So I'm going to have to do this as like a safety fight and just heal on every turn. This is going to be a pretty awful Briggs, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So the idea with Briggs... Oh, sorry?
Briggs, do what you want.
Yeah. So the idea with Briggs is I have a Soul Blade. Soul Blade is strong. So I've put Sheba into a class where she has access to the Synergy Impact. Impact will boost attack. So I can use that to boost Felix's attack. I'm going to take a safety save here. Saving and quitting is not allowed normally, but in marathons we allow safety saves just in case things go wrong. Yeah, so basically I'm going to use Impact on Felix to buff his attack as much as possible and then just smash everything with a Soul Blade and hope they die.
Yeah, and Impact raises your attack based on what your current attack is. So if you didn't have a Soul Blade, it would only maybe go up like 20 or 30, but it goes up by like 100 or something with the Soul Blade.
So fingers crossed, at level 58, 58 agility, this is going to be scary because Felix has no chance to outspeed the Sea Fighters. They will go first. I've been very, very unlucky with my level ups, I think.
Yeah, so the way that the Briggs boss fight works is that he starts with a Sea Fighter out. He has four other actions that he can summon another Sea Fighter. So you almost always see him just do the signal whistle, which summons another Sea Fighter, and we just kill each Sea Fighter.
Oh, he can outspeed. Interesting.
As they pop up, because once there are 2 Sea Fighters out, Briggs cannot use signal whistle again. So he will do an attack, or even more dangerously, he will use Echo Cut, which is very deadly. But otherwise, you just pop them off when you get here, attack Briggs when we can, and luckily get a Megiddo. That's a
really good Megiddo.
And you can do certain choices with experience here, where right now, well, now it won't work. When you get a Megiddo on Briggs, you can actually kill Briggs with Echo. It's a guaranteed kill there, but
really
if you use the
target
herb,
Jenna. Okay, we're okay. I think we should be okay as long as he doesn't hit Jenna. She might die. Okay, we're good.
nice.
This will kill. Whew, scary. All right, we got through it. That was fine. And we got to... Sheba didn't get to level 10.
Yeah, so you can actually see there how dangerous that is without keeping track of your healing, and the way that boss items work for items is that they start at a certain item. So in this case, they start with an herb. After he uses the herb, the next item that he uses is an oil drop, and an oil drop at this stage in the game is pretty strong. So I'd do chunk all 3 of those characters there. Can be really dangerous.
Yeah, and he doesn't have to use the oil drop the turn after he uses the herb, but he does almost every time.
Almost every time.
If he had have targeted Jenna with the oil drop, she may have died. But if I try and heal her, then she doesn't defend, and defending halves damage taken, so she probably dies anyway if I try and heal her. So that was a please hope for good targeting.
Yeah, and even
which is nice.
More annoyingly, after the oil drop is a nut, which heals 200 HP, so then you end up having to take a whole nother extra turn. It's slow. Briggs is dangerous and can be slow and really punishing.
Yeah. So what are we? That's like a 101 Briggs. So, I mean, a good run, we're trying to aim to be under 1 hour at Briggs, which is a good run. This is not sub 1, but that's okay. We got through Briggs. The fact we got through him without him being trolly, especially at such low agility. I didn't know Felix could outspeed the Sea Fighters. I guess he can roll enough agility to get a speed tie. Because he outsped the first one, which is interesting. I thought at 58 you couldn't.
There is a certain little chance that you get a random speed boost on a character. I don't remember the statistics though.
Yeah. I thought it was between 0 and 2. It must be between 0 and 3 to get a speed tie.
No, it's not a speed tie. I think it's 6% increase that you get randomly sometimes.
Yeah. Oh, is it a percentage chance? Okay, never mind then.
Yeah, I had
doesn't
that in
matter.
glitchless
They were
routing
nice.
back in the day.
Those smoke bombs that the Sea Fighters are using can also be annoying. So if they proc on Felix, if they use that on Felix and it procs, his attacks almost always miss, which is why I bought the Elixir earlier, because Elixir will clear that. So thankfully I didn't need to use it, and he actually played ball, which is good. Of course, our reward for beating Briggs is like a 5-minute cutscene. This cutscene is
Nice and long.
It's so long.
Plot-wise, these two fellas in their red outfits here, they are from Madras, so they are the ones that we were chasing all the way here. We don't see it at all. If you go through the empty desert, normally you meet them there, and they can't figure out how to get around until we open up a scoop hole. But we're chasing them here. They're here to see if Briggs knows Piers. He says that he doesn't. So now they're going to free Piers. So that guy will head back to Madra, and Piers will be let out of jail. Unfortunately, for whatever reason, Piers doesn't wait for us at Madra. It would be really nice if he did.
Oh, how nice would it be if he waited for us? Just avoid Kabomba altogether and Pixie Mountain.
Yeah, and then the other thing that Conical had mentioned at the end of that fight, what we're looking for is for all 3 of our characters to get to level 10. And you notice that Sheba actually did not get to level 10. It's got to be just like 5 experience or something.
Yeah, it's super surprising that she didn't, given how much experience I took early in Ayers Rock.
Yeah.
Unless someone had already gotten, Jenna or someone had already gotten to level 10 and I missed it.
But yeah, level 10 will allow us to use the Synergy Avoid if your average party level is above a certain threshold on a map. You can use Avoid and you don't take any encounters, so you can just run through a Yampy desert and not take any encounters.
Yeah, Avoid, the text for Avoid says it reduces encounters, but it's lies. Like, as Adata said, if you're above a certain threshold, Avoid suppresses all encounters. You will never take an encounter. If you're below that threshold, Avoid does absolutely nothing. So it either works all the time or none of the time. And if everyone gets to level 10, I get above that threshold, which is nice. So we can go all the way through Yampy Desert without taking encounters. There is a menu early on where I can just check everybody's level. See if they're all there. If not, then I'm gonna have to fight one fight in order to get there, which is probably worth it. Now we're gonna do Yampy Desert in the wrong direction, which is funny. Yeah, they are all level. Oh no, Sheba isn't there. Wow, how did Sheba not make it to level 10? That's crazy. I should heal here, shouldn't I? Then. Let's go Herbs. Still going to go into Avoid because it'll only be one encounter. So I'm going to pick up an item now called the Trainer's Whip. Keep the Trainer's Whip in mind. We will see it again in 4 hours' time. This will not be useful for another 4 hours. Alright, we'll kill this. This will die nice and easy. And now she should get there. Perfect. That is crazy that we took so much experience early in Ayers Rock and then she still didn't get level 10 off Briggs.
There's a, it's Ayers Rock is really interesting routing wise this early, because it can feel like it's really slow and you're taking lots of encounters, and then you just get a bunch of harpies and you don't actually get that much experience or something, and you think you should be level 10, so then it was slow with no benefit.
Yeah, maybe that's what happened. Actually, so I've got my timer going as well, and I actually saved time in Rock Exterior, so maybe that is what happened. I just got a lot of single harpies late. Who knows? All right, so I'm actually running all the way back to the start of Yampi Desert, and that is to reset the retreat pointer to be this room, and that gives me access to a Madra door once I fight the boss. So I just lose a little bit of time now running somewhat unnecessarily through Yampi Desert, but it saves time later because it's much faster to get back to Madra this way. And we actually want to go past Madra. We don't want to go into Madra. We want to go further, which is where the door takes us to, which is nice.
Yeah, going back to Madra right now would be a very, very bad idea since an extra cutscene plays out there.
Yep. So in this room, so you notice I haven't taken any encounters, which is nice, and that's how you know you've hit your level threshold. And in this room, we have a Jupiter Djinn, Blitz, who is really, really nice because he used to be... Oh, is that going to connect? Nice. He used to be a real pain. This is before my time. But then when Plexa found the Soul Blade, suddenly Blitz became easy because I can just smack him in the face with Echo, and he just dies in one turn. Because as you'll notice, this is quite a long room, and I would have to go all the way back to the start of this room to reset if Blitz ran away.
Yeah, CBS Flea, right?
Yeah, CBS Flea has never happened to somebody in a run before. So, is this going to be the first time? That would be hilarious if it actually happened. No.
Nope.
It didn't. So now he just dies.
It's nice and refreshing to, after the slog of the first 5 Djinn that can just run away or kill you or something, to just have a Djinn that you fight that is nice and safe.
Yeah, especially because the next few are really awful.
Also really bad, yes.
Yeah, the worst. So the next few Djinn that I have to fight are the worst Djinn in the game for fighting. If they flee, they cost like a minimum 30 seconds. So we do not want that to happen. It's not for a while yet. We have to do quite a lot of dungeons before we get to them. So I have to do all of Yampi Desert because of this guy here. He is the King Scorpion, and when you defeat the King Scorpion, he gives you the Synergy Scoop. And I need Scoop in order to get into Gabomba, which is a dungeon. I didn't do my avoid. This should still work though. Yeah, easy. Alright, so the King Scorpion is not a hard fight. He can go wrong, but it's super rare. Basically, the strategy is the same as Briggs. Just power up Felix and then beat him up with the Soul Blade. Who's taking damage? Just Felix. That's actually quite annoying. And then you get that. Alright. I probably should have safety saved. Watch this go wrong now. So I need to take a little bit of damage here because I have to do a retreat glitch after the King Scorpion, so a little bit of damage is nice. Hopefully not too much. So yeah, so defend, attack, and impact. Power him up. We want to see a couple of Megiddos. They're useful. There you go. Nice. Unless he defends, which he can do.
Which is really strange for a boss. It's one of the few bosses that actually has a defend action, and like Anna said, this isn't a dangerous fight necessarily, but it can be slow if he just defends a bunch and doesn't damage you for the retreat glitch later. Wow, 3 Megiddos in a row.
Triple Megiddo. Wow,
Knocking
that's
off.
Nice. I'll do it this way and try and use as much. Bugger, that's annoying. Gonna have to do a bunch of moves in order to drain PP, which is always frustrating, but it is what it is. Like this.
And if
Just have to do 2 of them.
play this game casually, I think for the most part on people's first playthrough, they generally end up with the Djinn and the classes that you're going into. They generally end up just doing, Felix has Venus Djinn, Jenna has Mars Djinn, etc. Whatever it matches with them. We're actually taking advantage here, and we've done it in previous ones to boost him up, to give him a little bit more attack power. But here specifically, we're putting Felix into the apprentice class, I believe is what it's called.
Yeah, he's an illusionist is the class he's currently.
Illusionist, yeah. Where he has 2 Jupiter Gen, and then he just has Iron. Iron specifically boosts the agility stat if it's set, and the 2 Jupiter Gen puts him into this class, and it's a fast class, so Felix ends up with quite a bit of agility and can, if he didn't get terrible agility rolls, can outspeed everything in these next 2
even with bad
dungeons.
agility rolls, he still outspeeds pretty much everything here.
Okay. So then we don't have to take the brunt of a lot of the attacks here. You can just outspeed them and smack them with the Soul Blade.
There is one notable exception to that, though. Well, 2 exceptions, but one notable exception. In the next dungeon, which is Kabombo Mountains, there is an enemy called the Pixie. And pixies give TLA runners nightmares. They are
We all love
fuel.
them.
Oh,
You love them all, right, guys? Chat, do you like pixies? I'm interested now. What's Chat's opinion on pixies?
So pixies are super fast, they hit super hard, and they can put you to sleep. So they are awful. They are genuine run killers. Like pixies, if you get really bad pixie RNG, they can kill you and just end the run. End a PB run. I just heal and try again. Right?
I believe, Kari, when you first started running, right, one of your first PBs was a death in Kabamba. It was like a 6-minute time loss. Just had to run all the way back through. Pretty brutal.
Yeah, pixies are brutal.
Yeah, they have sleep, wind slash. They also just do a lot of damage with the normal attack, and then they also have bind, which can also be really annoying. The way that this game works for encounters is that there are certain encounter groups, and in those encounter groups you can have a variable number of enemies. For the pixies specifically, there is an encounter group that you can have 1, 2, or 3 pixies. 3 pixies is what we don't want to see. That is the worst encounter, probably almost in this entire run.
It's definitely up there. It's either that or double Akamana. That's the worst encounter.
So all 3 of those, the most optimal way to defeat a 3 pixie encounter is to do Mad Blast with Jenna and Plasma with Sheba. So what they can do is they can kind of troll you a little bit, and they can bind one of those 2, and then you're just stuck either hoping for another Mad Blast or Plasma, or just attacking with Felix a bunch, and it's all just bad. We just don't want to see pixies.
I'm getting a lot of Megiddos from this Soul Blade.
It works.
Yeah, shoutouts to the last encounter in Gondwan Cliffs, by the way. The Megiddo from the Delusion Felix. Good Megiddos. That was nice. Alright, so this is Kabombo Mountains. This is scary. We don't like Kabombo Mountains. Fingers crossed we don't get too many pixies. So you can do a pillar clip on this box to the right, but it doesn't really save any time. It's super hard to set up, it's very precise, and it doesn't save time. So RNG manip runners hate that box because it gives you variable outcomes when you use move on it. Alright, fingers crossed. There's a couple of encounter dead zones. Oh, look at that, Pixie, first encounter. And he's going to use sleep, don't hit on Felix. Alright, we're fine. Single pixies, it's still good to just hit them with the Soul Blade because, they get 1 action, but then they die. They can use that action to be annoying, but not always. They don't always do that, so it's fine. Kind of an early encounter, though, which is annoying. Get very on edge when I get to Kabombo Mountains. Like I said, you can just lose time.
Through this, you can see the way that Conicle's going through this place. We can't be seen by these guards. If we did stop at Madra, they would tell you that this tribe came and stole something from the mayor's house that is important, and we are following them back here.
No, it's alright. It's just Felix. It's fine.
Following them back to, that's where Piers went, so we're chasing them down. So if you get seen by a guard, it kicks you back to the beginning of the dungeon. Or if you get seen by this dog, actually, as well.
Oh, actually, what does that encounter do to the dog? With good movement, you can block the dog without any delay. I think I can still get it. Oh, this is actually quite close.
It'll smush him. Yeah.
Crushed him in the head. That was very, very tight.
No animals are hurt in this speedrun.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, this is not the run where we save the animals either.
No, unfortunately.
Not Sentinel percent.
Alright, so now once I get to here, the chance of pixies goes up. And we've had a pixie in every encounter so far. But you tend to get worse encounters after this, or once you get into this cave. Not sure if that's actually true in terms of the encounters are actually worse, but it certainly feels that way. Oh my god, this is bad.
No.
Oh, don't hit Jenna. Whoa, this is not good. I think they still die to this.
Yes, they still die.
Yeah, that's good. All right, that could have been worse. If they had have used bind on Jenna there, then I'm committed to just trying to run away and hope for the best.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Boy.
Let's roll the Weasel's Claw.
Stop with the pixies. That's all right. Do that to Felix. It's fine. Oh, that's less fine.
Yeah, just roll the Weasel's Claw, I guess.
Jenna could
Plasma
die
goes
here.
through.
They decide, oh, don't do Sheba. Thank God. This is so awful. Gonna have to heal again. Jenna does not have much PP left. Probably gonna be 2 more encounters as well.
Yeah, the encounter rate at the end here as you're going down these steps and walking out, it shoots. Wow, that's really lucky.
How good were those stairs? And of course, another pixie encounter just to finish it off. And Jenna's asleep again. Oh my god.
This is really bad.
Oh, this is bad because he can.
because the gorilla won't
The gorilla's
die
not
to
going to
plasma.
die, and Felix is going to die, and oh, this is not good.
And you can just revive in Kabumbo, but
Yeah. Oh, never mind.
you have to make it to
He woke up.
Kabumbo.
He woke up. We're all good.
Okay.
Well, that was terrible. Oh my god.
Yeah, and it's just all kinds of bad. Like even if you do get through it, like bind and sleep and wind slash, they take so long that you just lose a bunch of time, even if you do survive.
But
Yeah,
now
so
that
what the
that
data was
RNG
mentioning there by being very lucky with those stairs is, for some reasons that we don't fully understand, is Felix can either walk down stairs fast or slow. It's somewhat sub-pixel dependent, and we can control it in some situations. We don't really know why it's different. And I got fast stairs on all of those stairs, which is super unusual. Especially the long staircase. You almost always get slow stairs there. And slow stairs gives you more encounter steps. So we love fast stairs. Fast stairs good. All right, so we're about to get Piers, the final, our 4th party member. Which is good because Piers comes with 2 Mercury Gen, which means I'm going to have 4 Mercury Gen, which gives me access to the Tier 4 Mercury summon before I even have access to a single Tier 3 summon, which is great. Tier 4 summons, very, very powerful, so things are going to die very easily. Encounters get much safer once we have Tier 4 summons, or once we have Warriors.
Nice thing
Piers
too
also
is
comes
that-
at a level that he's supposed to be at. He's level 18, where everyone else is like level 11.
Yeah, so we do the similar thing we just did with Felix, and we put Piers into a Jupiter-aligned class, so he outspeeds everything.
Yeah. Yep. The downside of having Piers is when I go back through Kabombo Mountains, because he's level 18, or sometimes level 19 by the time you get there, I start running away from stuff, and it's better to run away. So pixies get even worse.
And just prepare to spam fleeing as fast on average.
Yeah. Fleeing is faster on average, but also awful. It's interesting.
Shout outs to Mercury Jin being surprised by move.
Yeah, so every single Mercury Adept in the entire series, in all 3 games, are always surprised when you use move. They're like, oh my god, a giant floating hand, what did you just do? It's crazy. Mia in the first game, Piers in this game, the random Lemurian guards get confused, and then all through Darkdawn as well. They're like, wow, move, how cool. And we convince him to join us, which is nice. So I drained PP a little bit on that pillar because I have a retreat glitch to do in the middle of the dungeon, in the middle of Gabomba. And we realized when we were routing any percent last year for the new faster routes, or the new fast routes, that draining PP on that pillar really, really fast. It's much faster than doing it later, and we can just carry low PP on Felix the whole way, which is really nice. As long as you still have enough to actually do the move. If you go too far and you end up on less than 2, then it's really sad. Alright, so now Piers has joined us. And I can't run around a rock.
In that cutscene as well, they were talking about Lemuria and how Crane wants to get there for Babby, but Babby's a thief. He stole stuff. He's bad. And Piers is a Lemurian, from Lemuria.
Yeah, we're going to go to Lemuria later, so we'll explain all of the Lemurian stuff when we get there. Alright, so like the data set, I've just put Felix and Piers into reasonably good classes. So Piers is now super fast and will outspeed absolutely everything. And I can just blow stuff up with Boreas, and I spread out the 4 Mercury Djinn over each of the 4 party members. So everyone has 1 of them, which means in a single recovery tick, I recover all 4 Djinn. So I can, as long as I don't get a really bad encounter rate, I hear that noise, which tells me that all of my Djinn have recovered, and now I have Boreas again. So everyone defends, and then I just blow stuff up with Boreas. And we go through the whole dungeon doing this. There are a couple of encounters that I do things other than this to kill them, either because it's a little bit faster or because they don't all die to the Boreas. But for the most part, we just carry on like this. Oh, I got the recovery, that's good.
Everybody wave at Isaac.
There's a little trick to putting the Djinn on standby quickly. The Djinn menu in this game is terrible. It's so slow. It is the worst menu in the game by far. Which is such a shame because in the first game it's so good. But it's super laggy and super slow. And and inputs just get eaten all the time and it's awful and we hate it. So there's a bit of a trick where you basically, to put everything on standby, I just hold right and spam R and hopefully I don't miss anything and it happens quickly. It's really bad. It gets much worse as you get more Djinn. It gets laggier and laggier. But now it's not too bad. Right, so just gonna carry on blowing stuff up. So this dungeon is not too broken. There's one very big trick we can do that skips solving, I think it's just the one puzzle. And it doesn't save as much time as you think it does, but it is a very cool use of the retreat glitch, which is coming up in not too long. There is Venus Djinn that we just ran past. That's Steel. We are going to collect him while we're here. Steel is awful. Steel fleas cost you like 60 seconds, so hopefully he's nice.
Fun fact, even though the model is on it, when you walk into that room through the ladders, you can't actually interact with that object. You have to actually do the drop down.
Yeah. So sort of the way you're supposed to do this, Gabomba, is there's supposed to be a puzzle where you like jump on all of these cogs to get to like the 2 different sides in order to reverse them, which is what this little mouse is going to show us. It's going to jump around and hey look, we can jump on these and get places. We're not going to bother with any of that. That's slow. We don't like things that are slow. We want to go fast. So we're gonna do things our way. We're only going to solve one side of the puzzle. So red demons are a blessing and a curse. They will die to a targeted Boreas. They won't die to a non-targeted Boreas, and you can get 2 of them. They can drop an item called the Staff of Anubis, which we really, really want. It's super rare. It's a very, very rare drop, but it saves time if you get it. We like the Staff of Anubis. It also has one of the cooler unleashes. Wow, that is a bad encounter. I'm like 1 step away from a no encounter zone.
It's like a 1 in 64 chance, I think, for the Staff of Anubis.
Oh, it's like 128, I think.
Or 128.
Yeah, it's super rare. So I use Pound on that 1 pillar, and I'm going to come all the way to here. Put these guys onto standby. I'm going to have to drain a lot of PP, unfortunately. 12, 8 now, 6, 4. So I'm going to do a retreat glitch. Remember, retreat glitches turn off ladder loading zones. So go into retreat mode, up this ladder, and now I'm on the walls. And now I can skip solving the puzzle by just running around to the other side of the room. And taking this encounter does take me out of retreat mode and does turn all of the loading zones on the ladders back on, but you can only interact with them from the bottom, so I can still climb down the ladder on the other side to get into the room, which is pretty cool. Because the developers are like, why would you ever be going through a ladder loading zone from the top? That's crazy. How do you even get up there? Well, this is how we get up there. This room in particular has a lot of red demons. Tend to see them all over the place. Thankfully, we haven't had any double demons, which is slow because they get an action. No stars yet, though. Would like to get a Staff of Anubis just because, like, it doesn't even save that much time. It skips a shop later on. It saves a little bit of time, but not a lot. But it is nice to have it. Just for swag. Ah, there we go. The double demon. So we need Felix to cover some damage, and the demon on the left will get an action in. Felix does not outspeed them, but they can't really do much too bad. They have a move called Vital Moon, which can drop you to... Oh, I got the staff! Let's go! I got the Staff of Anubis. How good's that? So that's going to go to Jenna, and we're going to be happy. Did she actually equip it? She didn't. There we go. Nice. Staff of Anubis. That's cool. Did not expect to get that. Cool. Like I said, it doesn't save any time yet, but it will save plenty of time later. Well, plenty of time. It will save a single shop later on. Yeah, so we're supposed to come down this way in order to get to the other side of the cog, but I've already done it. So now I'm going to go and fight Steel, and hopefully it goes well. Really, really like Steel to go well. Steel going badly is just sad. Get very fast recovery ticks in this room as well, which is good. Fingers crossed for Steel. Steel's pretty easy to kill. I just hit him with an Echo and a Boreas, and he dies. Hopefully. He doesn't run. Nice, he didn't run. That's really good. Nice, we got Steel. Very, very good. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Sure can.
Yeah.
Sorry, I haven't said anything in a while. I was wondering if I was still going.
Some sections in this run are just kind of chugging through encounters, and there's not a whole lot going on.
Yeah, getting the staff is nice though.
Also, you hit level 13 on Felix, which is very nice for the next boss.
See, I don't even track level 13 on Felix, to be honest. I mean, it's fine, but it's one of those ones that you almost always get it. And even if you don't, it like, Hyper's not that bad. All right, so I said early on, at the very start of the game, that there are 3 puzzles that are determined by Felix's name. This is the first one. So this is basically an auto-scroller. There's a timer that this puzzle works on, but that timer pauses when I use pound, so we want to be able to solve this in as fewer pounds as possible. The fastest way to do it is with 3. I think there are 16 versions of this puzzle. and this name gives us the fastest one. So once I solve the puzzle, this is a great time to take a bit of a break because this is about 60 seconds of nothing happening. So we can skip the nothing happening by taking a bit of a break in about 30 seconds time. Once I solve the puzzle. Just have to mash through a little bit of cutscene first. This room also has a couple of other properties. This room sets the RNG to a known value. So the rules of this category is we are not allowed to re-enter this room because then we can start doing RNG manipulation, and that is against the spirit of the category. So I'm not allowed to come back into here once I leave. It's the only room in the game that does this. Don't really understand why. Yeah, I have. Oh, that's move. Why do I not have pound here? Right. So pound pauses the timer, which is awful, but stand here. I only need to do 3 of them to solve the puzzle. That's 1. That's 2. Rotate the pillars again. And that's 3. Okay, so if we want to take a 5-minute break, now is a really good time to do that.
Awesome, yeah. So just during these longer runs, we like to take breaks so everybody can get up, get some water, anything they need to do. Just a quick reminder, your subs, Prime Gaming subs, gift subs, and Bitch Cheered on the GDQ Twitch channel do help support the Games Done Quick Hotfix. So if you like any of our daily content, going places yesterday, awfully silly and out of bounds tomorrow, any of these anniversary specials, it really does help us put on this content. So please do consider subscribing. With that said, we're going to take a quick break and we'll be back in about 5 minutes with more of the run. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. This is our Golden Sun, The Lost Age 20th Anniversary Special. We are in the middle of a run, and I will just hand it back over, and whenever you're ready, you can give us a countdown.
All right, we're back. So we'll start up again in 3, 2, 1, now. So that was a great place to take a great spot to take a break because I literally just sit there for 60 seconds and wait for the timer to run out. So it's really nice to take a break there. So now that we've solved the Gabomba statue, Akafubu, who stole the black orb from Madra, is going to come inside the statue with the orb, which we want. So we want the black orb because that's how Piers powers his boat. And we like the boat. The boat lets us go places. Or we need the boat to progress. So the whole point is we came here to get the orb. They just watched it go past instead of grabbing it, which is a bit silly. And now we're stuck inside here trying to go get it. Nakafubu's going to rock up and be like, hey, what are you doing in here? That's weird. So a little bit of cutscenes as all this plot happens. But the whole point, like I said, the whole point of coming here is to get the orb. And it's not actually the orb that's important. It's the quest flag that activates when you pick up the orb that's important. So we can, if we could like cheat the orb into our inventory, it still wouldn't do anything. So we have to come here, even in any percent, we have to come here, unfortunately. Which is kind of annoying, but that's okay. It's not that bad a dungeon. Except because we can just kill stuff with Boreas, it's not too bad. The only bad thing is Steel, and Steel is obviously fine. He did not flee, which is good. That's one of the bad Jin. The next 3 Jin are also terrible. Well, the next 3 Jin we fight are also terrible.
And if we skip this dungeon, we wouldn't get the Staff of Anubis. That'd be sad.
Also, we wouldn't have the Staff of Anubis and save 1 shop. I'm going to have to throw in the odd Jenna attack just to see if we can get the Unleash. It has one of the coolest looking Unleashes in the game. It's this kind of where you start getting hints that there's more in this world going on than you realize. The statue is like sentient, and it's never really explained what the Gabomba statue is. So it's like lots of lore in this game that they could do so much with if they really wanted to look into it. And some of it gets explored a bit in Dark Dawn, but also not a lot. And then Dark Dawn ends on a massive cliffhanger, which is sad. So please, Camelot, Golden Sun 4, please. If you like Golden Sun, it's coming to Nintendo Switch Online soon. So buy Golden Sun, play it lots, and maybe it'll convince them that there's money in the IP and we might actually get another game. Alright, so we are almost done with Gabomba. Or with Kabombo, which is the name of the town. We just have this one last little cutscene. And then we are off to go back into Kabombo Mountains. And Kabombo Mountains, like I said, is even worse going in the other direction because now I get to run away from stuff. Because it is faster. You can do basically, we've done big sort of expected value calculations to figure out how much on average, or how slow on average is an encounter to fight, how slow on average is it to run away, and running away at certain level thresholds ends up being on average faster. But that's on average. If you did 1,000 runs, you would be faster if you ran away all the time. But sometimes you get triple fails and it's super slow. And sometimes you die and it's even slower. Let's hope that doesn't happen. There you go, nice. And that's why running is fast. Oh, I didn't even have any of this stuff set. Definitely need to heal as well. Do that in the next menu. So the Jin up there is Waft. We're gonna fight Waft. Hopefully he's nice. Let's heal Felix. He doesn't need much PP here. Waft, same as Steel. I just use Echo and Boreas. Get away. Ah, that's annoying. Please don't proc. Very, very annoying. Oh, triple fail. That's Frost. That is the wrong synergy.
Not even RNG man up canonical.
Yeah, I should stop doing manip. You can technically manip to here, but it's very, very difficult, and no, I'm not doing it. Okay, he didn't run. Good. And you can only manip encounters. You can't manip their actions. Alright, so that's 2 of the scary Jin. 2 more to go. Although they don't... Well, one of them comes up quickly. One of them doesn't come for a while yet. So after I get this recovery, I'm going to do a Jin swap. So we're going to change classes. You go to there. This just gives Piers a little bit more PP and a little bit more durability, and it also gives me easy access to Procny. Procny is the tier 3 Jupiter summon, and it is super good. Procny is, on average, the fastest attack. Wow, what a terrible rate. So Procny is, on average, the fastest attack in the game. A single attack is faster than Procny, but a critical hit or a summon is slower. And Procny being a tier 3 summon does a ton of damage, so we love Procny. We use it wherever we possibly can. The more Procnys we can do, the better. Generally, when we can kill stuff with Procny, we do. But it's very hard to get Jupiter Jin.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's nice too, because a lot of enemies are actually weak to Jupiter that we're fighting a bunch, so it's just also good in that aspect.
Yeah, so it does a ton of damage to pretty much everything we want to be hitting. Using all my herbs here because you do need to save a little bit of PP if you can. I'm trying to manage Piers' PP. He has to do a lot, similar to how Sheba, I was managing her PP to do whirlwinds in Ayers Rock. I'm now thinking about Piers and doing lots of frosts in the boat. He needs to finish the next dungeon with at least 10 PP. All right, actually, I think 7 you can get away with because you get recoveries. So I don't want to be using too many heals. Oh, please get away. Oof, that's lucky. This is brutal at the moment. Use Felix, I guess.
Like we had mentioned early on when we picked up that water life, any deaths around here, you either use the water life or you take a 30 seconds time loss to go revive. It is not until you have access to at least 4 Jin on a character to get to revive.
Alright, so this is Kindle. Please don't run. Nice, he didn't run. So now we're going to see how fast Procny is. Procny starts, and we're done. It's so fast. It's just amazing how good it is. Oh, wow, didn't even need the coverage. Alright, so Kindle didn't run. That's good. That's 3 of the 4 problem Jin. The last one is Mud. He's not coming up for a little while yet. He is probably my least favorite of the problem Jin. No, what do I need? Move and Frost. He's my least favorite of the problem Jin. I had a run recently where he fled 4 times in a row and I lost 7 minutes. It was awful. So fingers crossed he doesn't do that. Also have to remember not to go down the slide. Excellent. All right, so we're going to pick up this fungus here, the healing fungus. This gives us access. We can use that to get a Mars Djinn when we get back to Madra. For free, so we don't even have to fight him. They just give us the Djinn, which is nice. Like I said earlier, Mars Djinn are super hard to come by early in this run. I only have 2 at the moment. And there's not even any that I've skipped. Like, there's just only 2 that you've gotten to this point in the game. And I think they do that to... Oh,
there's
are there
Spark.
Oh, yeah, there's Spark,
Mikasala.
Yeah, of course. But yeah, I think they deliberately give you weird Djinn to collect. And, like, it's quite a long time before you get Piers, because it kind of forces you to play around with the class system a little bit. You can't just stack everyone into the one, or Djinn into the one character. You have to chop and change and play around with it a little bit. So again, Avoid works here like it did earlier. So before I leave here, I'm going to use Avoid, and now I don't take any more encounters in the overworld, which is very nice.
Oh, I guess something I don't think we mentioned about the Djinn system is that you cannot just pile your Djinn onto any character that you want. All the characters are required to have the same amount of Djinn or just one more. So you can't, just give 6 Djinn to Felix and not have any Djinn on Jenna or Sheba.
Right, so unfortunately,
okay,
we have to watch this cutscene. This sets quest flags, which is super annoying because this is a very long cutscene. Sorry, Zed, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, all I was going to mention is, like, when we talk about getting to 4 Djinn on a character, that means we need to collect in total at least, 13 Djinn to get somebody to have 4.
Yeah. So there's a couple of breakpoints with the Djinn that are really, really nice. Somebody having 4 is really good because that gives us access to AoE healing spells. In particular, Wish we can get access to when we have 4 Djinn on a character, which is super useful, so we can heal everyone at once. That's great. And the other one we look for is 6, but we don't get to 6 Djinn on someone for a long time yet. But if I get one more, this next Djinn I'm going to get, which is Char, that I get with the healing fungus, will give me 4 on someone. So suddenly we can start doing healing things. And this is a weird cutscene, because I actually say no to things. You say yes to almost every yes-no box in the game, because it's either slower to say no or no faster. So we just say yes. But here we actually say no to some stuff and save a few seconds. Not a lot, but a little bit.
There is 2, I believe, I think Plexus showed it off in one of the GDQs, I don't remember which one, where Kraden asks multiple times about, like, oh, I want to go to Lemuria and do all this stuff. If you say no to specific questions, and you say no enough times to those specific questions, later on, some text will change. It's just a little funny thing to see, like, Kraden kind of lashes out at Felix for saying, no, I don't want to go to Lemuria.
Yeah. It's like, oh, let's just go home then. Why are we even bothering being here? It's really funny. I've not been saying no to those text boxes, so it's fine. We're not going to do Angry Kraden.
And this is Karst. It is the younger sister of Minardi, who was one of the primary antagonists of the first game. She was hoping to meet her sister and Satros here, but Isaac's party kind of stopped that. Red Jenna, she blushes because she might have a crush on Isaac. Yeah, that was Karst.
Yeah, so Karst is one of the 2 main antagonists, which we've finally met. An hour 45 into the speed run, and we've only just met the main antagonist. It's like 10 hours into a casual run. No, you're going to give that to you.
Yeah,
So now we have Cyclone. Cyclone is another great synergy. We can break the game wide open with Cyclone at any percent. We don't quite get to break the game quite so much with Cyclone here, but we need it to progress, so it's good to have it. We put it on Sheba. We don't really use it for a while yet, but we need it. Actually, no, that's a lie. We use it in Gaia Rock. Right, so this is Char, the Mars Djinn that we get for having the healing fungus.
Who this old couple was just keeping as a pet for some reason.
Yeah, sure, why not? Great pet. I'd have a Djinn as a pet.
Also, great thing about Char is that he gives flat agility points. And agility is the most important stat in the whole game.
Yeah, if we can
if we
outspeed
can
stuff, we can generally kill things before they can do anything.
Yeah.
So agility is great. And in Golden Sun 1, we get the access to the Elven shirt, which like just increases your agility by like 50%. But we don't get anything like that in this game, so we have to make do with just playing around with class and Jin and stats sort of stuff in order to speed up. Or we slow down enemies.
Yeah, there was an older strat that was used, but it was a low percentage chance. It was an item called the Wild Coat. And if you didn't get the Wild Coat, you just ended up losing time with what the current stats were at the time. So just kind of gamble halfway through the game, you just get unlucky. And like kind of what I mentioned earlier, like those Jin menus, he made it look easy and fast, but yeah, your inputs just get eaten and it's laggy. It's not as snappy as all the other menus in the game.
Yeah, you can't just do the menus as fast as you possibly can, or they won't work properly. You have to deliberately slow down. So getting the timing right is super tricky and takes a lot of practice. I basically just have save states on emulators where I just practice again and again. So I'm going to get into a very specific position here to do a pillar clip. Get it down and left at the same time. Nice. Hopefully this works. So by standing on exactly that pixel, hopefully this gives me the right subpixels that I can just use Frost, and hopefully I clip onto this pillar. Nice. And that skips a fight and moving some stuff around, and it saves a little bit of PP. That one's really good. And you only get one shot at that. It's one of the ones that you only get one chance to get it right. So I'm using Planet Diver until I get below 15 PP. I need to save a little bit of PP for the boss fight at the end of here. So now at 10, I'm going to start using Jin. Char and Cannon both do damage based on attack, which means I can just kill stuff with Jin. It's just a little bit slower because you have to go back and set them again, which is awful. But it's fine.
For that Frost clip, for whatever reason, the jellyfish model, that one specifically, you can kind of wedge Felix in there a little bit, so then you can do the Frost clip, and then, like Kanako mentioned, you only get one chance on it. Even if you leave the room and come back in, you can't wedge Felix into the actual puddle itself. It's only with the jelly.
Yeah, and it only works on that jellyfish. If it worked on that second jellyfish I fought in this room, that would be really nice, but unfortunately it doesn't.
But that doesn't stop us from just doing another clip anyway.
Yeah, thankfully there is a box here. And boxes, as we've seen, can do the same thing. So I can get myself in a specific spot, hopefully with good subpixels. Again, these are all subpixel dependent. There we go, nice, first try. And we can jump up and skip some of the room, which is really nice. So if you jump on that... Oh, wow, that was Astral Blood. Oh, I didn't set everything. That's why. That was silly. You should just die from an attack now, though. I forgot to set my Jin. That almost went very wrong. So I lose Planet Diver. Lose access to Planet Diver if I don't put Char and Cannon back onto set, which I should have done and didn't because I'm silly. That's better. Thankfully nobody died and nobody got poisoned and it wasn't that bad. Never punished for your mistakes, eh?
Just getting ready for death storage.
Yeah, exactly. Alright, so that's the last Aqua Jelly, and now we're going to fight the boss, which is the Aqua Hydra. And the Aqua Hydra strategy is more or less similar to the last few bosses, where all I want to do is just power up Felix and hit it with attack. But this time I can, you can kill it a little bit quicker at the end if I count the number of attacks that I've done. Do this first. Someone want to explain this fight while I do this menu?
Sure, yeah. I was gonna
while I do the counting stuff as well.
Yeah, yeah. So the first thing that you saw there is that's what we were talking about with getting access to the Wish spell. So that's nice. There is a dangerous Raging Flood move that kind of does a lot of damage that Wish will take care of. But essentially, what Conical is doing here is just gonna power up Felix, hope for some Megitos, and we are counting up to 7, essentially. A single attack from Felix counts as 1, a Megiddo counts as 3. We need Felix to hit 7 times, and then once we're at that 7, we're just gonna blast him with Procny, do some cover damage with Ramses and a cannon, and that will kill him. There's not really a whole lot that can go wrong here. There are times. There's also a triple chomp move. Oh, here we go. That does a lot of damage to anybody that's not Piers. Piers even took a good chunk, but on anybody else, especially Felix, can be really bad. And this is the Raging Flood move. As you can see, it hits all 4 characters and does quite a bit of damage, but Wish covers them very well.
Classic, get the Megiddo when I'm on 6.
On 6, yeah. And then, as you can also tell, Raging Flood is a really slow move. Sometimes Aqua Hydra will play nice and just like attack or slaver, which doesn't really do anything. But sometimes he'll just Raging Flood 5 times in a row, make it look dangerous and slow. But yeah, that went well.
Yeah, that wasn't too bad. A little bit slow, but not awful. I wouldn't normally heal here, but did I? It doesn't matter. I can still push it when it's doused. That was silly. Yeah, normally I would heal just before mud, but if I take an encounter, bad stuff can happen, so do it here. It doesn't really matter. Yeah. So that's. Go ahead.
I was just going to mention another thing in the fight is you saw Piers use Waft. I believe the Aqua Hydra is one of the few bosses that you can actually cause these good status effects for. One of them is Sleep. Waft has a chance to put somebody to sleep. It is like below a 1% chance or something. It's really low. Definitely.
That's not why we set Waft. We set Waft on until he has impact.
Yeah, because we have Breath, which can also do that.
That's true. Yeah,
I do know that Aqua Hydra can be stunned.
I've seen him fall asleep once.
I didn't even know he could fall asleep. There you go. All right, so I'm going to go into here. So movement with the boat is kind of interesting. So all of these, the actual encounter tiles are square-shaped. So because the shore here is not square-shaped, by hugging the coast, you can actually get quite a lot of movement with no encounters, or where you don't take encounter steps. So with the boat, we take a lot of what looks like suboptimal movement in order to minimize encounters. Like there, I managed to get all the way here without taking an encounter, which I wouldn't have done if I had just sailed in the open sea. So this earlier, if you remember earlier when I saved the children earlier for this puzzle. So I need to stand by these ones as well. If you don't save the children, this little ditch that I'm standing in is full of water. So we do that. That's why we saved them earlier with the lash, so that we can come here and get the sea god's tier, so that we can do the Shrine of the Sea God, which we're going to go back to. So it is the classic new runner mistake to use Frost on those things and then forget to get the tier. Which I've done that more than once. Oh, that missed, really?
Yep.
Game Ticket. Oh,
wow, shout out to Game Ticket.
Shout out to Game Ticket.
Yeah, Scoop, whenever you use it anywhere, it has a random chance to just give different items. You don't normally see an item pop up like that, but and in other cases, there are specific items at specific spots. So like that one, that is we always know that we get the Psy Crystal there, really powerful item in this game. Just fills all your PP back to the max. So there are some good use cases for that.
Yep. So now we're back here. We're going to do this retreat glitch again, this double retreat glitch, but we're going to do different movement this time. So that we, instead of going to where Breath was, we can just go to the end of the dungeon, which is to navigate to this door. And now we're pretty much at the end of the dungeon. So I had to open the map in order to do that, because I have to run through all of the encounter data in order to get to that door. So open the map, clear encounter data, and then we can do all of that movement and just get straight to here. Oh wow, it was up twice because of the Game Ticket.
Can't even use the game tickets.
Sorry?
You can't even use them in this category.
Yeah, so the game tickets are used in Contigo to play the slots, but slots are all RNG based, and so we can actually tell where we are in the RNG using slots, so you can do RNG manipulation with it. So it is banned. We're not allowed to do it.
They are worth a solid like 35 coins though if you sell it.
Yeah. You know what? I've had to take a few extra purchases, so that actually may be useful. All right, so the whole point of this part of the game is you have to get to Lemuria. In order to get to Lemuria, we have to kill Poseidon. In order to kill Poseidon, we need the Trident. So we're going to go running all around the Eastern Sea in order to collect the 3 prongs of the Trident, then go to Champa and forge them into the Trident. In order to do that, we have to do Gaia Rock and Aqua Rock and a bunch of dungeons. It's going to be like the next hour and a half of our life just to get the Trident. Ooh, can I skip? Oh, so close.
They really milk the entire world out in this game relative to the first game, where you do 2 lighthouses in that game, and it is a much shorter game than this one. And we don't even walk into the first lighthouse until, at least in the speedrun, until like 4 hours
almost
in.
4 hours, yeah.
Yeah, so if you play as casual, you probably don't even see a lighthouse for a good 20 plus.
All right, so now we're going to go and fight Mud. Mud is a fantastic djinn, but he is also super trolly. Mud fleas are so slow, and we don't have a whole lot of PP on Felix right now, so having to retreat is not so great. So fingers crossed he doesn't run away. Oh, he didn't run. Thank God. All right, the djinn have been good. So, all right, the rest of the djinn we fight are not too bad. Like we can deal with djinn fleas from pretty much everyone else. It's the bad ones are now done, which is good. Thank God.
Yeah, Mud's ability is really good for us.
So Mud halves enemies' agility. So we basically use Mud to outspeed everything. All of the bosses and everything we can just outspeed by hitting them with Mud, which is really nice.
Yep.
We're going to use him quite a lot.
More importantly, at this point in the game, this gives us our 4th Venus djinn, which gives us access to probably the second best non-tablet summoned summon to use here, Judgment, the tier 4 Venus one, which it's slower than Procne, but it's still fast, but it's also really powerful, used by Felix.
Yeah, so basically when we get to the next dungeon, which is Gaia Rock, I'm going to do the same thing I did in Gabomba with Boreas, except I'm going to do it with Judgment, and it's way faster. Much faster. But we have to get there first, and Procne will kill most things on the sea. So it's faster to use Procne to kill stuff. Even this probably still faster to kill with Procne. Right, so this just kills it. Procne just kills most things. There are mermen that don't die to Procne, but we can cover that with some synergy. It's also why I picked up the oil drop, is for multiples mermen. It's actually surprisingly rare that we use it. The oil drop is nice, but it doesn't always become useful. So all of this boat movement is pretty specific. Like knowing how to get to all of these places is really nice. These seabirds are awful because they outspeed everyone. Trying to find these places casually, you have to keep opening the map and trying to figure out where you're going. But having, speedrun strats, we know where things are. Much easier. Unfortunately, Izumo is a long way away, but it pays off by having the best NPC in the entire game. We're going to see everyone's favorite waifu, Shopgirl. We love Shopgirl. Single-handedly keeping the economy of Izumo running. Ooh, nice, attacks first. Haven't had an attacks first for a while. So Shopgirl she's a salesman that has like a weirdly good where's all my stuff? A weirdly good portrait. Like, don't sell that.
Oh.
That would have been terrible. We can sell that.
That would have been a new one.
Should be enough. Yeah. Actually, I'm going to do these ones first. So Shopgirl has a bunch of great items. We like Shopgirl's items. They're really good. She's carrying too much. I have to sell something. This is bad. All right, fine. Sell the vials.
Yeah, if we accidentally sell the soul blade there, we
can't
get it
back. Yeah. That would be, I think, probably a reset to the safety save is what would have happened there. So Shopgirl has the war gloves. The war gloves are awesome. I'm not going to buy the synergy stone. I don't need it. I'm going to get the code. So the wall gloves boost attack. Basically, all these random items we're picking up, except for this one, for Felix, all boost attack. So he becomes even more stronger.
Yeah, I guess we didn't mention it when we picked up the Thorn Crown that was in Narabue just before Kabama Mountains. That is a helm that also increases attack. So he's got War Gloves, Soul Blade, and Thorn Crown.
Yep. So he is super strong. He kills many things. All right, so now I'm set up in this Jin setup to have Judgment that I can recover with a single recovery tick. Most things here die to Judgment. There are some slow encounters that don't. Hopefully we don't see them. So Gaia Rock is not super broken, but there are some fun things we can do. Like this puzzle here. Move has a funny hitbox that might actually work. So we can just stand on a couple of very specific pixels, double move this. This is not the intended solution to this puzzle. Right, you're supposed to move both of these stumps around a lot, and it's really annoying, and yeah, but we can just do silly move things. 12, 10, 8, 6 should be enough.
Also, you're actually supposed to go outside the rock at first, but we don't do that, technically.
Yeah, that's slow.
That's slow. 0 light serpents incoming.
Yeah.
Totally.
So this is probably the trickiest point in the run for PP management. So I have a retreat glitch to do here. Then I have a couple of actual retreats to do. So trying to manage PP in a way that I can do all of these things quickly is quite difficult. So hopefully it goes well. Starting at 5 here is good. And the problem is every time I take a recovery tick, you don't take a PP recovery, which is annoying, but it's fine. There are plenty of non-encounter areas that I can recover. You don't want to do it because it's slow, but if you have to, you do. Why does she have growth? Why does she not have?
She's in
Oh,
Venus
so
class.
I did this wrong. That's why. That's my fault. Lucky I didn't take a bad encounter rate. That would have been awful. So we're taking encounters here. Oh, sorry.
Oh, I was just going to mention with that little thing that happened there, like all these Jin setups are very specific for doing the least amount of menus that we can. So even we have all these different Jin, all the Mercury Jin, and we're actually just standbying them because we need Sheba to have Whirlwind as we go through this dungeon.
Yeah, the fewer times we can go into the Jin menu, the better. So if we can stack them all at the first big Jin swap, then we absolutely do that. Even if it means we don't have access to something like Wish, which would be really nice to have. I mean, we don't need it here because we can just blow everything up. But, you know, we'll forego it because it means we don't have to go into the Jin menu as much. And we do not like the Jin menu. I should take this recovery in this room, which is nice. So one of the annoying things about the Jin recovery system is that the Jin recovery steps reset every time you go through a room transition, but the encounter rate doesn't. So that can be super annoying if you just miss a Jin recovery. All right, so I'm going to do a pillar clip on this. This is, I think, technically the most precise pillar clip. The range of subpixels at work is pretty precise. I don't find this the hardest one to do, though. Hopefully I get it first try. Bugger. It's really bad to miss this as well, because I have to run around to recover PP. This is not a good one to miss. I actually have plenty of PP here. We don't like this pillar clip. Come on, get into the right spot. Hopefully it works this time. There we go. Second try. Oh, I got the pillar encounter. Nice. All right.
This one, funnily enough, too, it doesn't really save a whole lot of time and like doing it, mostly because of our PP management problems here, but it does stop us from increasing the encounter rate, which is more important there.
Yeah, I actually have plenty of PP here. My PP management is fine. It's like if you start at 5, you're generally okay. So this is where I have to do the retreat. I think I'm gonna get an encounter skip, hopefully. Oh, what am I doing? Reveal, please. This is the Dancing Idol. I'm gonna use retreat from in reveal, which is super slow and laggy, but it's still faster than leaving reveal. Get there? Oh, I didn't make it. Damn. I should have taken the outside encounter reset. That's okay.
Don't think you would have reached the outside.
You start so far away from the
It would
entrance.
have been close, but yeah,
Yeah.
you're right. I might not have. Oh, what am I doing? I've already done that bit. Still doing silly, sleepy things. All right, so now we have the dancing idol. We can open up the interior. We can do interior stuff, which is nice. So we're just gonna carry on like this, blowing things up. This is awful. This is a range. I'm gonna cover the range. The vermin on the outside does not always die. There we go. He died that time. He can survive with like 1 HP. So using Pierce to cover that range is generally what most people will do. Even if it does mean a little bit more menuing, it's time lost, it's worth it. If you don't get it and you didn't cover, it's generally sad.
Maybe if you cover with Jenna, we might get to see the staff of Anubis.
Oh, that's a
proc.
good point, actually. I should be doing that. We might get to see Sarcophagus. It's fun when the worm, the angleworm, I think they're called, is on the outside. They do die. They are super squishy. We like angleworms.
And give a lot of XP.
Yeah, they give a lot of XP and they're very squishy. You can kill them with a single attack. We like them. They make us happy. What we don't like seeing are Golden Sun 1 enemies. So the gnomes are really bad. The dreadhounds are really bad. Golem, the gargoyle golem encounter is the worst encounter because it's really slow and you get like no experience from it. We also don't like gnome mages because you don't get much experience and they're super fast, so they outspeed Felix. But they die, so it's fine. And we need experience here. We're trying to get Jenna to level 18. It won't happen in this dungeon, probably, but hopefully it happens before the end of Aqua Rock, which is the next dungeon we're going to go to. And we need her to get to level 18 so she gets access to Flare Storm, which is a very powerful synergy. What am I doing? It's not down.
Yeah, one of the reasons why I personally like it is that in the any percent no saving quit for the first game, you kind of mostly just blow up everything with summons. That's like the strategy you use pretty much everywhere. It's kind of fun in this game. You get to do a bunch of different things. You get to kill things with Synergy, and then you kind of swap to just attacking with Felix, and then you go back to summons, and then you can go back to Synergy with all these different strats. It keeps it interesting.
Yeah, a lot of the sort of mid-game synergy, like casually, the mid-game synergy is very powerful relative to the enemies that you encounter. So you can kill stuff with synergy pretty efficiently. We never quite get enough levels in Golden Sun 1 to get access to that synergy, but we do in Golden Sun 2. So we get to blow stuff up with synergy, which is nice, instead of just summon spamming.
Yeah, we mentioned at the beginning on how summons are, they have a fixed value and then based on the enemy's health for a multiplier on top of that, and then attacking is just whatever your attack is versus their defense with some other things in there that aren't important. Synergy does work. It has some to do with like elemental level and resistance, but otherwise they just do a fixed amount of damage. So you end up, like Conical had mentioned, if you can get them at a certain point, certain enemies, they can deal with them pretty well, but they don't scale well into the end of the game.
Yeah. So climbing across that wall there, if you've played this game before, you'll know there are these heads that can pop out. If that bottom row that I climbed across actually has one of those heads, but if you're on the very bottom pixel of the wall, then it doesn't show up. So you can just go straight underneath it, which is nice. So we can skip all of them without having to do too much movement. So that was the Serpent. The Serpent is the boss of this dungeon. All of these lights, these are all optional. Each one of these lights that we're lighting will weaken the Serpent. Trying to do the Serpent without doing these lights is probably impossible with our current levels. Unless you do like RNG manipulation, maybe then you could make it happen. But we have to do all of this stuff to weaken him, and even then, he is absolutely a run killer. I will definitely safety save before Serpent. He is terrifyingly awful. Mostly because of one ability he has called Mighty Press, which can pretty much just kill everything. Can kill people. This is the bad encounter. This encounter is very slow. This is actually a good Megiddo. This encounter is so bad that we like a Megiddo.
Yeah, the problem is that the golem has way too much Venus defense, so Judgment doesn't kill.
Yeah. Where the gargoyle, the clay gargoyle, is super weak to Venus, so even Sheba, who is very weak at doing Venus summons, can kill it with a single targeted summon. Which is weird. I always found it weird that they're weak to Venus.
Most enemies in this dungeon are weak to Venus, which is very strange.
You would have thought the Venus-themed dungeon would have enemies that are strong to Venus, but no. That is not the way this game works. I'm going to take the recovery here. So if I had have come through this door, I can take encounters in this room. And all of my PP resets. My encounter recovery resets. So it's always good to take the encounter. All right. So now I'm going to do a retreat glitch after I light this last thing and go into the maze. The maze is the next part of the next puzzle that is determined by Felix's name. So I know the solution to the maze already. The maze is awful because you get very few Jin recoveries and you can take encounters. So it can be very, very scary going through the maze. So I'm going to take the recovery in this room before I go in so that I at least have judgment. I also have to do this so that I can... Oh, I just have retreat glitch available. That's nice. Alright, I'm going to focus and not talk for a minute, otherwise I will do this wrong.
Yes,
So there are a couple of points in the maze where you can kind of get an idea of where you are because they have chests, which is good. Left, I might take the recovery here. Just so I get it back, and I'm also going to definitely heal these two. Alright. So you see all of these rooms look pretty much the same, right? Which is why the maze can be really difficult to get through, even knowing the way through. It's very easy to forget. Have I done 2 downs, gone down twice, or 3 times? That's 2, 3. I'm going to go this way. I'm going to recover in here. Right. There's a chest, so I know I'm going the right way. Right. Down. And hopefully the next room is the... Oh, nice attacks first. Hopefully the next room is the spiky room, which will basically tell me that I'm good. There we go. I did the maze properly.
Nice.
Excellent. And
Yeah.
now, out this way.
You saw Conical mention which room you want. A lot of those rooms have really poor Jin recovery rate, but there are a couple of rooms that have really fast, so he kind of stops in specific ones to try to recover Jin in those.
Alright, so set up for the serpent. No, don't use, thank you. Oh, that's not who gets that. You get that, thank you. What am I doing? You go to there. Sour. Yep.
We learned recently it's not actually super important that it's sour versus spring.
It's not super important if you get a Megiddo. Alright, Serpent.
Yes.
Excuse me, talk to him, please. Arius. Prockney. So basically, I'm summon rushing him. I'm going to do as many summons as I can, try and stay alive, get all of my Jin to recover, use them again, and summon rush again to try and kill him. Is basically the idea here. We want to kill him as quick as we can because otherwise he does awful things to us. Nice, this Megiddo is good. This Megiddo covers a lot of stuff.
Nice attack.
Defend. Yeah, there are some... Oh, Jenna Poison can be problematic. There are some stuff I can do with this Megiddo. I'm not going to do it. I'm just going to do easy, safe fight. Do not like seeing Mighty Press is really the move that we don't want him to use. This turn, I get all my Jin back, so I'm going to use them all. Except for you, who are going... Except for Piers, who is going to heal everyone with Wish, which is nice. AoE healing, very, very good. Cure Well, fine. The Megiddo covers the Cure Well, which is good. Blitz, Waft, Wish, and Fog. It's been very friendly so far, which is always nice. Blitz, Waft. Probably don't even need this Wish, but I'm going to do it. Wow, it's just attacking everyone. This is great. Watch him use Mighty Press and kill Jenna now. I think I can still kill him even if Jenna does die. Double cure. Well, now the Megiddo is useful. Breath, attack, Boreas, Procony. All right, we should be okay from here. Boreas, Procony. All right, we should be fine. He can still kill people with Mighty Press. Thankfully, he did it. He used it, but he didn't target Jenna, so she didn't die. And now we beat the Serpent, which is good. Because this is the last turn. Oh, wow, it's going to be a Megiddo kill, probably. Oh, no, the Megiddo doesn't kill him quite. Probably because of the double heal. Nice. That was a really nice Serpent. He can be much trolling. You saw how much damage Mighty Press did to Felix on that last turn. If he hits that on Jenna, she basically just dies from full health. Which is bad because we want Jenna to be getting a lot of experience here.
Also, little fun fact, you can leave Gaia Rock without getting sand and no one stopping you.
Yeah. It's the only dungeon that doesn't have a required use to get out. It does... They do tell you that they let... Oh, the guy tells you that he left the Cloud Brand, the sword, on the tail. So you can use it to get a weapon, which is... I think we used to. There was a strat that used to do that.
Yeah, like 2020 or something, we
we
got
don't
it for
do
sea
anymore.
encounters. Yeah, shout out to the Cloud Brand for
Cloud Brand's
having
great.
the highest unleash rate of all weapons in the game.
And luckily for us as well, there is a, like, plot-wise over here, this guy was going to take down the Serpent because they were going to sacrifice somebody in the village. We don't have to watch any of that, and it is a really long cutscene. It's like another 5-minute cutscene.
Yeah, right. Is that right?
But
No, that's not right. What have I done? I've done a silly thing. No, that's fine. I can fix these things.
you can move the Mars to Felix and put iron on,
Yeah.
or steel on Jenna.
Nice poison, by the way.
Oh, yeah, I should have healed that, shouldn't I? I can fix all these things in the next menu. As long as all the Jupiter Gin are... Oh, I didn't get through. What? There we go. Yeah, I can fix things in the next menu. Wow, look at these bloody encounter rates. Kind of made a mess of my gin menu here. I did that menu wrong, but I will fix it when I'm just going to attack this. Oh, it was a Megiddo, of course it was. Should not have attacked, getting punished. Yeah, I can fix that menu when I do my next gin swap, which is not that far away. So now we've done Gaia Rock. We are going to go to Aqua Rock and do the Mercury dungeon. Aqua Rock is kind of awful. I think most people don't like Aqua Rock. It's very not broken. There's not a lot of fun stuff. Yeah, let's kill this. There's not a lot of fun stuff happening. Oh, sorry, Carrie.
Yeah, there are two kinds of TLA runners. The ones who hate Aqua Rock and the ones who love Aqua Rock. There's no in between us.
Which one are you, Carrie? Do you like Aqua Rock?
No.
I hate Aqua Rock.
There are people that love Aqua Rock?
Yeah, Bowie.
Yeah, Bowie likes it, yeah.
Oh, did not know that.
I think casually it's really good fun. It's just in the speedrun, it's terrible.
It's way too long.
Yeah, it's way too long.
And
Way too
there's
many puzzles.
And there's like no way to break it that we have found. Definitely have looked.
There is one very minor save and quit retreat glitch you can do.
And one movement tag.
Yeah.
That's it.
There's not a lot. Oh, there is. We do a retreat glitch in this run, but it's like I don't even think. Oh, I got punished because I accidentally went the wrong way. That's annoying. Sorry, I got away first try. Yeah, we do one retreat glitch. I'm not even convinced it's faster. It might be. I don't know. But yeah, there's not a lot we can do in Aqua Rock, and the music's a bit meh. It's probably one of the worst tracks we hear in the game, and yeah, it's just a bit slow and nothing.
Also,
I'm
the
gonna pick up another
convenient
mint.
placement.
Sorry?
The convenient
Convenient
placement.
mint placement there.
Also, we got haste, which is useful for boss later on called Moaba.
Is that right? Yeah, that's right now.
Looks right.
Looks right to me.
Yeah, he's really strong, like Gary had mentioned, and then it's similar to Breath. It is a priority gen as well, so it will always go first.
Yep.
Which also means if we have 2 Jupiter Jin on standby and use Breath and Haste in one round, you can immediately summon Thor. Which is just nuts.
Yeah, so Thor is the tier 4 Jupiter summon. It is the slowest of the tier 4 summons, but it was even slower in Golden Sun 1, which is nice. And I get to skip this shop because I have the Staff of Anubis. Hooray. Don't need the Angelic Ankh. So this is where the Staff of Anubis saved a little bit of time. So that's good. Yeah, so Thor is good. Thor will blow up pretty much everything in this next dungeon. Oh, nice attacks first, if I need to. I will use, we prefer to use Procny when we can, but, not everything double attacks first. Not everything dies to Procny, so Thor to cover is totally fine. Once I get to level 18 though, once Jenna gets to level 18, I'm going to start running away from everything, because fleeing is faster on average, although, again, not convinced it is here, but in theory, according to the maths, it is faster, but it always feels slower.
Yeah.
This almost feels like Time Lost Temple sometimes.
I feel like you can only lose time in Acro Rock when you're fleeing.
Yeah.
Statistics say something else, so... Apparently we all just have really, really bad luck.
Yep. We're not doing enough runs to get the faster on average. Oh yeah, shout outs to just being able to walk through the water first time after an encounter. Very silly. A lot of silly things that happen here, but that are not useful, unfortunately. Most of the silliness here doesn't work.
Maybe a little interesting is that with all the water and sparkle animation and stuff, this also is a dungeon that you cannot RNG manipulate through because it just goes nuts with the random numbers.
Yeah, this is an annoying dungeon, unfortunately. This is the only retreat glitch that we do in the entire dungeon. And it doesn't even skip that much. Because I had to do such a setup and drain PP, it was probably slower. It's not, like, this is so bad. I'm not even taking a good encounter. That's annoying. Oh, don't even have enough. Just attack
You can
them.
attack with Jenna and Felix also.
Oh yeah, I should attack with Jenna and Piers, try and get the sarcophagus to proc. Right, that probably was not even faster. Every time.
This dungeon also has the way that enemies are generally work in the Golden Sun games is that there's a enemy that has the same model, and then there's just different levels of them depending on what level a dungeon is at. This has the second tier of the pixies in them, but they are pushovers here, essentially. There they are.
Yeah, they still outspeed and they can still use sleep, but they're nowhere near as dangerous.
Yeah.
Especially since we have a lot more tools right now than an hour ago.
Yeah, there's a lot more stuff we can do to kill them, so they're fine. Far less dangerous. Yeah, so Akarok, kind of boring. Oh, that's bad encounter rate. Now I gotta run away. Fleeing is fine. Like, if you have to run away from stuff here, it's not that bad. Right, fleeing is technically still faster on average. We're only getting up to level 18 because we need Jenna to be... Oh wow, that's very lucky that Shiva didn't fall asleep. The only reason we're getting up to level 18 is because we need Jenna there. It's the only reason we're taking encounters. So I can run away from stuff, and it is theoretical. Oh my god, these encounters, man. Actually, I'm gonna do some Jenna. Getting some really bad encounter rates. That was like a rate 30 almost.
So a little thing about sleep and stuns. If a character falls asleep or is stunned in Golden Sun 1, you get a 100% fleet chance. Guess what was patched in this game? We would love a 100% fleet chance for this, but
when we found the sleep 100% flea chance in Golden Sun 1, the first thing everyone did was come here and go to Kabombo Mountains and see if it worked. Also, a little bit of movement tech there. You can run straight through that puzzle. It's about the only fun thing we can do in this entire dungeon is just skip that puzzle by running upright through it. That is actually the last of the tech that I have here. I just want to take that recovery before I go into this menu.
We have a move clip, Peter.
Oh yeah, we have. Oh yeah, my least favorite move clip.
Yeah.
I'm so bad at that move clip. It's not technically the hardest, but it's the one I struggle with the most. And all of this, not very interesting dungeoning to kind of a bit of a boring background song or track. Man, I'm getting just the worst encounter rates. Oh my god.
And also for a not very useful energy.
Yeah.
One important application, but that's all we do it for.
One important application that even save and quit runs can't skip. So in RNG manipulation runs, we have to come here as well for like, also we can do one particular dungeon. There is a single use of Parch, which is the synergy we get here that we are required to do to beat the game. It's so,
shoutouts
so
to Randomizer Bingo, which gave Parch more golds, just so you can do something with it.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Shoutouts to Jenna being punchy with the staff of Anubis. All right, and now we've only done like less than half the dungeon. Not even close to finishing it yet. Take a PP heal. PP management here doesn't really matter, just to heal everyone up. I'm going to take another PP heal in the middle of this dungeon, and from there, PP management is super important. But for now, it's like spam synergy, spam healing really doesn't matter. You get that, and you get that. I do fiddle with hotkeys here is about the only thing that you can do to really sort of optimize time. So what gets hotkeyed to where can be important. But yeah, it's about all we have for Aquarock. Aquarock's a bit of a nothing dungeon, unfortunately. Like I said, like the puzzles casually are actually really good fun. I really enjoy this dungeon casually. It's just in the speedrun, it's just so slow and boring and awful. Oh well.
On top of the heated subject of average being faster to flee. It's just a whole it's a whole thing, this dungeon is.
That was a really inconvenient recovery timing. Because I lost Frost when I got the Jin recovery. Oop, wrong way. So really going fast in Aquarock is more about movement than anything else and hoping for good RNG. Like getting these Virgos, they're really good enemies to encounter.
Yeah, when we talk about like the encounter rate and steps and stuff like that, there are, some games. I know that like Final Fantasy VII, where they are tracking their steps, but in a different way. In this, like the encounter rate resetting after a dungeon is different. But yeah, if your movement isn't good, then you're just racking up more encounters, which is just losing more time and going slower.
That is not how you kill this. Should have attacked. I needed to... Okay, that does kill him. Alright, that's good to know. That's a really bad encounter. It's encounters like that that make fleeing faster on average. Running away from that is good.
If you can run away in a couple of turns, yeah.
If you can run away in a couple of turns, yeah.
And they don't use Aqua Breath, which is really slow.
It's even worse in my Doom Dragon % route. That is like the scary encounter because Isaac takes double hits and he can die to that encounter. Mm-hmm. It's really terrifying. All right, so this is the move clip that I'm really bad at. Too high. That's it. Fingers crossed. Hey, I got a first try. I never get that first try. That's really good.
Also last one.
That is, yeah, the last of the pillar clips, which is a shame. We do get some other fun tech to do, though, later on. But yeah, the pillar clips are done. It's a shame they're not more useful. They're a little bit... There's only... Even in Golden Sun 1, there's only one that we do in Golden Sun 1. Yeah, it's a shame that they're not more useful in more places. This is just a terrible encounter. I think Thor outright kills them, though.
Yeah.
Maybe it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, it does.
I gave up on this encounter and just sword nowadays.
Yeah, I've done that
same
for
here.
most of these encounters, to be fair. I just Thor most of them. I needed 2 recoveries. Right, you can save a couple of frames by killing them optimally, but if you get menuing wrong, it's just lost. I just blow them up. Thor is not... I'm going to do the slow way here because I'm bad at the fast version. Thor is not that much slower in this game that it's worth it, or that it's worth not doing it for a couple of attacks. Man, we're not getting a sarcophagus, are we? Sad. Oh, make it. Thank you. A few more chances. We're not quite there yet. Haven't quite got enough levels. Might be far
Halfway
away,
through.
though. Yeah, and we're now halfway through the dungeon. Yay. We haven't even gotten to the best puzzle in the entire dungeon. Why is this so long? Yeah, this is like the route that you would take through here if you were doing this dungeon casually. Like, we just have no skips. There's nothing interesting we can do. It's just solve the puzzles.
Yeah, not even just on that log. Like the move cone just doesn't hit, which is sad. Just like there could be something interesting, it would be nice.
Yep. But no, push stuff, use Douse, use Frost, do the
Also,
next thing.
shoutouts to Douse ranges of Douse randomly not connecting.
Yeah. Yeah, there's some synergies like Whirlwind that randomly connect when they absolutely have no right to connect, and then Douse just likes to miss. For like no reason.
Yeah, probably the easiest showdown was at the very beginning of the run, where Conical stayed really far away from a whirlwindable door wall, and it actually skips a text from Kraden, which is nice. It's just so long.
Yeah. Yep, Douse, unfortunately, not like that. Douse bad. Come on, let's see a sarcophagus. We got to see one. I've talked it up enough. We got to get it at least once, right? No, apparently not. Ooh, was that Jenna level 18?
It was.
Did we get to run away from stuff, or was that Felix?
That was Jenna.
That was Jenna. It was, yay! Now we get to run away from things. Everything gets better. No, it doesn't. It gets worse now. Now I get to complain about RNG. Right, so everybody goes into die-elemental classes. So they all have a lot of Jin in very punchy classes. Jenna and Sheba, actually no, only Felix and Piers are in die-elemental classes. Jenna and Sheba are in their base class because they have access to Flare Storm and Storm Ray, which we can use to kill things in the next area that we're going to go to after this. This is the second worst puzzle in the entire game. Pillar clips do not work on any of these pillars, unfortunately. It would be so nice if they did. So all we can do is just be super slow and solve the puzzle normally, which involves a lot of pushing and a lot of douse. It's just slow and terrible, and we hate it.
What's happening here is these pillars actually don't exist. They don't have a surface. Just a path that we see in a second now. That's its own object we can walk on. These pillars do nothing, so we can't clip onto them, since there's no ground to clip on.
Yeah, they're purely visual. What I'm doing is I'm basically just pushing around the path hitbox as opposed to the pillars. It's very weird. Yeah, unfortunately, this is always the point of the run where there's just not much to say. It's just like, yeah, hack rock. How you guys doing? You guys having a good time? What am I doing? Run away from stuff. I'm having a good time. Sun's going to be
Great
coming up
time.
here soon.
It's going down right now here.
Alright, so now I am doing PP management, now that I have taken that Sinai Stone. And I'm going to be doing PP management for quite a long time, for like an hour and a half almost. So in particular on Felix. Like, I'm not going to take another PP restore until all the way to Mawapa, really. Well, Shaman Village, which is in ages, like an hour and a half away. So I have to be super careful with healing. Who I heal. I should have healed before I took the Synergy Stone. That was silly. Not quite so bad at the moment. It will get much more difficult after I do Tandaria, which is the next dungeon. Or Tandaria Tower, which is the next dungeon. But yeah, I got to be super careful with how much PP at the moment on Jenna and Sheba I use, and eventually on Felix. Thankfully, we are pretty much done with Akarok. It's probably just going to be the one more encounter. Wow. Jenna has so much crap in her inventory. That's insane. That is insane how much crap Jenna has managed to pick up. There we go. Last encounter. Hopefully we get away. Nice.
I can't
is
stand
faster
it.
on average.
I hate messy inventories. I always sell everything that I can in Izumo.
Yeah, but that's slow.
It keeps menuing a little bit more consistent for me, which I find nice.
Found
Yeah, that's fair.
for me, selling the dress in Mikasala, this one spot really makes a difference for me personally.
Yep, same here.
Alright, so
Okay,
that's
now we
Akarok
see
pretty
them.
much done. We now have Parch, the most useless synergy in the game.
And a tutorial.
And a tutorial on how to use Parch.
Yeah.
I guess we lied earlier. 2 specific applications. One to get out and then one later.
Well, there's also the Mist Potion, but really there's only one required. If we could get into Tandaria Tower without Parch, then there would be no required uses of Parch, and we wouldn't come here. And we'd just do something else for Moapa that didn't involve the Mist Potion.
Just courthouse.
Yeah, you just courthouse it probably. Alright, so now we get to do some more fun, some better stuff. The next dungeon is just better. But getting there can be quite tricky. So now I'm the next level barrier, which is the final level barrier that I need to hit, is level 22 on Piers. I'm going to try and do the minimum encounter route, which is basically get the level 22 level up off the next boss, which is the Avimander. And we need level 22 because that is when Piers learns Wish Well, which is the upgraded version of Wish. And we kind of need Wish Well for Poseidon. Although Carrie begs to differ, who is the only person to have done Poseidon without it, which is crazy. But yeah, so once he gets to level 21, I'm going to start counting enemies that I've killed. And then once I've killed enough enemies, I'm going to go straight back to running away from stuff. Because fleeing is faster on average.
Doing Poseidon with only Wish is not something I recommend.
Yeah,
It's very,
doing
very
Poseidon
desperate.
Even with Wish Well, Poseidon is pretty desperate. The whole fight is terrifying. So I'm hoping to take an encounter at a good time here. There is a latitude that when I get to it, there are no more encounters. Oh wow, that is a bad time to get a good encounter rate. So now I'm going to take a very early encounter on Tandaria, which is where I'm going to start clearing encounters again. Yeah. Although it was not too bad because it's just an attack. Which is fine. So everything here outspeeds and everything hits pretty hard. But we are running away from everything. Oh, sorry, we're fighting everything because it is a little bit faster and they give very good experience. Fairly sure none of the enemies here exist in Golden Sun 1, so they're all pretty fast, or they all give pretty good experience, which is nice. Although these ones are being a little bit annoying. I would like doubles.
There are only
or that.
3 enemy types on this outside areas. These squirrels, these porcupine things, and dinosaurs.
Yeah, this quad is a bit slow to clear because they all get in action. Doubles and triples are fine because they're a good balance of slow or not too slow, and also you get good experience from them. So I prefer to take doubles. or triples when we can. The quads are annoying.
Yeah, this part of the game would go wrong. We like to call it Revive Simulator.
Yeah.
And hey, in this game we actually have a revive synergy. Take that, Golden Sun 1.
Yeah, notice I have not gotten any legitimate Waters of Life yet. I can get one in Izumo. I elected not to because I still had the one I currently have, and you pretty much have Revive by then anyway. That's not too bad. But yeah, it is super annoying how few Waters of Life there are. But we do get enough levels to actually get Revive the Synergy, which is super, super nice. That's 2. So Pia's got a level up to level 21, so I'm counting enemies cleared now. Means I probably will get level 19 Felix, which is nice. Level 19 Felix makes the next Jin, which is Reflux, a little bit faster.
Also gives him auto revive, which is good if things go wrong.
Yeah. It's 3. Oh, wait. The first one must have been Shiba. Okay. So he's only
Not
just got the
talking
level
from
up.
experience here.
Hey, I made it. So it takes what looks like suboptimal movement there in order to hit a no encounter zone a little bit earlier to try and cut down on encounters. And this is the single use of Parch. If we could get to this door without Parch, we would not do Aqua Rock. So please, if there are any glitch hunters watching, please find a way to do that. It would be really nice.
I missed it, Gary. Did you say that you accidentally did not get to level 19 with Felix on the Death Warp? Is that what you were mentioning?
Yeah, Felix died for me once
Oh, you
against
didn't have it
Serpent,
by
I think.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
because Felix died before.
Before the Death
And
Warp.
I got
That's really
I got
unfortunate.
CBS'd by Whis. Just
Oh
died.
no.
Ooh.
I couldn't revive.
Yeah, that's painful. I think I'll probably take a safety save before Wheeze. I do not want him to do nasty things.
In case anybody's wondering, I'm kind of famous for getting the weirdest kinds of RNG in the game.
You've definitely got a lot of the small sections where it's to get in encounter you basically need rate 30. You just have so many of those.
Oh yeah, shout outs to pre-Bilibin encounter.
Shout out to pre-Flint encounter.
Oh yeah, everyone's had that though.
Oh,
Shout outs to Emil
Did Felix
Mercury
actually get to
encounter.
level 19? He did, yeah, nice, off the last encounter, that's good. So I'm at 4 encounters cleared, Jin encounters 2. Oh, let's see if I can do the runaway. Oh, I didn't get it, that's a shame. Kindle, Cutting Edge, Mud, Impact. Kindle, Cutting Edge, Mud, and where's Impact? There it is. So level 19 Felix lets me do this as a 2-turn fight that is faster than the 1-turn fight because I don't have to do any Jin recoveries, which is super nice. It only works at level 19. It's the only time he has enough speed to do it. So he will outspeed on 2nd turn, which is really, really good.
unless you have bad agility rolls, which
Unless you have bad agility rolls. Actually, no, I think even at level 19, even with bad agility rolls. Wow, that was a gold split. Oh my god. That's interesting. Didn't expect to get a gold split there. Yeah, even with bad agility rolls, I think you're still okay. So I'm going to reset all of them and do some healing.
I
We're
can
at
tell you on
6 enemies cleared.
reflex you're fine, on weight you're not fine.
I know
agility.
for sure you're not happy.
Yeah.
with
That
me.
CBS is bad. This is an annoying encounter to clear. I think this does it though. The tornado. This is 9 encounters. Oh, apparently not. Apparently that didn't
That's a
kill
weird
them.
one. That's a really, really weird
Oh,
one.
great Megiddo.
The Minotaurus and the armor.
Living armor.
Guys
yeah,
are-
super strong. Oh, the Tartar Sax. Well, I'm getting so many drops. Is that useful? I don't think that's useful.
No. Only
No.
Pierce can equip it right now.
Yeah.
Unless you want to attack with Pierce a lot. It's not useful.
Oh. Now here's to you are going to be fighting through Magma Rock, right?
Probably, yeah.
Here's the let's hope for the demon weapon drop there and Klothos, and we'll just collect them all.
Yeah, collect all of the collect all of the rare drops. He still doesn't die. I'm just going to do it like this. He's going to get an action, but this will be faster. And better for PP. What am I at? I'm at 12 now. Wow, I'm going to be running away very soon, which is good. So this room has a very long, convoluted puzzle that is super annoying to try and solve. It involves all those pound blocks on the right there. You're supposed to use pound in various ways, and you get basically you can push a pillar across the ice and get it to jump across to move that pillar on the right that's blocking the door. But thankfully the move hitbox is super janky, and so I can it didn't work. So I can just didn't work again. Are you kidding me? So I can just stand. Am I seriously
Step
not
up.
hitting this?
The direction is slightly off.
Yeah.
Try tapping up a little bit. Should work.
That's the wrong one. Wow, I'm having a real hard time of hitting this. There we go.
Okay.
That's actually, it's not as precise as I made that look. That's actually pretty lenient. I was just very bad at doing it. But yeah, basically the hitbox is all janky, so you can just do it from the left side of the room, which is nice. There are a few other pillars in the game that you can do that sort of thing too. There aren't that many super useful ones, unfortunately, but yeah, that one's one that saves quite a lot of time. Even getting it that slowly was still faster than doing it the normal way. So I'm at 14, which is fine. So really only 2 or 3 more, or probably 2 more encounters will give me enough experience. So we did all of this in order to get to the Burst Brooch, which is a signage that we're going to see quite a lot of. Not for a little while, but in sort of the end game dungeons, we use Burst a lot. I'm going to have to give it to Jenna, who does not have enough inventory space. Because inventory bad. I'm going to heal as well. Burst.
All these little tutorial areas have retreat disabled in them, so we can't just retreat out.
Yeah, so we have to actually use the signage that we collected in order to retreat. Alright, and this is the next prong. Finally, we're back to collecting the prongs. So really the order we've done things is get the signage required first, and then do the prongs. And now I'm going to fight Wheeze, the next Jin, which hopefully he's nice. Wheeze can be super trolly, but he's not too bad, but yeah, we shall see. Hopefully I get all the way to him with a good encounter rate. Ah, bugger. Oh, that's alright then. So Wheeze, I think, will be all of the experience that I need in order to level up from Avumander. Kindle, attack, mud, and impact. Nice, that's great. We want him to do a lot of damage to us on this first turn.
Oh, he targeted Jenna, so didn't even hit Shiva.
Yeah, that's alright. Shiva's going to die pretty quick anyway. Flare Storm, Sour Defend, Attack. Why does that say right for Flare Storm? That's weird. Alright, so that's Wheeze dead, which is nice. And now we're kind of in the middle of nowhere. It's a long way to get back to anywhere. The fastest way for us to get to where we want to go is just to die. So that's what we're going to do. We're gonna set up a Death Warp. So the next encounter I take, I'm just going to do dummy summons forever, and we're going to die. Actually, in order to do dummy summons forever, I think that was better. Nice, even a good encounter for it. Right, so I don't have enough Jin on standby to do Judgment, so I can't, but I can still select it, and everyone just takes full damage, and they will die, hopefully quickly. You die, you die, you die. Hopefully we die. Oh, we're not going to die on this turn, probably the next turn. Yeah, nice. Nice. And now that we've done that, we can put everything back onto set, and Felix has revived. So we can revive everyone, we can do some apply and cure. So that PP draining there is really setting up for a retreat glitch in a long time from now. when we get to Shaman Village. We want to drain PP. This is sort of the most efficient way to drain PP is to just revive everyone there in order to do it, which is nice. All right, so that's a lot of the scary stuff done. We're going to go back. It's been a long time since we've had some cutscenes, so now we're going to go do a very long one. All the way back to Al Hafra, which is where we fought Briggs. So after you fight Briggs, wow, triple fail here. That's annoying. After you fight Briggs, you're supposed to like fix half of the boat or most of the boat and then realize that there's a big boulder that you can't move. Well, now we have burst, we can move the boulder, but it's faster to just do it all at once or go back later and do it all at once as opposed to do it some of it then and some of it earlier and some of it now. And that gives us lots of cutscenes once we do that. But we haven't had cutscenes for a while, so it's fine. This game has far more long runs of no cutscenes than Golden Sun 1 had, which is good, because no one likes cutscene mashing. It's bad for your wrist. Again, very specific boat movement in order to get back to Al Hafra as fast as possible. Hopefully this is the last encounter. I'm getting really bad flee rates on the ocean. That's better. And I should hopefully have all of the PP that I need. Did I go down at the right time? Oh, I went a little bit far. Yeah, that beach hitbox is a bit silly. You can be way to the right of the beach and it still connects, which is silly. Alright, so now we are all the way back here. And we're going to go do boat stuff.
Shout out to Crying Kid that we just ignore.
Yeah, no one cares about that. He's been hungry for a long time. We can't even help him because we don't ever get Tremor. Alright, so the order we do the boat... Oh god, this mast is so slow. So we come down here, we move this box off first, then we do the log, then we jump around. It's a whole process doing the boat. I love how everyone just kind of gave up on trying to fix it. Also, that move is so laggy. All of the moves here are so slow. Ugh, pain.
Yeah, story-wise, what happened earlier is that the mayor of Al Hafra told us we can have the boat if we can fix it. So, secondary quest the whole time was fixing this boat. But then we met peers who had a boat, so it kinda became unnecessary.
Yeah, also you're supposed to remember that you have to come back here, but how long ago? We were in Al Hafra like almost 2 hours ago in like in speedrun time. So when you're playing casually, this is like 15 or 20 hours to get back here, and absolutely everybody forgets that you're supposed to come back here and use burst to finish fixing the boat. Everybody forgets about it. I definitely forgot about it when I played as a kid. It took me forever to figure out where to go. The game doesn't really give you that many pointers of where you're supposed to go here. It really is, it just gives you the boat and says figure it out for yourself.
Yeah, it's also not very easily noticed, like, what do you do with this rock? Like, as you can see, like, these boxes and the pounds and the lash things, they're all like colored a little bit different because you can interact with them. This energy, this has no indication other than it being cracked that this is something you interact with Synergy. I remember as a kid being in that situation, be like, yeah, I think I got back to the boat, but now what do I do here?
Yeah, I tried to pound it about 1,000 times and see if that worked.
Yeah.
It did not, sadly.
Pretty sure I never paid any attention to it because we already had a boat. So I just thought that's the red herring. You don't need it.
It's like no one remembers
It's a
to come
side
back
quest.
here.
It's a side
And
quest,
you
probably.
have to do this to progress the story.
Yeah.
Right? Because in order to forge the trident, we need to go to Champa and fight Avimander, and in order to do that, we have to do all of these cutscenes and fix the boat. And the game never tells you to come back here. I'd love to know how many people looked up the game guide to figure out that they had to do this.
I wonder how many people went to the fortune teller.
Yeah, but even the fortune teller, it's like, it's not obvious how the fortune teller works, and even the things the fortune teller does is super cryptic. Like, there's
Most
nowhere that tells you that if you give a weapon, you
Yeah.
get a different answer or a different sort of hint than if you give
Yeah.
a piece of armor.
Most people don't even know he tells you anything useful.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've heard people using them function.
Yeah. So this is
There we
the
go.
creepy mayor cutscene. The mayor is a super creepy person, and we don't like him. He in a non-dialogue cutscene is gonna hit on Jenna, who is supposed to be what, 16 years old? Yeah,
Yeah.
creepy. In this cutscene, all right, they're having a bit of a chat. Oh, what's going on? Now he
Felix being
starts
a good
checking
brother.
out Jenna. Here comes the love heart, and Felix, who is Jenna's brother, is like, "What in the hell are you on about, dude? Creepy mayor. We don't like him."
All
Sorry,
of his
we never have to
dialogue
see
is
him
also
again.
just mean.
Yeah, he's just mean. Also, shout outs to the Jenna battle theme, randomly playing here for reasons.
Best. Funny stuff. Well, you can't do it now, but later you can do it. The music that plays in battle is determined by who is in your party in the front line. Felix's you hear pretty much the entire game because he's there. He is the first. If you have Isaac in your party, it will play the battle theme from the first game. And then if both Felix and Isaac are in your back line and you have Jenna up, it will play her battle theme, which is always fun.
Which is the best of the battle themes.
Yep, I agree.
Unfortunately, the team got routed out of late game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it was only routed in for a little bit, and then it got routed straight back out again.
Yeah, but it was the best time.
It was. Where am I going? I haven't used any side crystals, so I don't think I need the backup.
Also, shoutouts for the randomizer who removed this entire section.
Like you just
really?
don't have to do the boat at all.
Oh, that's nice.
You can do the boat and just leave.
Nice.
Yeah, that's really nice.
Yeah, I poked around. I'm sure that others have as well. But yeah, if you can get outside of all of the villagers have moved in a way that blocks you from being able to leave Al Hafra. If you can get out, you can just exit if you want to. But nothing to clip through really anywhere.
Oh, really? This isn't a quest flag, this cutscene.
I'm pretty
If you
sure.
can get out, you can just go straight to Champa and everything still works. I didn't know that.
I remember looking a while ago.
I just assumed this cutscene was a flag that you had to set. There you go. It's also a surprisingly long cutscene. Doesn't need to be this long, although there's an even worse one coming up in not too long.
Looks like it is required. Lexa said in chat.
Yeah, I would be surprised if it wasn't. Alright, so the next dungeon we're going to go to after this is one of my favourite dungeons, is Angkor Ruins. Always liked Angkor Ruins. Has a really nice aesthetic to it. Like, has a very sort of fallen empire kind of feel to it, which is nice. And we can do some fun stuff. We only have to do like half the dungeon, which is always nice. Alright, this cutscene is almost over. Alright, and we're done. Done with Al Hafra. Never have to come back here ever again. Don't have to see any of these people. We are actually almost done with the Eastern Sea. We just have Angkor Ruins, and then we go through the gauntlet of terrible bosses. The run killers are coming up in not too long. But we're not quite there yet. A little bit to go. Oh wow, that's a bad encounter rate. That's annoying.
Hey,
I think I'm going to kill... Yeah, I didn't use Avoid. I don't do the Avoid there. Avoid is... I think if you get a first try flee, on the one extra encounter you're likely to take, Avoid is slower. So I prefer to just YOLO it.
Also, if you don't use Avoid, you have a chance to get a Magic River,
Also that.
which is always a plus. Completely useless. Literally just some wrong tile data on the sea.
Yeah, but you have to take an encounter in a very specific Y coordinate in order for it to happen. It is pretty funny though. It's completely useless here.
I said I have the weirdest luck.
Yeah.
Because you also got the Mars Lighthouse disappearing.
Yes.
Nice.
Alright, so this is Angkor Ruins. Like I said, I like this dungeon. It's not too long, it has some cool puzzles, I like the track, this is a good one. I should have done sand there. So how many encounters did I say I've taken? I think I'm at 17 or 18, so I should have enough. I'm going to take one fight just to be safe, though. And then hope Piers doesn't die to Avimander, because then everything is very sad. Oh, it's a terrible encounter. I'm going to run from this one. Definitely good on PP, though, which is nice. PP management has been on point, is what we want. Ooh. Yeah, run from this one as well. I will clear a good encounter if I see it. Not any of these awful ones that require extra attacks. Oh yeah, fleeing is faster on average. Triple fails. Sand, and you can do some healing. So there's a bit of a risk versus reward with using sand. When you're using sand, you move really slowly, but you also can't take any encounters. So it's very much a, do you go slow to not take encounters, or do you risk getting a good encounter rate? I like to just go slow. Also, shout outs to this guy who had a real big night. What a stupid joke. Where's retreat? There it is.
I chuckled.
So leaving re-enter there is to take an encounter reset, because I had quite a good run without an encounter, so reset it, and it wasn't an encounter skip because I still took 2, but you know. Fewer encounters is always faster. So the first part of this dungeon we're doing mostly normally. There aren't really any retreat glitches or anything we can do here, but there is one big skip we can do because of Move's janky hitbox, where we can skip pretty much half the dungeon. So we're going to solve most of it normally, and then just will be at the end. Actually, I probably should have killed this. This should have been my one encounter. That's alright. I will still find time to kill something. And there's a lot of like other items and stuff that you can find here if you do exploring, but none of them are really that useful. Alright, this will definitely be enough experience now. It was almost certainly more than enough anyway, but now we're definitely good. So no more killing stuff, back to fleeing is faster on average. You can run around here and you can get an extra PP recovery if you do a little bit of running. Basically an auto-scroller anyway, you can't hit that button until the second sand drops. Just a minor optimization if you're in trouble. You can quite often be in PP trouble when you get here. This one's not been too bad though. Alright, so the whole point of this dungeon is you're supposed to do the 2 halves of the dungeon to push both sides of the statue's face down, which makes it spew the sand again, and then you can use sand to go up the sandfall. This is one side. We're supposed to now go do the right half, but that's super slow. We don't like doing that. We're gonna skip it. Or we're gonna skip doing all of the solving of the puzzles and just go straight to the end, because that's faster, and we like being faster. Some healing. If I come and use sand here, and I wedge myself there, jump out on the corner, I can hit that move pillar from inside this block, which is supposed to be the quick return. That skipped literally half the dungeon. Like, literally half the dungeon just got skipped, which is awesome. That saves, like, minutes, which is really, really nice.
And gets us a little bit closer to the secret super boss of this run.
Yeah. Yeah. Really, the 2 final bosses almost are coming up. Not too far away.
Don't you mean 3?
Yeah, Moapa's not as bad, though.
I mean in this dungeon, there's something.
Oh, you mean this dungeon? Oh, yeah, the super... Nah, there's a setup. Do you not know the setup?
I know, but...
The setup makes it easy. Shoutouts to Raffi for the setup.
I just gamble.
Nah, it's awful if you just gamble. It's like sub-pixel dependent if you just gamble. It's the worst. Alright, so now we've done, like, solved the big puzzle of the game by skipping half of the dungeon by skipping half of it. Oh, that's actually not a terrible time to take this encounter. Probably only be the one more encounter after this, which is fine. Oh yeah, critical hit, that's always fun. So we're supposed to go up the sand waterfall. It's actually faster to go diagonally, because clearly Camelot don't understand how vectors work, so you move up the waterfall faster if you move diagonally, which is a bit silly. So it's probably going to be one more encounter before I get to the end, you'd think. Unless I get lucky. I might get lucky. So yeah, so if you look, if I go up super slow, but once I move diagonally, I start moving much faster, which is good. Am I gonna get there? Yo, I got there, nice. All right, so the final boss, the right prong is the final boss of this dungeon. Wow, I went the slow way. Is the final boss. So hard to grab, but we have a setup to do it. Makes it, oh, everyone does the sand there. This is the only one, or you can retreat straight out of here. Thankfully, I wasn't in PP trouble when I did that. The number of times I've accidentally used sand there instead of retreat and then run out of PP is ridiculous. I do it all the time.
Glitch. You can retreat glitch too.
Yeah, there's a retreat glitch, but it's just... it's slow.
Oh yeah, picking up that prong is not trivial.
Yeah, if you just go up the ladder and try and pick up the prong, I guarantee you will fail. Even if you're facing straight at it, you will fail to pick it up. It's so precise. But by running left and back, it puts us in just the right position to get it.
For some reason, the prong's position on the pedestal is different on that screen than in the other two.
Yeah.
Who knows why?
Yeah. So this is a long cutscene where they are reminding us of the actual plot of the game, of what we're supposed to be doing. We've been sort of running around the Eastern Sea, doing all these dungeons for the last couple of hours, and now the antagonists are showing up and going, hey, you guys are supposed to be trying to light the lighthouse. What are you guys doing? And they do it in a very long, slow way, which is annoying, but hey. And then they drop the bombshell at the end. Sorry?
Then there's this guy, who just comes out of nowhere and is not relevant at all. So yeah, so basically what they're saying here is, go light the lighthouses, stop wasting time, what are you doing? You're being too slow. And then Alex at the end is going to drop the bombshell that Babby, who is sort of the guy who, I guess, kidnapped Kraden as a child and, like, raised him and turned him into a scientist, he is finally dead. Which we don't mind, Babby's not very nice. Which is kind of ironic that he's a guy who generates the most dialogue in Golden Sun 1. And he even generates dialogue in this game, even though he's dead. Even though he's dead. It's because he's old, he's like 200 years old, and the older you are, the more dialogue you have. It's awful. I've never thought about it like that he's generating the dialogue because even though he's dead. That's so true. God damn. I hate Babby. In Golden Sun 1 alone, his cutscenes are like 10 minutes altogether. Yeah. The post-Colosso cutscene is just... ugh. Just in the last, 40 minutes of the run? Not even? Yeah.
Yep. It's like the
insane.
big breath before the end game starts, and it's like, okay, I just want to go now. If you're on good pace and you need a good end game and Golden Sun 1, having that like 5-minute cutscene after Colosso is just so painful. All right, so we finally come to the big run killers of the run. Avimander and then Poseidon. These guys are awful. Avimander is first. He is less awful than Poseidon, but if he decides to spam heat stun, he's just, it's prey. We can put him to sleep though, and we're going to try. If he goes to sleep on turn 1, then the fight basically becomes free. If not, then it's cross your fingers and hope for good RNG. So first thing I'm going to do my Jhin setup for him.
I know you mentioned we were going to have a break around now. Is that coming up before or?
Yeah, we can do it before Avimander if you like.
Yeah, up to you.
By the
Yeah,
way,
we
you
can-
said haste, not dwarf.
Did I?
Yeah.
Oh, I did too. That was silly. Yeah, we can take a break now before we do Avimander if you like.
Sure, we can do that. Let me know when we can pause.
Yep. We can pause now. All right, we'll take a break.
So like I said earlier, during these longer runs, we like to take breaks every hour, hour and a half, just so everybody can get up, get some water, stretch, anything they need to do. Just a quick reminder, if you're over on YouTube watching this, be sure to like or press the like button on this video and subscribe to the channel. Also, you can go to twitch.tv/GamesDoneQuick if you're interested in looking at our live content. It starts weeknights at 7 p.m. Eastern and weekends at 1 p.m. Eastern. That said, we'll be back in just a few minutes with more of the run. Hello everybody and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. This is our Golden Sun, the Lost Age 20th Anniversary Special, and we are in the middle of a run. I'll just hand it right back over and we can get back into it.
All right, let's get going again. In 3, 2, 1, let's go. All right, so a nice break before the scary bosses is scary. It's nice, but like I'd rather just get through them all. I'm definitely going to take a safety save here. Avimander he will just end the run sometimes because he just wants to, because he's not very nice. So I'm going to come through the door into the Avimander room and I'm going to take a save here. Hopefully I don't need it, but you never know. All right, here we go. So the idea with Avimander is to just spam summons as quick as possible and hope I don't die. On the first turn, I'm going to use both Waft and Sleep to try and put him to sleep. If he goes to sleep, we're very, very happy. If he doesn't, then we can make do, but it's less fun. All right, here we go. Please go to sleep. So Shade reduces 60% damage taken. Very, very useful. And it comes out with priority. Go to sleep. Didn't go to sleep there. Go to sleep on this one. We do not have a Sleepy Mander. So now we need to hope he doesn't use Star Mine to open and he doesn't use Heat Stun and proc on someone important. Because he gets 2 actions a turn, which is annoying. Yeah, okay, that's a good first turn. We can live with that. Second turn, I'm just going to heal and defend. That's literally all we can do here. If we don't do that, we pretty much just die. Guard, this is really good so far. So now we're going to use all of our Mercury Gen so we can just do stuff on the last turn. So now we'll have Boreas available for the last turn, which is nice. We still have enough Jupiter Gen on standby to do Procne as well, and that's just how he just dies. And also a Judgment. As long as he doesn't heat stun anyone, we can live with guards. Guards are totally fine. Star Mine, everyone should survive this, I think. Yep. Nice. Okay, we're okay now.
Yeah, about guard. Guard raises defense and only physical defense.
Yeah.
And we are using next to no physical moves anyway. Synergy, there are a couple of physical ones, but most of them aren't. Summons aren't physical. Defense is useless in this game.
Yeah, defense is like it's completely overrated stat. So that was a really, really nice Avimander. He was super generous to us there. Not a single heat stun and just the 1 Star Mine. Like, if he's not going to go to sleep, that's pretty much the next best possible Avimander. That was really good. Which probably means Poseidon's going to be awful. Avimander is the first of the bad bosses. He is nowhere near as bad as Poseidon.
And we have to get to Poseidon, which is also not great.
Yeah.
It's one of the weirdest skills TLA runners have is to manage to go through Sea of Time quite fast.
Yeah, and no one practices it either. It's so weird. Oh, we got... yay, she's all glitchy. Nice. I love that.
So at some point you go through there without even thinking, and then you're a TLA runner if you can go through Sea of Time without anything
Without
happening.
making a mistake, yeah. So we're just watching a cutscene where everyone finds out that, Briggs was a pirate. Oh, what was he doing? Naughty Briggs. And then Obaba, the old woman, is going to forge the trident for us. So all of this sort of running around the Eastern Sea to get the trident is finally over. We're about to finally have it. And then we can go and kill Poseidon. And you need it to defeat Poseidon. You cannot defeat Poseidon without it. Without the trident, he has like a barrier that prevents all damage. So you have to use trident first turn in order to even do any damage to him at all. Which is why we have to do all of this stuff.
Another little story tidbit. You only caught a glimpse of him after we fixed the boat, but Briggs and Chihuacha, I believe is her name. Have a kid named Iolio, who is actually a playable character in the third game. And you get a preview, and Briggs uses Iolio to bribe or goad Obaba into sicking the Avimander on you.
Yeah, Iolio can use Synergy, which is pretty fun, which is pretty cool.
Talking about Lich Hunters, if there are any, find a way to get the boat early in Dark Dawn. Early Iolio, let's go. Back to TLA now.
Now, the other classic mistake that I have definitely made before is forgetting to actually pick up the trident and not realizing until I enter the Poseidon fight.
Ouch.
Yeah, I have done that before. Thankfully, it was only in practice. I didn't do it in an actual run, but yeah, that was silly. That's a mistake you only make once.
Forgotten to pick up a prong in an actual run.
I very nearly did that in my PB. I used burst on the ice, and then I just retreated and forgot the prong. Whoops. Oh, slow stairs. Why? Why are you so slow? Alright, so this is the part of the run where I start getting nervous. And we hope good things happen. So the Sea of Time is a very strange dungeon. Like the whole lore around Sea of Time is that Lemuria is an ancient civilization that is slowly declining. The people don't age really, or they don't get sick. They live for a long, long time. And they live in the middle of the Sea of Time, which is shrouded by mist and covered with and surrounded by whirlpools. So there is a route through the whirlpools. You're supposed to go to a town called Yalam, where someone has been through, or they have a legend of someone who went through the Sea of Time, and there's like a nursery rhyme to teach you how to get through the whirlpools. We have a faster way. We do not take the intended route through here. We're gonna do the silly route. And hope we get it right. If I get it wrong, then we get the cutscene of shame, and no one wants to see the cutscene of shame.
Yeah. And the controls in here are pretty awful.
Yeah, they are terrible. Hey, you got it first try, nice. See if I can do this without missing any whirlpool exits. I also hate this soundtrack. Sea of Time music is just like they could have done better. This is the one where if you're going to get the cutscene, you're going to get it. Nice. I got through. Oh, I missed the exit. Damn.
here we skip a volcano. You're supposed to go down here, but
You can
why go
just
down when you can
straight to the
go
left.
to the left? And we made it.
There we go, no cutscene of shame. Alright, now for scary. 3 laps around this volcano, 1 quick gin setup, a definite safety save, and then hope for the best. Oh. I should... Oh, I'll heal after. Reflux. There to there.
And we have Bushwell.
Oh, who's got the... Oh my god. So much crap in everybody's inventory. It's ridiculous. Side crystal. Alright. It is Scary Poseidon time. Here we go. Fingers crossed.
And sort of
Hardest
what
boss
we're
of the
looking
game.
for here in these is to help speed up the fight and give Poseidon less turns. We're going to use Reflux on Felix, and he's going to attack normally a couple times. We are hoping for either a Megiddo or 2 Reflux procs, and that can save some turns and make the fight a little bit safer because he just takes less actions.
We're also very happy if you just survive everything.
Yeah. That also makes... So, Poseidon has an AoE spell called Watery Grave that hits all 4 party members and has a chance to proc instant death on anyone it hits. It's awful. And, Shade.
Talking
Yeah,
about
his-
Watery Grave. Watery Grave is not Mercury aligned, so raising our Mercury resistance does nothing, even though it's called Watery, but it's just neutral.
And I don't think we mentioned it yet. Poseidon is one of the few bosses as well. This is the first, the Serpent had 2 actions, but Poseidon is the first one where his first action that he chooses is a set cycle that it is on to run. So he's using Counter Rush, which is unfortunate with the Reflux because it means Reflux won't proc twice. But we kind of operates on that in the first one, so he can't Watery Grave in the first turn. That would be awful. Can't imagine a world like that.
Oh, here we go.
can
Oh,
in the
please
second.
don't. Okay, we're good.
Okay.
Didn't proc. Oh, terrifying. What are you doing? Shade. So in theory, Watery Grave can insta-kill all 4 party members, but the chance of it happening is super, super low. Oh, this is going to be the slow fight if we get through it.
I've had 3 before.
This is fine.
I've only had 2 myself.
Which will defend. So if we get through this turn, we should be okay.
And we also, it's actually, I guess it's not improbable at all to have peers act in between the first and second turn. Ocean Fist has a chance to proc to put somebody at 1 HP, but Wishwell heals enough that it gets safe out of being hit by one of his second actions to just kill somebody.
Nice. All right, this was a really, really good Poseidon. Like, he was super... Like, there's a way to kill him faster if you get super lucky, but, like, that was really nice.
Well done.
One Watery Grave, no procs, no one died, everyone's alive at the end of the fight. That was really, really good. Didn't have to try and save the fight because someone died because random RNG nonsense. So that is so nice. Sigh of relief. There's only one more really nasty boss, and after that, the rest of the run is pretty smooth sailing. So we are almost to the point where we can relax. But first, we have to get through Lemuria, and we're finally here. We've spoken about it a lot. We finally made it to Lemuria. Before we enter, we're going to come back into the boat, though, because we have an item in here that we really, really would like to get, which is the Mist Potion. Mist Potion... Oh, wrong door. Always go down the wrong door. It's back into the room where we fought the Aqua Hydra. this chest, we can use Parch, and this contains a Mist Potion, which is an item that will heal all party members, I think to full, or maybe it's just like 500. Basically, it'll heal everyone to full, which is super useful. Like an overpowered wish, which is nice.
What are you doing?
Sorry?
Okay, we've just run out.
Oh, yeah.
You're out where you can retreat there, right?
I forget that retreat every single time. Every time.
Yeah, we've talked about old people talking a lot in this game, and Lemurians stopped aging, so they're all really, really old. So we'll be here for a while.
Yeah.
For the next 10 minutes, if you want to do something, do something.
Yeah, no joke. Like, this is 15 minutes of mostly cutscene. So the big cutscene block in Golden Sun 1 is right at the start of the game. In The Lost Age, it's now. We have literally 15 minutes of cutscenes coming. With like a little bit of running around, but mostly just me mashing through cutscenes. So if you like the sound of keyboard mashing, boy, are you in store. hang around, you're going to hear it for a bit. And the lore is like, yeah, lore happens and all that, but yeah, who cares?
Shout out to the random cow in Lemuria.
Oh yeah, there's a random cow and there's like a random dog
There's
and
a
like
chicken.
some chicken. There's just random animals.
This cutscene here too is the one that we mentioned earlier, where if you chose some no dialogue options, this is the one where Kraden will freak out at Felix. It's been a lifelong dream, well, maybe not lifelong, but a really long time for Kraden has been wanting to go to Lemuria, and he finally gets a chance to go here, and you can just be like, nah, let's not go.
Yeah, he'll ask you, are you ready to go into Lemuria? And if you say no, he just freaks out. But you have to have said no to a few other things along the way. We're not going to do that because it's a really slow addition to the cutscene. We don't care about slow additions to cutscenes. Unfortunately, even in in RNG manipulation runs, we still have to come to Lemuria because we get to, at the end of Lemuria, we get a signage item called Grind. And even with all of the tricks that we can do that are banned in this category, there is one required use of Grind that we cannot skip. So even in RNG manip, skip everything categories, with the exception of any percent, we still have to come here. It's so painful. You do Doom Dragon percent, my Doom Dragon percent route, and it's like, it's great, and then suddenly 15 minutes of slow. But one of the bonuses of coming to Lemuria is we get to use the Lemurian Springs. And if you get a lucky medal into the middle, the first time you get it in the middle, you always get Eclipse. Eclipse is a level 5 summon that is the absolute GOAT summon of Golden Sun. Like, if we're going to use Eclipse to kill everything else for the rest of the game, just about. If we want to kill stuff, we kill stuff with Eclipse. Very, very strong. And it's all Jin that we have like access to lots of. It's just so good. It's really the only time saves we can really do in Lemuria is just optimizing movement, like how we run between all of the different sort of cutscenes, and that's really all we can do. Otherwise, it's just be good at mashing. Like there, I'll run to the right there because there's less walking frames for Felix if you run to the right. It's about the best we got here. Yeah, so I'm very glad that side went well. We were talking in the break. It's like, it would be nice if, he killed someone and I have to like go off script and try and save the fight. But also, I'm kind of glad I didn't have to do that. Poseidon is so trolly when it goes bad. Like, if it goes bad, there's a very good chance that Poseidon goes from bad to worse. If someone dies, it's highly likely someone else is gonna die.
Just kill the reflux, man.
Also, saying no there saves like a couple of seconds. You skip quite a lot of dialogue boxes if you say no there. Most of the times you say no, save like 1 or 2 dialogue boxes, but there's 2 that save like a lot. That's one of them, and the other one is coming in Jupiter Lighthouse. Because yes, we will eventually get to the lighthouses at some point in the run.
Alright, we were supposed to do something.
Yeah, right. Carson Agatio and Alex even showed up to remind us. But no, we just ignored them and came to Lemuria anyway.
Random people, you mean?
So this is Piers' uncle? Is this supposed to be his uncle?
Yeah.
I forget. Yeah, Piers,
Yeah.
this is Piers' house. Piers' uncle is a big fan of bowling, so he's got bowling pins everywhere.
I never thought of that being one of the options. I'm always like, are these vases? Are they wine bottles? What are these?
They're wine bottles. I think the point is his sister, like, Piers' mum, we're finding out Piers' mum died while he was away. And I think his uncle has gone into a bit of an alcoholic depression. I think is the implication. Right, because there's the red one on the bottom right there that has, like, liquid coming out of it. But I always thought they looked like bowling pins.
Yeah.
So now Piers is going to be super sad that his mum died. Because people, even though they have, like, this magical draft in Lemuria that stops them from aging, they can still get sick and die. And Piers' mum was always a bit sick, apparently, so she's gone. Very sad.
And when you watch these cutscenes, so many just kind of nitpick. I'm always looking at that curtain that's swaying in the breeze. Like there was just some intern at Camelot that was just like, here you go. Can you just like make this move a little bit in this cutscene?
Yeah, make a couple of different sprites for this so we can have, like, some movement here. Same with the bird. It's like, someone make a timer for how often the bird, like, dips its beak.
This message bird is so unnecessary.
It's so silly, isn't it? Like, so we're gonna go talk to Loompa. Loompa's like kind of a big deal from Golden Sun 1. He's like a noble thief who founded a town and came here with Babby, and he's still here. And he's like got information for us. And so the guy is sending this bird to go and warn Loompa that we're coming. And it's like, why? Why can't we just like go? It's so silly. I bet you we get there before the bird anyway.
Yeah.
Also,
Right? It's not even that far away.
Fun fact, if you have the Lash Pebble on Pierce during this and he leaves your party, you can just enter this building through the bottom door.
Oh, can you really?
Yeah.
Oh,
Because
is that
otherwise
how
you
they do
softlock.
that? Yeah, otherwise you softlock. Is that faster?
Don't think so.
Damn.
We could try.
Someone must have. Yeah, because you probably walk to the same final position, right?
Yeah.
So you
I
would
never
walk
tried it
all the way along the
myself.
bottom. Yeah, I wonder.
I
Huh,
never
I didn't
did it
know that.
myself, but
That's funny. I love that they thought of that. That you need Lash here and Piers, because Piers has left our party here, right, to go and grieve. So he's gone.
Mm-hmm.
So any items that he has, he's taken with him. So yeah, I love
Lumpus
that
just
they
throws
thought
you a
of that.
rope.
Camelot are like famous for their attention to detail in games like this, or in like Golden Sun in particular, but also Shining Force has lots of stuff which they developed before this. But yeah, they do all kinds of little attention to detail stuff. My favorite is much earlier in the game when we went to Kabombo. We went chasing Piers who went before us. They put a series of like puddles to use frost on, that if you had frost, you could do a different solution to get through Gondawon Cave and Kabombo Mountain. So it's like, this is the path that Piers would have had to take in order to get here. It's like, you can't take that path, but it exists, which is cool.
Really, really good dungeon design.
Yeah. Yeah. So yes, here's the cutscene where, like, Loompa, he traveled here with Babby. He's like 200 years old, which means he talks a lot. Yay. And we're learning that maybe, you know, alchemy being sealed away was a bad thing. Maybe we shouldn't have done that. Mistakes were made. So the first game, it's playing as Isaac. You're convinced by the Wise One that releasing alchemy, mankind will use the power of alchemy to destroy itself and the world, and this is bad. But when we get to Lemuria here, we learn that with alchemy sealed away, the world is slowly dying, and it's shrinking, and eventually it will just cease to exist. Like, it will just shrink away to nothing. Gaia Falls, which is the giant waterfall at the edge of the world, will just completely erode all of Wayard. So we need to light the lighthouses in order to save Wayard, which is kind of what we're learning now, and in the next cutscene. Which is a great way to turn the antagonists from the first game into the protagonists of this game. But we have to sit through lots of cutscenes in order to get there. We're only about 5 more minutes. The last cutscene is not too bad. There's only one more to go, which is in the palace.
Just probably one of the biggest memes on the community in this next cutscene.
Yeah, yeah. Also, shout outs to the Palace theme feeling incredibly out of place here.
Barbie's theme.
This is the King of Lemuria, King Hydros, and his very conservative senator, Lord Conservato. Really original name, that, for the conservative guy. Lord Conservato doesn't really like us here. He's kind of a pointless character. He's only there to introduce a little bit of conflict, and then he just runs off and cries. This is where they confirm, yeah, the world is shrinking and unleashing alchemy good. Piers decides to come with us for the rest of our quest, and then finally we can actually go to the Western Sea and do Jupiter Lighthouse soon. But first, we get to see the croissant. The silliest thing, like to prove that the world is shrinking. That's the old map, and this is the new map, and oh look, it's all different. Isn't it shrunk? It's so silly. So Plexa ran this category at GDQ, which one? 2021? Was it last year? Or 2 years ago? Or was it 2022? I forget. Anyway, he literally pulled out a croissant and started eating a croissant during this cutscene, which was hilarious.
I did see in chat, him and somebody else did also mention that if the lash pebble is on Piers, Lupa actually goes up and drops you a rope, and you still go into the top door.
Is that how it happens? Interesting. So yes, it is definitely slower then because it adds extra cutscene.
But it's funny. Could be a nice
funny,
run.
yeah. We should do like an all cutscenes category where we have to watch every cutscene in a row.
Oh no, why would you even suggest that?
Yeah, that sounds awful.
Chronicle, when it's glitchless? If you already have bad ideas.
Yeah, that's not a thing that's happened before, right? No one's ever done that. That would be terrible. What a
Nobody's
terrible
ever
idea.
done glitchless. Wasn't
fun.
6 people? Wasn't a 6 people race?
No, definitely not. I actually didn't do that race. I think it was at a terrible time for me, so I opted out of the race. Says the guy who got up at 2:30 in the morning to do a run today. Still dark out. Gotta love winter. 6:30. It's not even a hint of dawn yet. All right, we're almost done. Cutscenes are almost over.
And before anyone's asking, glitchless is the same run as this, but longer.
Yep, and a worse early game because you don't get the Soul Blade.
Yeah, you go
So
to
you have to
Garrow
like
instead.
figure out how to kill Briggs efficiently without Soul Blade, which is
You go
awful.
to go to Garrow, get Aoife, and spam Progney the entire game.
Yeah.
That's it.
All right, so we are done with Lemuria, thank God. But it has one last present for us as we're leaving, unfortunately.
Fun fact about these maps, this room or this map and the one that we're going out to when we get back on the boat, there is a section in Lemuria, on this Lemurian part where you can like use grind and then go and get rhyme. They're actually the same map. They just have like that pillar that is fallen down isn't fallen down, and there's a door to go down. It's the same thing.
Yep. So this is Lemuria's final present. This is like, I can't match through this. This is just an auto-scroller. We just sit here watching this cutscene. I can't make this go any faster. It's terrible. It's the only cutscene in the game that's like this.
I do like it though. It shows some nice camaraderie between the group.
It does. It's a nice
tease
little
each other.
break as well. It's like one of the few times that you can take my hands off the keyboard, or you can put your controller down and have like a bit of a stretch. But yeah, still, I'd rather not do this. I'd rather be able to get through here quicker.
Some people also like to fully voice act this scene during runs.
Oh yeah, no thank you. Pass. No one wants to hear that. I'd have like no viewers if I did that. Also, Felix with some lines of dialogue. He has like 2 lines of dialogue in the entire game. That's one of them. All right, so now we're leaving Lemuria. We have Grind, so we can go to the Western Sea finally. Yay. You get that. Oh my god, I have to... That's so annoying.
And we can prepare for our favorite phrase of the game.
Yes.
Fleeing is faster on average.
Fleeing is about to be faster on average again. I should have healed Jenna. Otherwise, she will die. That would be bad.
I mentioned it at the beginning of the run with the whole fleeing on pasture. It's just when we get to the Western... excuse me. Get to the Western Sea, it's like the first chance for a flee try is like a 2% chance or something ridiculously low, but it's just supposedly faster to try.
It depends a bit on the encounter, but yeah, in general, their flee chance is terrible. But it is faster. Like, there's not really an efficient way to kill things that's like fast and doesn't require doing a huge Jin setup. So it's like, it's just the fastest way to kill them is to clear them is just to run away and hope you don't die.
And
Yeah,
if you die,
dying
you
here
get
is really bad.
sent back to Lemuria.
Yeah, if I die between here and before I get to Shaman Village, you go back to Lemuria and it's very, very slow. So I might take a safety save after Petra because I have lost runs to that before, taking bad encounters. And ain't nobody want to do that today. So the next town we're going to go to is Shaman Village. In order to get into Jupiter Lighthouse, we need to learn Hover. And we learn Hover by going to Shaman Village. And Shaman Village is my favorite town in the game because it's silly. It's very broken. We can do lots of fun, silly things in Shaman Village.
It's your favorite town because it's not a town, right?
Because, yeah, it's my favorite town because it's actually a dungeon. Meanwhile, Shaman Village Cave is the worst cave because it's actually a town. Don't worry, we will explain all of that when I get there. It doesn't take that long to get there.
Fully.
Hopefully, yeah, hopefully. We're going to pick up a couple of gin on the way as well. First, I have to do a menu. We do that, and then we're going to go like this. So putting everyone back into their happy elemental classes so that so everyone is nice and tanky and can run away from stuff and hope they have lots of stats and lots of HP and hopefully we don't die. So first thing we're going to do is I'm going to hug this coast and hope I don't get a terrible encounter rate and can get all the way to this forest. Nice. And we're going to pick up Chill, who is just hanging out in this forest, or we can not see Chill and I can run away. So we could have gotten Chill earlier when we were in Gabomba, but it's faster to do it now.
And not really useful to get it early for any part.
Did he not die? That's interesting. That must have been a very close range. If a Sheba attack then killed him. Huh. Did not know he could survive that. Yeah. No, that's wrong. That's where we want to be. Alright, and now we get into fleeing is faster on average stuff. Actually, I need Chill to be here as well, otherwise I will mess up my next menu. Yeah, so this is going to feel terrible. I'm going to fail to get away a lot, but it is the fastest way to do this, unfortunately. That was not too bad. And then we heal and cure that Venom. Venom is terrible. Venom it's like an upgraded version of Poison. It does a ton of damage when it procs. So again, hugging the coast here when it's like not too far out of the way. Like I'm not going to go all the way into the right there. That's a bit far out of the way. For very little benefit. That coast actually isn't too great. Here we go. Oh wow, first try flee. Nice. That's really good. And now transition across to here. Beaches in particular, hugging beaches is like there's almost no encounters along any of this beach. It's so good. You can go so far. This is a scary encounter. This can cause lots of problems. Wow, this is really good flee rates. This is very, very good. Unusually good.
Just building you up to knock you down in Shaman Village Cave.
Or I'll take the encounter before Shaman Village Cave and be sad. Oh, please get there. Nice, I'm even going to have a fast Petra. Alright, so I'm about to go and fight Petra. Petra is a Venus Djinn and is one of the best Djinn in the game. Petra's ability is he removes an enemy's turn. So Like, he just freezes them, so they lose an action. It's super powerful. And he acts with priority. So you can use that to basically stop enemies from doing stuff, which is really nice. We're going to do a quick setup. I should probably heal. Otherwise, I will die. Nice and fast. Nice. Yep. Oh, what am I doing? Defend, salad, defend, and eclipse. And he just attacked. That's really good. It's just a slightly slower way to kill Petra, but if he flees, there's a faster way to kill him. But we do some actions before he does, and so if he flees, it's a bit awful. So I like to take this. It's only marginally slower, and it saves a little bit of Jin menuing for the next menu. So I prefer that. Shoutouts to Rafi for finding that strat. Really nice way to kill Petra. And I'm going to take a safety save here, just because I really don't want bad things to happen. I don't want to go all the way back to La Maria from here. Alright, so Shaman Village and Shaman Village Cave. The reason I like Shaman Village is the developers made a mistake here. Camelot made a mistake. When you're in a town, you get no PP recovery as walking around, and you can't use retreat. But Shaman Village Cave, you can't do any of those things. But in Shaman Village, the town, you can. They made a mistake and got them back to front. They set the cave as the town and the town as the cave. So we can do retreat glitch stuff in Shaman Village, which is really cool. Because like there's doors everywhere, right, in a town, so being able to do retreat glitch stuff is just, it opens so many possibilities. But first we have to get there, and getting there can be problematic. Because like I said, we take no PP or Jin recoveries here, so encounters are super dangerous. This is a sneaky run killer cave. We do not want anything bad to happen here. You almost always only take the one encounter. Nice, okay, we made it. Everything is good. We should be fine now. Cool. Cool. And I'm also... Oh, I accidentally pushed that in. That's alright. I can just do some healing stuff. That was too much. I'm just going to take... Oh, I don't take recoveries. What am I doing? I'm going to have to run around and take a recovery. I healed. I used too much PP. That was silly. But not the end of the world. We can fix that. Alright. Shaman Village. Now we're going to do a lot of rapid succession retreat glitches here. So come down here. Retreat mode, through this door, pops me out here. I'm now going to put these guys back. Is that going to give me enough? It's not, yeah. So I have to run around and recover 1 PP. That's not too bad. Move that. Retreat glitch again. This pops me out to somewhere different. Up here, retreat glitch again, and now I'm back on the other side of that puzzle. And these are the kinds of things we can do in Shaman Village because retreat works, and so we can just retreat glitch everywhere, which is super nice. Very fun.
So we get Aroma, and Aroma basically enables us to do our Moapa strategy that's coming up in just a few minutes.
Yeah, Moapa is... Oh, I gotta go through the door first. Moapa is the last run killer. Basically, he's a stat check. If we have good stats, then we get through Moapa, no problem. If we have bad stats, we don't, and everyone is sad. Okay. Yes, oh, it's the Shaman Rod, amazing. Alright, so the whole lore here is the Shaman Rod was given to like some dude a long time ago, and if you bring it back, you get to go through Trial Road as a test to get the Hover Gem, or the Hover Jade, which you need to beat Jupiter Lighthouse. But Sheba, who is the Jupiter Adept, who is the one who technically is the champion, who brought it here, who clears the sand, which I'm about to do in a second, is... they don't want her to do it because they don't want to give her the Hover Jade because they don't like her because she's a woman. And that's pretty awful. He's not very nice. It's like, a girl can't be the champion. We're leaving. It's awful. They're not very nice. But we're going to kick their butt, so it's fine. We're also going to do another funny use of the retreat glitch in a second, which I need to check. Yeah, PP. Oh, PP is good for this, which is nice.
Just really quick, there's also this synergy called Gale, which is basically Whirlwind, but for other people. If you use Gale here, nothing changes. It's just kind of a letdown.
Yeah.
And funnily enough, too, with Kako mentioned them being a little bit mean to Sheba, and ironically enough, Sheba's the one that kicks their butt in the fight. She does a bunch of the damage.
Yeah. She really does carry the fight. She carries most of the boss fights from here because she's fast and strong, and because Eclipse is a Jupiter and Mercury summon, lots of Jupiter power makes it very strong. So we like Sheba. Sheba good. Yeah, that's the point where she can't be the champion, and they tried to leave. So we have another silly retreat glitch that we can do. So Trial Road is basically a test of strength, and they're going to want to give a test of like obstacle. It's like an obstacle course, and then you have a fight at the end. And they're going to want to give us a tutorial on how Trial Road works, but you know, tutorials are slow. We don't like tutorials. So what we're going to do is make use of a property of the retreat glitch that it doesn't actually have to be us walking through the door. It just has to be like a scene transition for a retreat glitch to activate. So I'm in retreat mode right now. They're going to try and show us how Trial Road works. Warps me to here. Leave that door. Leave that door. And now I'm all the way back to here, which is just before the start of Trial Road. I run all the way back through, and this skips the tutorial, which is awesome. But you'll notice the Trial Road music is still going. That's going to become super important soon. Well, maybe not important, but it's going to become relevant soon. So this is the last puzzle that is determined by Felix's name. There are 8 different puzzles that you can possibly get here. Felix's name being Yatilda, or Squid Arms as it currently is, gives us the 4 fastest ones. Basically what we have to do is we have to go solve these puzzles, and at the end of each we have to put a piece of gear in a chest in order to open the door. At the end of Trial Road, the game is going to give us all of that stuff back, and the way it does it is a little bit broken. What the game's actually done is it's taken basically a snapshot of our inventory at the start of Trial Road, and when we finish the Moapa fight, it's just going to return that inventory. But in the meantime, if I throw away like special items, like artifacts, they end up in the artifact section of a store, so you can buy them back so that you're not soft locked out of the game. And effectively that lets us duplicate special items, which is hilarious. So when I get to the top, I'm going to throw away the Soul Blade and the War Gloves and the Thorn Crown. And then later on, I'm just going to buy new copies of them. And then I'll have 2 Soul Blades and 2 Thorn Crowns and 2 War Gloves, which is great. And we don't need them to do this fight. This is very much a summon rush kind of fight. So you notice we are absolutely crushing Moapa. They're on the left there, and they're not. I'm in the last room, and they're only just leaving the first. We absolutely destroy them, which is super useful, or super nice. This is basically like Colosso from Golden Sun 1, except Colosso is more or less an auto-scroller. This is, the faster you do this, the more time you save, so you want to be quick. And the fight at the end is more difficult. Alright, so now I'm going to do a Jin setup, which is this, and then Shade, and now we're going to throw away all of Felix's stuff. That's gonna go, that's gonna go, where is that gonna go? And we're gonna make sure Felix has the Mist Potion. Right, you got the Mist Potion? Yep, and I'm gonna take a safety save. Because Moapa, like I said, is the last run killer. So I'm gonna focus, if you guys wanna talk through how the Moapa fight works.
Sure. One of the things with the Trial Road is how you get through here. It lowers the chances that he will do some of his strongest moves called Bosca Hit. It lowers the chances there, so that's nice. But essentially all we're doing is we're just eclipsing 3 times total, and we're using Judgment and Meteor, and we'll target specifically to get to the right amount of damage on them. So we'll target Eclipse on the left fighter first. That will put the maximum amount of damage on him. We are setting up with Mud to lower their agility so that we're faster than all of them, because this first turn we use Shade, but we still have to survive through everything. So we end up Petrine, Moapa, and then a Meteor, Judgment, and Eclipse will kill the left warrior, and that only gives the right warrior an action. And then on the following turn after that, we're going to use enough Jin to get us back another Eclipse. And we talked about Shiba being the one that does most of the damage. And we talked about Haze specifically, which just got set on Jenna there. We're going to put Haze on Shiba, which allows her to not take any damage. So no matter what, she is surviving until the next turn, and she is faster than Moapa and the fighter. So then we are guaranteed to be able to get off our final Eclipse here. And it's really common for Piers, Jenna, and Felix to die on that turn, but they get all their Jin out, and then we can summon Eclipse. And it also doesn't matter if a character is dead, their Jin is still usable.
That went well. So that was the final boss, really the final boss of the game. That's the last boss that can really cause us problems. The game is, we like to save free. You can still get RNG stuff happening, but yeah. And the consequence of breaking the tutorial is we now get the best soundtrack in the entire game. Absolute banger of a track, this. So yeah, so we kind of broke the soundtrack, and it's going to be broken for a little bit, unfortunately. Well, fortunately, really. It's not going to be quite like this forever. As soon as I get in the boat, we're going to get music back. But yeah, so we broke the soundtrack a little bit. Oops. It does actually have some nice consequences breaking the soundtrack like that. You know, when we get to Jupiter Lighthouse. Yeah, which is where we're going now. We now have hover. We have everything we need to get through Jupiter Lighthouse. So finally, we're going to go, what are we, 4 hours into the run, we're going to finally go and do Jupiter Lighthouse, which is awesome. Jupiter Lighthouse is fun because we finally get we're going to finally get the 6th Jinn on one character, which means we get access to some of the more powerful classes in the game to really start breaking stuff, or to really start like killing things efficiently. But first we have to get there, which means we have to cross the Western Sea again, which means we're back into fleeing as faster on average. But this is one of the last times that we're going to be fleeing from things in this run.
I just realized I don't think we mentioned the elemental power upgrade after doing a summon, but you saw it in the last fight a bunch. Whenever somebody summons does a summon, the element that summon was in, whatever Jinn you used, bumps up their elemental power with that. So consecutive uses of that does more damage. So having a Sheba with already a really high Jupiter elemental power, and then she gets powered up after using the first eclipse, so she gets even stronger. Just does lots of damage.
Yeah, that affects things like Wish as well. If you like use a Boreas and then raise your Mercury power and then use Wish, Wish will become stronger.
Yeah.
And that will become important in the last fight to do the right amount of damage for the turns that we're doing.
So I'm going to enter in... Wow, that was one encounter. Holy crap, that is so good. That's like a double encounter skip. That's crazy. Yeah, so I entered Attica Inlet in a very specific way there, which allows me to do a cutscene skip later, which is really nice. Yeah, I can't believe I got a double encounter skip. That's so rare. Normally you take 3 encounters as like average to get here. I took 1. Insane encounter rates. Oh, come on.
And attacks first.
And an attacks first. Sadly, we're not going to get Boat Contigo. That's okay. That's not going to work. Where's Scoop? Alright, so this is Salt. Like I said, Salt is Jinn number... What Jinn are we up to? 21. Which means we can put 6 on one character. So we're going to do that. We're going to give Felix the right setup for Jinn to be in the Ninja class. Ninja good. Ninja fast. First I got to do the Jinn setup though. Oh, that's not right.
Also, Salt has a really, really nice ability to heal Haunt, which can mess up some strats if you get haunted.
Yeah, Haunt is pretty unusual though. Alright, so Ninja. Felix is now a Ninja. Ninja has pretty good defensive stats, but in particular Ninja is super, super fast and has access to the most broken synergy in the game, which is Shuriken. Shuriken does damage to 3 enemies. So it hits 3 enemies. It does damage based on attack. I think it's like 1.3 times attack, something like that. So it's basically like a critical hit with the Soul Blade. And there is no splash damage reduction, which not sure if that's a mistake or not, that there's no splash damage reduction, but there's no splash damage reduction. So using Shuriken is basically like doing a critical hit with a Soul Blade on all 3 enemies at the same time. It's super broken, and its animation is really fast.
And
so we're going to use Shuriken to blow everything up.
And it's Jupiter aligned as well, which like we mentioned earlier. Lots of enemies seem to be weak to Jupiter, so it's just stacking up damage.
Yeah. So this is Jupiter Lighthouse. You'll notice we still have the overworld music, and we will continue to have the overworld music until we take an encounter. So yeah, so that was Clay Spire. So yeah, so the fight strategy here is Shuriken with Felix, Clay Spire with Jenna to clean everything up. And everything dies. So enemies that we like to see here are Devil Scorpions, because there's a little glitch with Devil Scorpions that if you have multiple of them, their name is actually too long to be stored in correct spot in memory. So you get like a little memory overflow into the next value, which happens to be their level. So if you have multiple Devil Scorpions, they're all level 1. And if you remember back when we were talking about flea rates, way back at the start of the run, oh, that wasn't attacks first? It wasn't. Why did I think that was an attacks first? I can just kill this now. Yeah, because flea rate is calculated based on enemies level versus your level, if you have a lot of level 1 enemies, and we're definitely not we're like level 20 something, we basically get insanely good flea rates. So you can just run away from multiple Devil Scorpions, which is nice. Oops, come on. Some of these push hitboxes are a bit silly. I should probably heal this damage, but whatever. Oh, wrong
Now
way.
for everyone's favorite puzzle in the game.
Ah, that's not till later.
What this? No, it's
Oh,
this
you mean
one.
this one?
With
It's
how
great.
open you have to...
Yeah, I hope you
You'll
like
see
this
this-
puzzle because you're going to see it a lot.
4 times?
3 times. We do it 3 times.
Also remember this chest on the right.
Yeah, this chest on the right contains the Erinus Tunic, which is one of the best pieces of armor in the game. We love the Erinus Tunic. We're going to get it. It's not that, like, getting it from that puzzle is actually really fast, but we have a faster way. So keep an eye on that chest. Ah, there we go. Triple Devil Scorpion. That is a guaranteed flea. That's basically an attacks first. You have a 100% flea chance against that encounter. Very, very nice. So there's not actually that much. This one is, I'm just going to Death Plunge. So there is not that much broken about Jupiter Lighthouse, unfortunately. But it does have my favorite use of the retreat glitch, which happens about halfway through or 3/4 of the way through, which I'll explain when we get to it. But really, we are kind of just doing this as per normal, which you'd think would make it kind of like Aqua Rock. But the puzzles here are just so much more interesting. And because we're fighting stuff in an interesting way, it's Jupiter Lighthouse is better. We don't mind Jupiter Lighthouse. Some people don't like it. I like Jupiter Lighthouse.
Love the music.
Sorry?
Love the music.
I'm not a fan of this track, actually.
Always
Why do
felt-
I always forget about this room? Every time
Always-
I go right there.
And like this track in particular could have been more. Like it's not
Yeah.
rock bottom, but there's potential.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that.
I'll go sit in the corner.
So there is a retreat glitch that I'm going to do. Like I said, my favorite use of the retreat glitch is in this dungeon. So I'm using very expensive synergies with Felix when I can. And Death Plunge is a very expensive synergy. It's like 18 PP or 16, something like that. It's huge. So singles are good because I can do lots of PP draining. What am I doing? Yeah, it's not too bad. So this is one of the checkpoints I'm looking at, trying to be doing Activate Jupiter Lighthouse or this bit in sub 4 hours. We've just missed that. We're at 404, which is not too bad. So now we've activated Jupiter Lighthouse. This is like part 1. This is like a 4-part dungeon, really. You activate, you do the left wing, you do the right wing, you do the boss fight. We need the key before we can move on, and now that is part 1 done. So now we're going to go do the left wing. Notice Jupiter Lighthouse music in the overworld, because the soundtrack is still broken, and the soundtrack will remain broken until the end of Jupiter Lighthouse. That's when it kind of sorts itself out. So in order to get to the left wing, we have to go through Carrie's favorite puzzle again. I don't mind this puzzle because, yeah, you do it 3 times, but it's a fast puzzle. It doesn't take that long to do it. It's not too bad. And again,
Just-
the Erinus Tunic, chest, still there, still closed.
Just so random
got
that
the
this
trick yet.
puzzle... Just so random this puzzle doesn't stay solved. Also, you have to go through this room so many times. Even when playing casually.
Devil Scorpion. I mean, yeah, you could backtrack to here without going through that puzzle again, but, like, you never do. And then you would have to do it again. Yeah, you would have to be forced to do this twice, even casually. After you do right wing, there would be no way to avoid doing the puzzle a second time, I think. So yeah, it's very weird. So here there's a bunch of, the gimmick with this part of the dungeon is there are tiles. I think a single death plunge kills this guy. It does, yeah. So there are like cracked tiles that you can fall through the floor in in the left wing. And again, slight developer oversight. We're going to kind of break these tiles a little bit by walking diagonally off them, which you're not supposed to do. And the way the game handles it, so when you fall through the floor with one of these tiles, you just get loaded into the room below. And the way the game handles doing that is essentially every time you walk into a room, the game checks to see if you can fall into the room. And if you can, it looks to see if there are coordinates saved in memory to load you into that you fell from. If both of those things are true, then it loads you at those coordinates. Because we have Retreat Glitch available to us, we can kind of break that system, which is really, really nice. This is a terrible encounter. I'm just going to do this slow for some PP draining. This is a really, really awkward encounter, unfortunately. I think this kills the ghost. Yeah. Alright, so now I'm going to set up for the retreat glitch on this pillar, because I can use move on it and drain lots of PP, which is nice. I might actually not need to, because I'm going to be able to... yeah, I don't actually need to. You're going to heal. And push that into there. Nice, taking damage, good. Taking damage and healing off damage is always better than having to do lots of move spam. Which I might still have to do if I don't take an encounter. So yeah, so there, I fall through the room. I come into this room. I can enter that room by falling in. I had coordinates saved in memory, and therefore I got loaded at those coordinates. Again, walking diagonally to do that in a very non-intended way. And the same again here. We fall through and it loads me at the right coordinates. Fall through, load me at the right coordinates. I think you get the point. And I'm explaining this quite thoroughly because it's important as to how this next retreat glitch is going to work. So now I have the blue key, I can get into the right wing. But before I do that, I want to come back here and I want to come to this chest. Remember earlier I mentioned the Erinus tunic being really, really good, and I didn't take an encounter, so now I'm going to have to drain a lot of moves, which is kind of annoying. I was hoping I would take another encounter because it makes this a bit faster. That's alright. Oh, that's hover. Jeez, that's not even what I wanted to do. Retreat. So now I'm going to retreat glitch. We pull the Erinus tunic out of this, and I fall through the floor here. And I load into the start of the dungeon, which is super, super important to making this retreat glitch, this particular retreat glitch work. So essentially what's happened there is I've entered this room, which you cannot fall into, which means I enter this room, it's like, can I fall into this room? No. Crucially, the game then does not clear the coordinates from memory. So next time I enter a room that you can fall into, the game's going to go, can you fall into this room? Yes. Are there coordinates in memory to fall into? Yes. And it will load me at those coordinates, which is going to be out of bounds. And as we've seen, being out of bounds, good. Being out of bounds lets us skip stuff. It's a very, very cool use of the retreat glitch.
And similar to, as he was retreating back and forth to reset his encounter step, he importantly did not leave Jupiter Lighthouse, which would also clear that coordinate save. Oh,
yes.
Goodbye, Erinus tunic chest.
So yeah, oh, that's almost sand. So yeah, so now I have those coordinates saved in memory. I didn't take the encounter reset as much as I would have liked to because I took a pretty quick encounter. And we're going to make sure I re-hotkey hover so I don't accidentally retreat, which yes, I have done that before, and it is very sad. And now we're going to go and do the right wing. The right wing is unfortunately not as much fun as the left wing, Although there is a room in the right wing that, this is really bad encounter, very, very slow. There's a room in the right wing that casually is a lot of fun. So you see, hover is basically used on these red tiles on the floor that make you sort of hover in the air. There's a room that is, the entire floor is just made up of those red tiles, so you just hover everywhere, all through the room. It's very, very cool.
We also,
it's one of the cooler rooms, casually.
I was just going to mention, similar to Ares Rock as well, there is a enemy in here, which we just got, that changes the out-of-bound layout. So kind of cool. We'll just need to do a little bit different, slightly slower movement, but no big deal. It was actually funny. The first time that this out-of-bound movement was used in a run, it was actually Plex's current PB, and we didn't actually know about the soldier changing the out-of-bound movement at the time, and
it
just
was
on the fly.
Mid-run. Yeah.
Yeah, just on the fly I got it, and luckily didn't get that, and he didn't get stuck. But,
Alright, so now we are entering the right wing, which is, again, room I always forget about. I'm not quite entering the right wing just yet. Got to go through the door first. Of course. So now I don't really care about PP. I'm going to get heals after this anyway. A couple of very inconvenient heals, so I can just, like, smash out as much PP usage as I want. It really doesn't matter. Clear things as fast as possible. Death Plunge is fast. Shuriken is fast. We like all these things. Alright, right wing. Unfortunately, right wing is not as good as left wing. These are some very slow, kind of awful puzzles. This one's not too bad casually because there's a Jinn in this room that we don't care about. We're not gonna bother collecting him, and so trying to solve the puzzle to get him is kind of fun. But the speedrun is just a boring pushing puzzle. We don't like pushing puzzles because they're a bit nothing. Nothing compared to the next one though. This particular puzzle is still better than the Aqua Rock pushing puzzle, which is awful.
Unless you're playing rando.
Unless you're playing rando. I don't play randos. I'm not a huge randomizer fan. Not even just the TLA randomizer, just randomizers in general. They're not for me. And welcome to the worst puzzle in the entire game. This puzzle is awful. This is the granddaddy of all pushing puzzles. It takes forever. It's a boring solution. It's just, there's nothing good about this puzzle. So if anyone has anything interesting to talk about, now is the time. How you guys doing? Having fun?
Just great.
Just great. Just peachy.
Are you fully awake? Has the sun come up yet?
Nope. Not even a little bit. It's almost 7 o'clock. Got a lot of today.
We're both in the dark right now. Nice.
Yeah, nice. What's really weird is, are we going to be done with the run before my wife has to get up for work? She might make a guest appearance before the end of the run, who knows? So you can see, this puzzle is terrible. We just push. Thankfully, there is an optimal way to do it, but it's just not fun. Even casually, it's like, there's nothing else interesting. There's like a chest on the right, but I don't even know what's in there. It's probably nothing good. But it's like, why? Why would you do this? Like, how lazy were they when they wrote this puzzle? Or designed this? This was like after lunch on a Friday afternoon that they designed this puzzle.
I don't even dislike the idea of this puzzle, but using pounds there, putting the block as a bridge, and then climbing back up, it's just too much.
Yeah, it is just, it's too much. I agree.
If you would just immediately go down, the puzzle would be some tile smaller, I would like it.
Of course, the payoff is that we finally get to remember the drop coordinates. Look at that, suddenly we're out of bounds. How nice is that? There's a door here somewhere. Oh, I have to do the ghost army movement.
Yeah, I think you walked up.
How do I do it from here now that I've gone all the way left? Uh-oh. Yeah, that's
I'm not entirely
good.
sure what this looks like.
That's not good. Can I just take an encounter and then, like, this should clear the ghost army, right? This encounter?
I don't think it will.
And then will I get stuck? All right, we might be glitching out and doing all of this again. Won't that be fun?
No, I think you
Or
can
retreating
just
out and doing it all again.
go down right and search for the loading zone.
Down right?
Yeah, there should be a loading zone somewhere down right. You have to do the
Oh, yeah,
puzzle
there we go.
regardless. Yeah, you have to do this
how
puzzle.
do I don't even know how to do this puzzle. Classic runner, hey? I have no idea how to actually do this puzzle.
Puzzle time with Chronicle now.
Yeah, now we're gonna solve a puzzle. It's been so long since I've done this puzzle.
You go
Let's
left.
figure this out. Yeah, it's got to be left, right?
Yep.
And then we can skip you, and then...
Then you go
Right,
to the
so-
left.
Yeah,
you go
yeah,
to
left
the
this
left when you
way.
get
He
hit by the
pushes me
tornado.
across, and then I go up.
You talked about this puzzle coming up earlier, Chronicle. Now you
I
can do
did,
this
and we
amazing
were
puzzle.
gonna skip it, and now we're actually gonna do this puzzle. I do know this one. It's tricky. This puzzle is actually trickier than you think, though. To not get hit by these guys. There we go.
Nice first try. That's
First
pretty
try.
good.
It's been a long time since I've done that as well.
Yeah.
Well, that was embarrassing.
Yeah, like he had mentioned, we skip all 3 of these rooms, or 2 of these 2 rooms, and just pop out at the next door.
Yeah, so if I
bounds.
had done that movement properly, I would have just popped out at the very end of the wing, right? I would have come out of this door. That's where I was trying to get to. So, oh well. I failed my favorite use of the glitch. Also, shout outs to this block that you can just push through the statue's leg, which is very silly. The statue's leg there is purely visual. It's not actually a block. All right, so that's the right wing done. Somewhat terribly, but we did it. I'm not even going to bother with the encounter reset because I took one so late there. Shouldn't matter. So now we just have to go and fight the boss. And then we
Nice.
are done with Jupiter Lighthouse. And light the lighthouse, of course.
Fight in quotation marks.
Yeah, fight. Quote unquote fight. But there's a little bit of cutscene before we get to that, unfortunately. Wouldn't be Golden Sun without some cutscenes. Now the last time, this is our last time through this puzzle. So remember, I pulled the Erinus tunic out of a chest that the Erinus tunic is not supposed to be in. So if you look, the chest we said to keep an eye on, when we get to it, is now empty. We remote opened the chest. Very, very cool. A much faster way to get the tunic.
So, coming up next is probably the world's most badly placed heal.
Yeah, either that or the reunion heal, one or the other.
Yeah.
So now we
Yes.
finally get to see the Golden Sun 1 party again. Isaac has caught up to us. And they're in a bit of trouble. They're not having the best time.
It's always Garrett's fault.
It's always Garrett's fault. Garrett is just the
Yeah.
worst. Yeah, it's Cast and Agatio have trapped them. They're not having good times. So yeah. We're gonna go and try and help them, but we're gonna run into trouble first. So this is like the best use of the soundtrack being broken. This track here, when you go back inside Jupiter Lighthouse, this track here normally would stop and it would just go back to the Jupiter Lighthouse theme. But because we broke the soundtrack, this track will keep playing, and it makes this whole section of the game so much better. Why they didn't just do this in the game anyway and just keep this track playing is beyond me. Like going back to that sort of airy Jupiter Lighthouse music completely kills the feel of the scene. And of course, if I take an encounter, it goes back to the Jupiter theme. So I hope I don't take an encounter, but I almost certainly will. You almost always do. A little bit of cutscene mashing as they're about to start fighting. Isaac and Ivan are about to start fighting Cast and Agatio. And they get absolutely wrecked.
And it's to know that Alex at this point abandoned Cast and Agatio.
Yeah, as he does. Yeah, so come back in here, and this music keeps playing. It's so good.
And because nobody ever believes me, you can mind read Alex in the next room.
Oh, can you really?
Yeah.
Why am I running from this? Oh, Felix is about to die.
And you can try.
it's
You can
survived.
show it off. You can show it off, Conico. You can mind read him.
Yeah, maybe not. Felix might be about to die here. Whoops. All right, now we're running away. He gets a heal anyway, so it doesn't matter. He can stay dead.
But in case you're interested, he's talking about or thinking about Mia, not hurting her. That he doesn't want to hurt her.
Oh, yeah, no, that sounds familiar. I feel like I know this. Maybe it's like
No.
something I used to do back when I played this game casually.
Now
so-
the worst heal in the entire series.
Yeah. Also, I mentioned earlier, there's 2 uses of no that save a lot of time. That one saves like 4 seconds. That one saves a ton of time, saying no to that. But yeah, so now I'm fully healed again, which is awful. Because Cast Negatio is a unique fight in that we start the fight with
Did you
only
set the
Felix and Piers. Oh, I didn't do the Jin. That's all right. It'll just be a
Yeah.
bit slower. We start the fight with only Felix and Piers, and after 2 turns, Jenna shows up, and after 2 more turns, Sheba shows up. Which makes the fight really difficult. Like, most people are just doing like mono elemental classes, stack Jin on everyone, and the fight is damn hard, even casually, if you set up like that. So they made the fight losable. So we can just lose. If we lose, it doesn't matter. So the strat for this is to just die as quickly as possible. I was supposed to put all my Jin on standby so that I can just dummy summon and be super weak. I forgot to do that, so it's going to be a little bit slower than usual, but it's not that bad. It's actually quite nice that this fight is losable, because this is a really hard fight to win if you had to do it. There is a way to do it. We would have to get the Jin Rhyme in order to seal Agatio's Synergy, and then it's doable, but it's a really hard fight to do at the levels that we're at. We're ludicrously underleveled for this part of the game. They absolutely steamroll us. So dying is good. Although I'm going to die slowly because I forgot the Jin setup, which was silly.
Of all the Jin setups to forget to do, definitely the least problematic.
Yeah, they can still kill me in 3 turns, even having forgotten to do that if they use the right actions. It's really not that bad. I can still put some Jin on standby, so I can still do some dummy summons, which is fine. If I do this, I can still do some summons that don't work. There are also no encounters now, which is nice. They realize that, hang on, if you die now, that would be really awkward. So encounters are turned off, which is why the good music keeps playing. Oh, too much mashing. Alright, time for fight. Cast Negatio. Hopefully they kill me quickly. They have a bunch of annoying like Jin Blast or Jin Storm and Cage, which does like no damage and it just puts Jin on recovery and it's just ugh. So hopefully they use lots of stuff that is strong and hurts. There you go. 4.5 hours into the run, we finally lit our first lighthouse. Yay. Only 1 more to go.
Amazing pace we're on. First
Sorry?
lighthouse. Amazing
Yeah.
pace. First lighthouse, 4.5 hours.
I know, right?
Second one, maybe not another 4.5 hours.
No, definitely not. If it takes me another 4.5 hours and something has gone horribly wrong. Shoutouts to this absolute banger of a track. One of the best battle themes in the game. Debilitate, ew, that's gross. This probably won't kill. No. Oh, corruption, that'll do it. Alright, so now Jenna shows up. She's going to take a little bit more to kill, but the fact that Piers and Felix did manage to die means that she shouldn't be too hard to kill, but I just have to, like, just do attacks instead of stuff. Ooh, nice. Rising Dragon, this might kill her. I don't know if this is quite going to do enough. Oh, it did. Nice. Rising Dragon, strong. Okay. And last but
Get
not
him,
least,
Sheba.
Sheba. Get him, Sheba. Attack. Kill. Murder. Sheba didn't get him. Alright, wasn't too bad. We can take that. We can live with that. Pretty fast fight. So yeah, so that's losable. We now get another heal from Mia, who's going to show up. After this cutscene, she's going to show up and heal us to full health again. And then we're going to go to Contigo, and we're going to be healed to full health again. Like, we get so many heals. The Contigo one as well is super inconvenient. We don't like that heal. Alright, so now we have a cutscene where Isaac is going to show up and be like, oh my god, Felix, help him. And then we're going to go have a chat, a reunion chat. This has been a very bad Jupiter Lighthouse, mostly because I messed up the that out of bounds movement. Oops. I should learn that out of bounds movement, the Ghost Army movement. Or remember how to do it. It's so rare that you actually have to do it though.
Yeah, and it's not really that much slower. It's just nice having like the little screen jitter for the first one. You can see, oh yeah, made it to the top.
Yeah. So shout out to Isaac, who can move super fast. Why don't we get that movement speed?
Yeah, Felix takes his sweet time walking.
Yeah, Felix
over.
just like walks over. Awful. Like, I don't have control of Felix for this. He just like slowly walks there. I mean, he's been running around the entire world. He's a bit tired. He needs a break.
Maybe it's because Kraden slows them down. He can't be that
maybe.
fast.
Yeah.
And once Kraden left Isaac, they became fast.
Possible. Alright, so it's likely... Oh, I should have done this. It's likely to take encounters on the way back, so I put everything to set so that I can do ninja stuff. We would like to be able to take damage, to run away and just take damage here, because we want everyone to die at some point soon. But unfortunately, we get a heal after the reunion, so killing stuff is just the best way to go about it. Which is a bit sad. Also, the soundtrack has been fixed now, which, again, kind of sad. It's, I like the broken soundtrack. Alright, so we have a bit of a cutscene here with Reunion. And then we get into sort of the end game after this. So after this cutscene, if we want to take one final break, after this cutscene would be a perfect time to do that.
Perfect, yeah.
Yeah. So we just have sort of the final two, after this, we have the final two dungeons. About, maybe an hour or so away from the end of the game. Not that far away. So we'll mash through this cutscene and then I'll let you know. Thankfully, this cutscene's pretty quick. Basically, we're just telling Isaac that, we gotta light the lighthouses because the world's gonna be destroyed if we don't, and you should help us. And he's like, yeah, okay, that's good reason. We should totally do that. And we're like, oh yeah, and also your dad's alive. Which he didn't know.
Oh yeah, and also Hama is Ivan's sister.
Oh yeah, also Hammer is Ivan's sister.
Plot twist.
And Sheba never found her family, or Sheba.
They do talk about that though, right after this.
They do.
Which means Hama lied to Ivan in the first game
Alright.
about not knowing him.
So if we're going to take one last break, now is a perfect time to do that.
Excellent. Yeah, just during these longer breaks, longer runs, we like to take breaks every hour and a half, just so everybody can get up, stretch their legs. So we're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be back with the rest of the run. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. This is our Golden Sun: The Lost Age 20th Anniversary Special, and we are ready to get into the rest, or the final bit of the run, whenever you're ready.
All right, let's get back into it in 3, 2, 1, let's go. All right, so now we have done Reunion. I'm going to do a big gin menu to put everybody into the correct classes for the rest of, the next little part of the game. Oops. So, bear with me for a second. This is the longest gin menu we've done so far. Okay, and now I'm going to give all of the good stuff from Isaac is going to go over, from Felix, sorry, is going to go over to Isaac. He's going to get a mint to like power him up. He's going to get the Erinus tunic, which is great. These guys are going to equip their synergy items. We're going to move Ivan into slot 5, I guess that is. And we're going to hotkey some stuff. Cool. Now we're good to go. So basically that's setting everything up. Also, shout outs to the corn. That is a unique item. That corn only exists in that one location in this game. There's only one instance of corn. Why it exists, who knows? It's not even that good an item. It's very silly. Basically we've set Isaac up to be very nearly a ninja. We don't have enough Jin right now to have ninjas because they came with Golden Sun 1 Jin. But we are going to collect... Oh, that's burst. We're going to collect some more at some point soon, and then he will have enough. Shoutouts again to Zedata, who has pioneered really the strats that we're doing here, which is setting up Ninja earlier than we used to, so that we can kill stuff in Magma Rock, and that involves getting this Jin geode and another Jin, the Golden Sun 1 Jin that we don't currently have, which comes in Magma Rock, which is a little bit faster than what we were doing. So shoutouts to Zedata for coming up with this strat. It's a very nice strat. There we go. So I can jump in the boat from the side there, and I skipped a cutscene, which is awesome. We love skipping cutscenes. And now my boat flies. So I don't take any overboard encounters anymore, which is also really nice. So what I want here is I have a retreat glitch coming up in Magma Rock. It's like the second blind climb, similar to what I did in Ayers Rock, except much longer and more difficult. And I got a very inconvenient all Australian.
I guess that's one way of putting it.
Australia is the land of the bad internet, mate. It's terrible. All right, are we back? Are we good? Are we?
Yeah, if you want to just give a quick countdown, then we can start it back up. Did we lose you again?
No, I'm here. Are we good?
Okay. Yeah, you're good. If you want to just give a quick countdown, you can get right back into it.
All right. Sorry about that. My Australia is not known for its good internet, and I just had a little weird internet moment, and OBS decided to be a bit silly. So we're back. Don't know what. I can't remember what I was saying. Oh well. I have a flying boat. It gets me to Magma Rock nice and fast. Alright, so Magma Rock, really good fun because we use Burst a lot here, and Burst is silly. Burst is silly because the developers, again, slight oversight, forgot to make Burst check for correct Z coordinate. So I can stand, basically as long as my XY coordinate aligns with something that I can use Burst on, it will work. Which means we can use it from either very low or very high. And we're going to use that to kind of break Magma Rock a little bit. We can do a lot of really fun, silly stuff here. Unfortunately, it's kind of a slow action, and it's also inconsistent for RNG manipulation purposes, but that's okay. We can make it work. So I want Felix's party to die here. They have not taken any damage yet. It's kind of slow when they don't take damage. Because I want to get them to the back party, and I want to revive them with Felix in order to use PP. But for the moment, it's not panning out. I need to take some encounters, and I need them to die. I need a nice damaging encounter, please. Getting the encounter skip to Attica Inlet is nice because it's fast, but also slow. This is not a good encounter for killing things. Probably going to get away here. I might just defend this encounter out and take this as a death. This is slow, but it's like the best way to do this, I think, from here. Oop. Actually, I can probably just attack and it would be better. Please die. Thank you. Thank you. And die. Excellent. All right, now they're dead. Now we have Isaac's party at the front. Much better. All right, so this is the use of burst, right? Look how low I am, but it connects. The XY coordinate works fine, and so I can use burst on that head all the way up there. Because there is no Z coordinate with burst, which is awesome. So again, here I can come into this corner, use burst, and this will remove a pillar out of the way. Very, very fast way to get around. We can skip lots of puzzles this way, which is, you know, we like skipping puzzles. Skipping puzzles is good. So coming up, we have the second blind climb of the run. I'm actually going to do the long version of the blind climb, which is a little bit faster. Not a lot faster, but if you do it very well, it is actually slightly faster than clearing the blind climb. So I'm going to try. It requires some pretty precise timing because I have to climb all the way up kind of a zigzag wall without being able to see anything, which can be a bit tricky, but I'll do my best.
One of the nicer parts about it is that you're not walking and generating encounter steps. That's also nice.
Yeah. Where's Lash? Alright, so thankfully everyone did manage to die off, so I should have no problem getting this tree glitch to line up, which is good. So using burst on these guys is super generous. They give you a ton of time to get to them. We end up standing here, you know, shuffling around, doing the emo shuffle for a long time. Alright, so this is the pillar that we like to do the set up the retreat glitch before this pillar so we can spam move on it if we need to. So, and now we revive everyone and we see how much we have left. I only need to do the one. That's always nice. I'm gonna move it first and get all the way over there before I go into retreat mode, because otherwise I will take an encounter, of course. Does he still have less? No, now he's got 7. That was silly of me. Alright. Now we have Blind Climb 2. Like I said, I'm going to do the long version of this, so I need to focus for a minute. 1, 2, 3. Oh, there's my encounter. So I need to take an encounter here, which is good. Hopefully I can get away from it nice and quickly without everyone dying. Ugh, that was awful. It's okay, people can revive. Did I not? I did. Who has revives? You have revives. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2. There's the ladder. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2. Excellent. And now I'm on the ladder. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Okay, that should do it, hopefully. Uh-oh. That is not good. That this has not worked. Uh-oh. We could be in trouble here now. This is bad. I don't know where I am. I'm on a wall somewhere and I don't know where I am. This could be...
if you haven't moved since you know I've been stuck, you should be in one of two places, just having gone a little bit too far on the crossover on one of those. So you're either at the first one where you need to just has the little edge to the right, or you're on the third one, and you should be able to just move to the left one space, go
there was
up.
Movement there. I'm just trying to find places where I can do movement, and I'm trying to work my way back down. This is bad. If this is... Because there's no recovery from this. I go back to wherever my last safety save was, which I don't even know where that was. Oh, this is really not good, guys. I genuinely have no idea where I am. Oh no. Oh no. Crap. Okay. What do we do? Where did I take my last safety save? Like before my whopper? So this
Probably.
could just be the end here, guys. I should not have done this. I genuinely don't know where I am right now.
Yeah, not
Thought I
sure
was off the wall.
what suggest try to help. There's been
don't
extra
know.
movement.
I mean, wouldn't you be able to get down if you just hold down right
No, I
for a
don't
couple
think
of
so.
seconds and then left?
No, I will see what I can do. And I'm pulling up my map of the wall. Try and see if there's anything I can do to try and get myself off here. This was... Because I took the encounter, so I'm not in retreat mode, so I don't know why this didn't work. Should have done the movement properly. Where can I go to get out of here? Where could I possibly be? I'm there, maybe? That's where I got stuck. Where would I have gotten stuck? So no, that didn't do anything. I have no idea what ledge I could possibly be stuck on, is the problem. Oh, I moved.
When you,
Hang on. Oh, I did it. I got off. Oh, okay.
Oh, God.
Oh, I saved it. That is, wow. I think I saved it. Why am I now stuck again?
are you? I think you're on the bottom part then. If you got off a ladder and then back on.
Okay, so yes, you are right. I think I'm on the bottom part. So if I go this way now, oh, thank God.
This is why nobody does this.
Yeah, but I learned how to do this from Nipsov. So what I was trying to do was climb this wall blind. Which, because, it's faster if you do it first try because you don't have to reset things, and these fire spitters are super laggy. But I tried to do this blind. I have no idea where I got stuck. But that's all right. We saved it. Thank God.
Well done. It's all right. This was getting a little boring. That made it exciting, right?
Yeah. Certainly made me sweat.
Chronicle almost giving everybody here a heart attack.
That's all right. We did it. We got through. Lost a mountain of time, but we got through. We made it. Yikes. Yeah, I have no idea where I ended up. I really don't. Very rare that I get stuck on that, but oh well. We did it.
Yeah,
Now
was also practicing that, and there are two places that I know I can get stuck with the movement I do is a backup that's saved for both of them, but it can be that's real risky.
Yep, it is real risky. It's alright. We fixed it. So yeah, these phoenixes are awful because they are really fast and they hit pretty hard. But we got away, so it's fine. All right, moving on from that catastrophe.
Wrong summon. We're not
Hey,
getting catastrophe
more-
in this run.
More content isn't bad,
Yeah,
right?
exactly right. Note to self: don't do that in marathons from now on. All right, so this is the other gin we are now collecting that we never used to, which is a gin that comes from Golden Sun 1 that we didn't get in Reunion because you don't get all of them unless you have a password. We got Scorched this time. That's fun. Wrong one. So Kite is going to go to Isaac now, and we're going to do some healing. And now we have a ninja again, so we can start killing stuff, which is great. Shuriken is back. Again, we never used to do this. We used to fall back on the fleeing is faster on average strats in Magma Rock, but Zedata has been a big sort of pusher of Nah, get into Ninja, get some slightly different Jin than what we used to get, and kill stuff. It's questionable whether it saves time. It's definitely not really any slower, but it is much more consistent, I think, which is nice. Consistency is good in this game. That is an annoying amount of PP to be on.
Yeah, the original one of like fleeing from everything, you can just get hit a bunch. You're going and healing a bunch. It's out of your control, like Conical says. I just for some people, for me personally, it just feels nice to be in control, essentially.
Yeah. Also, shout outs to Felix the Lava Jesus, walking on lava thanks to retreat glitch. And this is probably the biggest time save with Burst being a bit broken. This saves so much. This saves more than half the dungeon being able to blow that up, which is crazy.
Free to say something, Gary.
No, it's fine.
I can just shine plasma this, I think, and the prison vista. I've seen he I think he needs 2 shine plasmas, this guy, doesn't he? These are the strong enemy. Yeah, these are the strong enemies in this area. They don't like to go down easy. But another shuriken will deal with it. So the whole point of Magma Rock is I'm trying to do something similar to what we did in Ayers Rock, where I want to get to the backdoor exit so that I can change my retreat glitch point or my retreat pointer. Should I do this? I'm not going to do the risky one for that one.
Come on.
The fast cycle. I'll end up doing the pseudo soft lock if I do that. But yeah, once I go out the back door and come back in and reset my retreat pointer, or change my retreat pointer, you can basically just go straight to the end of Magma Rock. There's a retreat glitch that takes us straight to the end, which is the fastest way to do this. There is a way to get that first platform. It requires a very specific setup, and if you're a little bit off, the game freezes for like a minute and a half. So I'm gonna not do that. Enough has gone wrong in this Magma Rock already. Unfortunately, we do have to go across the slowest moving platforms in the entire world. Nice attacks first. I can run away from that. Attacks first, still good. If I see an attacks first, always going to run away from them, because fleeing is good. We do not need any levels anymore. If we could warp to the final boss, we could beat the Doom Dragon. So any levels we get are meaningless. They just slow you down. Also, the nice thing about this strat is we have Gale available. You don't have to do Jin stuff to get to Whirlwind, which is really nice. You do that, and so killing stuff here is super fast. Like, when you get good encounters, it's really fast. It makes up time. When you get some of the slower encounters, it's probably not as good. But yeah, ninjas are fun. This is the return of Lava Jesus Felix.
Also shows that in Dark Dawn, Matthew is Felix's nephew. He does some crazy stuff in that game.
Oh yeah, like if Felix is Lava Jesus, Matthew is just like Jesus. So we do all of this so that we can climb up that ladder and jump onto this moving platform. Again, saves a ton of time doing it that way, which is nice. And now we're kind of doing things backwards a little bit. I think the game, you're supposed to come at this from the other direction, which is why these are all a little bit out of sync. So we're definitely not doing Magma Rock the intended way. Wow, these are really good encounters. So with these encounters, ninja strats are absolutely faster. These are really fast encounters to clear. Alright, so now we've unlocked the way to get to the backdoor entrance, or the back door of Magma Rock. Now we just have to clear all of this stuff off. This is a less good encounter. This one's a bit slower. we can still clear it efficiently. Alright, so we're just going to stand on this, release the lava. Alright, and now we can get outside of Magma Rock again. We do all of this running around in the inside just so we can get back outside. Another great encounter. These are really, really nice encounters. That makes me happy. Trying to save some time. So push this out the way. And now we are outside again, which is great. So now this is my retreat, the room where retreat glitch takes me to. And that's super useful because there is a door, a very special door we can get to now, thanks to this. Does anyone have damage? No, we're just gonna have to spam this a bunch of times. That's a shame. Just put there. 7 and 5 and retreat. Yep. All right, so by going into retreat mode and going through this door on the top right, I pop out at the end of Magma Rock. So there's like a developer door or something there that just never got removed. You can't ever access that door normally, but it still exists, and we can retreat glitch into it, which just warps us all the way to the end of the dungeon, which is really nice. It also means there's an item that we need to pick up here called the magma ball, and normally you see this cutscene, where the magma ball shoots out of lava, and you have to run over and use douse to like cool it down, and then you can collect it, and it's a bit of a sort of a song and dance. But because we're coming into the magma ball and back to front, it already exists on the map, and we can just talk to it and collect it, which is very, very funny. So now we have the magma ball, and that is the end of Magma Rock. So we have one dungeon to go.
Well, yeah, we talked about mistakes you like to make. Never have I ever hotkeyed the wrong retreat here.
Oops. Alright, so now we're going to go to the town of Loho, where we're going to pick up the cannon, which will let us get into the final area of the game. But also, we're going to pick up our final Djinn, and also, by far and away, the most overpowered Djinn in the entire game. Like, it's not even close. He's the best Djinn by a country mile, and it is such a shame that we don't get him until the very end. It would make the rest of this run so much safer if we could get this Djinn earlier.
Get your emotes ready, chat.
Get your emotes ready. But first, we have to do a shop. All of that stuff that we dropped in Trial Road, we're now going to pick it all up again. I have so many coins, we don't even need to sell Garrett stuff.
Wow, this run is safe for work.
I know, it's a safe for work run.
What's going on here?
Where are we at? That one. And then where are my Psi crystals? Alright, yeah, this is going to be a safe for work run. So if we need a lot of coins there, and if you don't have enough because you haven't taken enough encounters, one way to get all of those coins is to sell, or the way we usually get all of those coins is we sell all of Garrett's gear, because he's completely useless. We don't need him for anything. So we sell all of Garrett's stuff, and so he's basically naked. It's the naked Garrett strat, and we love it. He's completely useless. But now he doesn't get to be naked, which is a bit sad. He gets to wear all of his clothes for the rest of the run. Safe for work run. We just have this little cutscene with these weird. This is such a strange town. There's like dwarves in this town for some reason. Like they exist nowhere else in this game, and like here they are, just like mining away with a cannon. It's like these. It's very strange. But now they're going to give us the cannon, which is nice.
Kind of makes you wonder where the elves are.
Yeah, right. Where are the elves? Like there's werewolves and stuff in this game as well, but like no elves. All right, so now we have the cannon. Time to collect the MVP of the run. And even though he comes super late, he is still the MVP of the run. This lovely little Jupiter Djinn that everybody loves. Get your emotes in chat for lol. Everybody loves lol. So Lull is overpowered because his ability is he ends the turn. Just he ends the turn when he is used, which at first doesn't sound like much, but given that I can use like Mud to outspeed pretty much any enemy I want, it essentially means I can have a free action, a completely free turn to do whatever I want. As long as my slowest party member is the one using Lull, I get 3 free actions, which is insanely overpowered. It makes the rest of this run completely free, which is cool. So I'm going to fly into the Northern Reaches, and I'm going to do my setup for Mars Lighthouse, which is the final dungeon of the game. So Felix is going to come back. We like Felix. And if 1 ninja was good, 2 ninjas better. Where are all of my Psy crystals? So now we have 2 ninjas. 2 ninjas just break everything. Like, we just shuriken all of the things and they just die. 2 ninjas powered up with soul blades and war gloves and thorn helms. Like, these guys earlier, super annoying. Now they just die. Double shuriken and they're dead. Very, very good. Super fast. We love it. Shuriken's good. So Northern Reaches used to be like the last kind of really scary part because you can have horrible things here. We used to run away. These encounters are still pretty strong, but now it's like it's very nothing. You just hit them and they die. This is really the reason I really like the ninja strat. You save a ton of time here. Alright, so now we use the Magma Ball. This is the one use of the cannon in the entire game. There actually isn't anywhere else you can even use it. Like, you just need it for this.
Very nice screen we see right now.
Yeah, that screen is... I hate that screen. That screen makes RNG manip awful. Right, and now we are in Prox, the final town of the game. We used to do a bunch of stuff here. All of that shopping we used to do here. And we used to collect a couple of gin here as well, but it's faster to just do them earlier. So now we don't get anything. We just run straight to the end and we get these cutscenes. So Prox is a town of adepts. They're all Mars adepts. This is where Zaturos and Bernardi and Cast and Agatio and all of those guys come from. It's also where at the start of Golden Sun 1, when Felix and Jenna's parents and Isaac's dad were kidnapped, they were brought here. So they're hanging out here. You can go to their house and you find out they're not in their house because they have been kidnapped again. But for now, it's, yeah, we just have to talk to these guys and then go and do the Mars Lighthouse. They're very scared because with all the other 3 lighthouses all lit, the world is ending even faster and they're all about to die and we're about to lose Mars Lighthouse forever, yada, 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 plot stuff. Mars Lighthouse is actually a really great final dungeon of the run. I really like Mars Lighthouse. It's got a good soundtrack too. Man, my cat is desperate for attention at my feet right now. Alright, here we go to Mars Lighthouse. Oh, never mind, I got a terrible encounter before we got there. You need a really bad encounter rate to see this encounter, unfortunately. That was sad.
Then we'll see here in this dungeon is a piece of tech that we actually haven't really seen before anywhere yet in this run.
Yeah, there is a little bit of unique
trick,
tech.
right?
Oh, nice.
It's
Sorry?
your favorite trick, right?
Yeah, it's not dumb at all. It's don't worry, we will talk about it very soon. We're gonna see this trick very, very soon. So I mentioned way back earlier about RNG manip routes that come through here have to go to Lemuria for a single use of grind that we can't skip yet. Well, we're about to have that single use of unskippable grind. All the other ones I did to get to the Western Sea, we have ways to get around. To get around that. But this here, we have no way to skip this grind yet. If we could skip this, then we could save like 15 minutes in some minute categories, which would be really, really nice. I would love to be able to do that. Oh, I accidentally pressed B. Why would I do that? Alright, so I'm going to take this encounter reset. Just because it's, free encounter reset is always good. I don't have burst hotkey like I normally do, so I need to go through the menu here, which is unusual. And I don't know where burst is. There it is. Alright, so now we're going to do a trick. I'm going to do a trick that is just... It's just such a silly trick. It's so dumb that it works. Basically, there are these fire spitters that we're going to see in this next room. If I can clear this doodlebug, which has a silly name. There are these fire spitters in this room. And these fire spitters, when you open a menu, the fire, stops coming out. They stop spawning more fire. So if I stand in a very specific position, I can just run straight past. It is so dumb that works, so we call that dumb skip. It is very easy to fail that. If you have, I think it's sub-pixel dependent. It's very easy to fail and lose time. And yeah, dumb skip is not that hard to do and very easy to fail when you're on good pace.
I think
and we have to do it 3 times.
In an optimal position, I think it's 5 and 9.
Yeah, something like that.
Right. Sounds about right.
Yeah, something like that. It's not guaranteed, even if you stand on the right pixel. You can still fail it. It's very annoying. Who found that? Was that... I can't even remember who found that. Who found dumb skip. It's been around for a while. Come on, press buttons, please. So the first part of Mars Lighthouse is we need to run around to find the Mars Star in order to activate the lighthouse. If you remember, the Mars Star was stolen by Caster Negatio quite a while ago. So we have to find them. They're running around here somewhere. Lost. We have to find them, get the Mars Star off them, and activate the lighthouse. Should I have a crack at right side?
Sure. Go for content.
Go for content. Yeah, so the next room, there is again, a fast cycle we can get on. It's very difficult. The timing is super precise. I'm going to try. I find it much easier to do this on emulator in practice than to do it here. Oh, I don't know if this is going to work, if I've made it. Oh, I just missed. That's a shame. All right, I just missed. It's super precise getting that. It doesn't lose that much time if you miss. I can just come to here and try again. You just stand and go, and now I get in here easily. But you can do this room with a single pound by just sneaking through. Missed it by like a pixel. Continue to blow stuff up with shuriken. This is kind of the pattern, at least early on. Later in Mars Lighthouse, there are some stronger enemies that just double shuriken won't kill. But for now, we just shuriken everything. Kill it nice and fast. There is one final retreat glitch to do super late, but that's not for a while, but I am thinking about PP management for that. That's Balm, that gen, we don't need Balm. Alright, and now the last synergy item, the teleport lapis. Every time. So the teleport lapis, you can use teleport to teleport back to any town or anything you've been to in the game. This also gives us access to the super boss dungeons, but we don't want to do any of that. That's slow.
Even though
this is not an all bosses run.
Yeah, even though a lot of times we're asked about technically 100% in all kinds of fashions. But honestly, the truth of a 100% run is to get teleport and teleport everywhere.
Yeah.
It's not interesting.
Hey, I made it. 2 for 2. It's always the bad runs where you get easy dumb skip. That was the second use of dumb skip. There is going to be one more, the harder one. Dumb skip 2, even dumberer. That's not for a while yet. We have to get through the a boss fight before we can get there. Wait, he didn't die? Oh, of course, I have to double attack, not double shuri. Ah, silly. First. Alright, blowing stuff up. We are almost to the boss fight at the end of part 1 of Mars Lighthouse. Almost. Little bit more to go yet. That was a silly use of healing. Starting to press silly buttons. This is a pound maze. It's, you know, split paths which way you're supposed to go, but like obviously we know the path through. It's not RNG at all. This is set the whole time. Cool puzzle casually, but again, when you know the solution, this is a bit of a let's just get through this room, please. This is still technically a valid run, so I'm not going to do the swag save and quit. There is a save and quit trick you can do here that is 2 frame perfect. You have a 2 frame window to do a save and quit trick where you can skip running through this hallway. It's nice and swaggy to show off if you can get it in a marathon, but the way my tricks have been going, or the swag tricks have been going for me, I am not going to be doing that. Basically, you load into that teleport and you have a 2 frame window to save the game and reset before you get yeeted off the end. Alright, almost through part 1. I think that's the oh no, there's the jump puzzle as well before we get to the end. Run through a couple of useless corridors that I have no idea why they exist. So this is the room where you get the soul blade. The soul blade is in that chest, but we have 2 soul blades already, so we don't need another one. So we're just going to leave it there.
And Garrett, being useless that he is, can't even wield it.
Yeah. Yeah, Felix and Isaac are the only 2 that can wield it anyway, so it's completely useless having more than 2. Unless you want to sell them for coins, but what do you need coins for? Alright, so coming up next is the Flame Dragons fight. Flame Dragons are a surprisingly tough boss casually, but we are going to absolutely destroy them thanks to Lull. Lull makes Flame Dragons very, very easy. Because Lull is broken. First, I have to do a quick Jin setup. We want Petra, we want Round, we want Sheba to get Lull. You're going to go there and to there, and we're going to do all of this stuff, and then we're going to do some hotkeys. Alright, Flame Dragons. Like, Flame Dragons are so free, I'm not even safety saving because they're just completely free.
Aside from Lyle, we also have Petra and Ground ready, which, as we explained about an hour ago, they both take away an action, and we have 2 of them. Guess what we're doing? So
Petra, Ground.
Yeah.
So they don't get an action on turn 1, which is really nice. Because they only get, the Flame Dragons each only get 1 action. So turn 1, no actions for them.
Pretty sure turn 2 is just Lull.
So now Sheba's going to come in. We're going to Eclipse, Lull, Defend, and Boreas. So Sheba will go slower than everyone else, but will outspeed the Flame Dragons still. So Flame Dragons take damage, they take more damage.
And they still don't have any turn.
Still haven't had a turn. And now Sheba is going to use Lull, and the turn ends. Goodbye this turn. Nope. Defend and Neptune. And now turn 3. Gonna drop a Procny, does tons of damage. Neptune, the only use of Neptune in the entire run, which is good because Neptune is super slow. Tons of damage. Sheba, gonna use Judgment. Number 1 dies, number 2 dies. And that is how you kill the Flame Dragons without them ever getting an action. Because Lull is broken. Thank you, Lull. Very, very easy boss fight. That fight is really, really tricky casually because they have things like Jin Blast, which will put all Jin on one character on standby. They do a ton of damage. That's actually a really tough fight. But we make it look super easy, which is always fun. So the Mars Star, no matter what inventory looks like, will always go to Felix there. And it will just push other stuff around and reshuffle the inventory if it has to make the Mars Star fit on Felix. ways. You can do it. All right, retreat. All right, so that's part 1 done. Now it's time to do the wings of the lighthouse. So part 2 of the lighthouse is it has 4 wings. Where Jupiter Lighthouse had 2 wings, Mars Lighthouse has 4. Each one corresponds to a different element. So there's the Mars wing, the Jupiter wing, the Mercury wing, and the Venus wing. That's the order we're going to do them in. They all have different puzzles and take a little, longer or shorter. They're all a bit sort of... These are the wings. We have to do all 4 of them in order to get access to the top of Mars Lighthouse.
Or at least that's what's intended.
Yeah, at least that's what's
intended. We may or may not do all of them.
Yeah, ground to there, and you go to there. This is an awful menu, unfortunately. You go all the way down that way to there, and to there. All right, so now we're back into our double ninja setup. Hooray, double ninjas. No, we have to throw a Shine Plasma in there to cover some damage. So now we start to see more powerful enemies, unfortunately. We see Minos Warriors, which require a little bit of extra damage, and actually I think I can just cover that with a prism. But more importantly, we can see Archamanas, which are awful. They have so much damage. Archamanas are the reason that we pick up the Erinus Tunic, so we can kill them more efficiently. But they are still very, very slow. We don't like Archas. And as if on cue, hello Archamanas. Everyone has to do some Psynergy stuff in order to kill these guys. Wow, PP is surprisingly tight here. Might need to drop some Psy Crystals. Wait, he didn't die?
Each one needs to be targeted by a separate Shine Plasma.
Yeah, I thought I did, unless it didn't, the input got eaten somewhere. That was interesting. Of course, I put Blaze on that one and burst here. So we're going to see plenty of Archamanas coming up. The next room after this is probably one of the worst rooms in the game. You take such a huge number of encounter steps. I call it the Archamana room because it's just full of Minos Warriors and Archamanas, and you get so many encounters.
Yeah, the whole next room is it's gonna be really, really weird because normally what Golden Sun does is it disables encounters in a puzzle room or in a puzzle zone. Maybe something went wrong here, or maybe it's intended, we're not really sure, but the encounter rate in the next room is higher instead of lower.
Yeah, it has the highest encounter rate of any room, or the higher number of encounter steps per step of any room in the game. It's painful. Very, very painful. So there is a little trick you can do here to skip one of these uses of burst if you take an encounter at just the right time. I'm not going to get it because I took an encounter on those steps. But if you take an encounter at the same time... Oh, wow, really? I was too early? If you take an encounter at the same time that brazier gets lit, then it deletes the one that I just used Blaze on. And you can just run straight through it to the end, which is cool.
Are you perchance pressing B after using Blaze?
No, I think I just used it too early.
Okay.
I think I used it a couple of frames early. Alright, so next is, like I said, the Archamana room. We're going to take lots of encounters. I might have to use some Psy Crystals because everyone's kind of low, slightly low on PP, which is a bit surprising. I don't really know why they're so low on PP. They shouldn't be at this point. Yeah, I think they intended to have encounters in here because, the whole room is one big puzzle, right? So it makes sense that they intended to have encounters, but maybe they just didn't intend the encounter rate to be so high.
Yeah, it's weird because a similar puzzle is a Mercury wing where there are no encounters.
That's true.
Yeah, it's really, really weird.
Yeah, it's just an odd room. It's awful. Being able to take single Archamanas with just everyone attacks is really nice. We love that. It's a good Megiddo. Again, that's thanks to the Erinus Tunic. Gives just enough attack on Isaac to be able to do that, which is nice. Shoutouts to the Erinus Tunic being so good.
Yeah, Erinus Tunic doesn't give attack, it boosts unleash rate. So Megiddo's proc more often.
Yeah. That was an awful CBS. Who has enough PP to heal me? Probably you. Heal? You generally don't have to heal in Mars Lighthouse, but if I get caught by surprise again, bad things can happen. I really don't want to die here. That would be awful. Prism, shuriken, defend. This is not too bad. Like, you can see I'm taking a lot of encounters in this room. It can be way worse than this. This is a pretty sort of middle-of-the-road Arcamana room. Hopefully, now that I've said that, I don't get absolutely screwed over by bad encounters. I need to learn to think before I speak. This is a good rate. Wow, for a good rate. Very good rate into double Arca, everybody's favorite encounter. And the final Shine Plasma to kill them. There we go. That should be the last encounter. I should be out of here now. Very nice. Alright, so that is part 1 done. That is 1 out of 4. Oh, no, to there, please. So hotkey Cyclone, because I'm going to do the Jupiter Wing next, and the Jupiter Wing requires many uses of Cyclone. And also, Jupiter Wing has the final Dumb Skip. Dumb Skip 2, even dumber. Which is the one that I normally fail, but failing the second Dumb Skip is not as punishing as failing the first one. Failing the first 2 Dumb Skips, you have to run all the way out of the room and all the way back along the corridor, and you're gonna take another encounter and just be sad. But this one, wrong way, this one's not too bad if you fail it. You just go up a ladder and try again. Defend, thank you. So it's a case of just a double input. If I press A too quickly after going left to defend, you can double input and end up in items. I actually haven't had that happen too often this run. It's been pretty good. Been pretty good with my double inputs. Attack. Oh, wrong way. Alright, so this is the Jupiter Wing. Like I said, lots of uses of Cyclone here. Try and use Cyclone from as far away as I possibly can. You don't have to be standing on those tiles for Cyclone to work. You can be quite a long way away. Really, as long as the Cyclone animation hits it, you're likely to have it connect. Try and cut down as much movement as we can here. Ooh, lots of Arcas again. Megiddo. These are good Megiddos. These Megiddos save time. Everybody leveling up. Like I said, levels here do not matter, like at all. We don't need any levels anymore. Oh, I can hear my wife walking around. Clearly she's up for work. Maybe she'll make a guest appearance soon. Oh, another Arcamana. Again, this can be a bit of a maze if you don't know where you're going. Oh wow, he didn't die. That's a bad range. He normally dies there. I think that's a range, him not the Arcamana not dying. Just a shame. I was convinced I was going to take the Megiddo as well. That's annoying. Very slow. Alright, here comes Dumb Skip number 2. Even dumberer. And it's even dumberer because where the first 2 dumb skips were all on a stationary fire spitter, this one is moving. So this is moving dumb skip. Ooh, I might actually be able to... Hey, I did it. Nice. 1 cycle moving dumb skip. How good's that?
Well done.
Just
That never
don't fall
happens.
down now.
Yeah. The first time I did that, I was so excited to have gotten it that I forgot to do reveal here and got hit down and had to do it again. Whoops. Alright, so that is 2 out of 4 done. 2 more to go. Up next is Mercury. The Mercury Wing, which is much, much easier than these 2 wings. Wow, that was a gold split, believe it or not. That's crazy. It was pretty good. I got lots of single encounters, but damn, gold split? Really? Shoutouts to the jumping puzzle that we have to do every single time. Alright, last but not least, Mercury. So Mercury Wing is basically just one big ice puzzle, which is nice, because ice puzzles are pretty easy and not that slow. Ivan is definitely going to need his Psy Crystal before the Doom Dragon. Nice, look at that. When was the last time I just had a double shuriken encounter? Something nice. You know what we haven't seen yet? The Firebirds. There's an enemy type here called Firebird that is... They outspeed you and they give you so much experience that you just lose a ton of time leveling up. It's awful.
It's kind of ridiculous. Kind of ridiculous how many, like, a lot of these enemies give, like, 150... 500 experience. The Phoenix Birds give like 2,000.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So
I mean,
much.
they're great casually because they can also summon more of themselves, right? So if you have one, it can summon a second one, which is, you know, great casually because you get tons of levels. But, you know, we don't like... Oh, that was the wrong one. We don't like that. We don't want any levels. We don't need levels. Levels are slow.
It is always nice to see Isaac learn Annihilate, though.
Yeah. Not that you ever use Annihilate.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is wing 3 out of 4. And we definitely do all 4 of them, right?
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. Got to use carry, the one use of carry in the entire run.
Yeah. Have you equipped it?
Not yet. It's easier to do it if I need it.
Wait, you can dump skip in Venus Wing. Have you lied to us? You see more dump skip?
Where are we? And that one. Oh, Blaze. Oh, is that going to connect? Yeah, nice. Alright, so now that that's done, one more easy... Yeah, there's always going to be one more encounter. Would have been silly for there not to be any more encounters, wouldn't it? At least it's a fast encounter.
One
Nice.
level off from Annihilate.
Yeah, well, I don't think we're going to see Annihilate somehow. Oh, wrong way. Always forget this corridor exists as well. It's the only one that has that extra corridor right at the end. It's weird. Alright, so that's 3 out of 4. Now everyone's going to go on standby. You're going to do lots of healing. Retreat glitch mode. And that's 4 out of 4.
Can't believe we skipped the one usage of carry.
One use of carry in the entire run, and we skip it. There you go. So you can retreat glitch to light the Venus wing, so we don't have to do it, which is really nice. So now all that is left is the Doom Dragon fight. But I have to do the real final boss of the run, which is the final gym menu, in order to do the Doom Dragon fight. This is the most swaps of any gym menu. It's a bit, you know, difficult to get this down fast. I'll try not to screw it up, because it's a pain in the ass if you do. There, you get that. You get that. South Bane Ground. Alright, nice. I didn't make any mistakes with the setup. I don't think. I think everyone has what they need to have.
Now, guys, do you remember 4 hours ago we picked up an item?
Trainer's Wish,
Trainer.
4 hours ago. I told you it would come back. There we go.
Does the quartz and the Bane change matter? I know, like, I think quartz gives speed. I don't know if that
No, that doesn't matter at all. It does not matter. No, I can. You can do this with quartz there. It's not a problem. I will safety save before this, of course. All right, so now we have the Doom Dragon fight. Does someone explain how the Doom Dragon fight works? Or do you want me to explain?
I want to do it, Kiri.
I can. So, a lot of people... Okay, let's do it like this. Doom Dragon consists of 3 phases. The first one is not really any aggressive. It's kind of free, even casually. The second one and the third one have these nice abilities called Gin Blast or Haunt, and what they're all called. Everything that's bad. Now, all these bad actions are in the first slot. They're always the first action the boss will do. Now, we have Petra and Ground, which takes away this action. So, that's one thing we don't have to worry about. So, no Gin Storm. This strategy is 100% consistent.
As long as I don't do anything wrong.
Yeah, as long as all inputs are correct, we don't have to worry about anything here. Which means, I think on the strategy there are on Mia, Petra, Ground, and Lal, which we cycle through. And at the same time, we speed up ourselves with Zephyr and try to cycle Eclipse and Judgment to deal damage.
Yeah, so really the whole fight is a 3-turn cycle that just repeats. Plus some extra additional damage just to do things, to do extra damage when we can. So really, it's every 3 turns I'm doing a Judgment and an Eclipse. And everything else is just setting that up to then be able to heal, remove all of his first actions, and set up Judgments and Eclipses every 3 turns. So we're going to start off by you're going to go away. We're going to go with a Thor, I always forget, turn 1, Mud, Flash, and Petra. So Flash reduces damage taken by 90%. And we do Flash turn 1 just so no one dies on the first turn, which would be super awkward before we can slow him down and really remove any of his stuff that we don't like.
You guys know, I've never actually looked, this Thor usage boosts her wind power by 96. You only get a certain number of boosts, right? So if like you did Eclipse, you don't actually get more wind power, so you do less damage, is that correct?
You only get the highest.
I believe so, yes, but don't quote me on that.
Pretty sure you only get the highest one.
Yeah.
Once.
So yeah, so turn 2, Garrett comes in and does a Team It. The Team It is only to cover for cures. It's not required in the fastest way to kill him, but like it covers basically anything he can do to slow us down.
Yeah, it's more specifically, he has a defend action that he could take and have the Eclipse damage, which would be bad.
Come on. Spritz, Zephyr, defend, and lull. So now we get to see the lull turn, where we speed ourselves up, we heal a little bit, and then the turn just ends. Because ending the turn is good. Lull good. So Kite then on Isaac for this turn. So Kite gives 2 actions on the next turn, which a lot of people love. It's, good situationally. Here it's great because on the next turn I can use Flint with Isaac, and then on his next action on the same turn, summon Judgment. So we can do 3 Mars Gin on 3 Venus Gin on 1 turn and get the Judgment away, which is really nice. So, Granite, Flint, Judge, Defend, and Defend? I defend there, yeah, Ground. Making sure I'm not doing anything silly. Ivan gets a lot of defend turns where he can like flex heal if he needs to, if I'm taking a lot of damage. It doesn't tend to happen so much in this first phase. It's the next 2 phases that he can deal a lot of damage. Not ever enough to cause me problems though.
Like the final boss, Cure, gets 76 HP back.
Yeah. So silly. It's like, what's 76 HP here, right? I'm actually going to heal. And lull, so now we're back to a lull turn. I'm going to do a safety heal because, you know, I don't want anything silly to happen. And now for the last turn of phase 1, which is back to an Eclipse turn. So Eclipse, Shade, Kite Sheba this time, so that she gets 2 actions on the next turn. So we've been using Zephyr to boost our agility, and that's because between turns, Doom Dragon's agility resets, so Mud no longer works, which is annoying, which means he gets all his agility back. But we can still outspeed because Zephyr good.
In case anybody ever doubted Eclipse and Judgment as good summons,
no, I don't think so.
Here you go. They're all you need, really.
Yeah. So Piers comes in here because he's got a bunch of Jin on standby to let us smash out a Judgment and an Eclipse on this turn. Basically, it gives us an extra Eclipse in the fight, which makes phase 2 very, very fast. And then he's going to go away again, and we're going to be straight back to a lull turn. And of course, on his first possible chance, he uses Cruel Ruin. Cruel Ruin does a lot of damage, which we don't care about. What we do care about is it is super slow. So definitely need to heal here because otherwise Mia will die and that would be bad. Wow, she still didn't get back to full HP. That's crazy. That's about as close as you can come to dying here. Is if he like gangs up on one person with strong attacks like that.
No, after running this game for a couple of years, it's so weird to see somebody with 700 HP in a casual stream.
Yeah, I know, right? They're like level 50 something. It's crazy.
So many cool classes and synergy at higher levels that we don't get to see in a speed run. But
another Cruel Ruin.
Real cool.
Judge, fend, and ground. All right, so that is phase 2. So ground removes his first action. Judgment will end phase 2. One more phase to go. We're almost there. I'm gonna have to heal again, aren't I? Man, 3 heals. This is a bad Doom Dragon. Excuse you. And lull. We just continue cycling this lull turn, Eclipse turn, Judgment turn until he dies. Swap in on the last turn for a couple of little bit of extra damage just to kill him one turn sooner. But yeah, it's basically we just continue this cycle forever. Super consistent. Makes this fight very, very easy. Like I said, this fight, as long as I don't make a mistake, is completely free. There is nothing he can do to kill me.
You're trying his darndest targeting Mia, who is the most
a little bit
important
squishy, but not too bad. He is trying his darndest to target her. I'm just gonna heal again. Just gonna keep healing. Like Ivan's got so much PP, it doesn't matter. Like just take any chance he can do anything annoying out of the way. If you keep spamming Cruel Ruins, it can be problematic. But even then. So we don't need Zephyrs anymore, so we're just gonna Spritz, defend, Kite to there, and lull. So instead of using Zephyr this turn, he defends, and that's because we're gonna swap him out for Jenna for the next turn, which will be the last turn of the fight. What did I do there? Whips, Tiamat, Bog, and Petra. So this is the last turn of the fight. Timing does not end when Doom Dragon dies. There is some post-game cutscenes with some frame savers, but this is basically GG for the run. Doom Dragon will die because not enough Jin on standby. What?
Did you pick Progny instead of Tiamat?
No. Please don't hit Jenna. Alright, we're fine.
Okay.
That was a, yeah, that was lucky. Alright, anyway, we beat the Doom Dragon. It was an extra turn. Jesus Christ, that was close. We're fine. Let's just pretend that didn't happen.
Scripted, right?
Scripted, totally scripted. That was RNG manip that fight. Oh, that would have sucked to have to do that again. That's all right, we did it. We got through. Silly mistake, but we made it. Man, there's been a few silly mistakes. I'm going to blame getting up at like 2 a.m. for the run.
You for sure, which I really appreciate you doing.
Nah, it's all right. Happy to do it. All right, so like I said, time has not happened yet. We have a couple of final cutscenes. It's not just cutscene. There are things I can do here. There are some frame savers. So we don't time until the clearing of the final text box, which is not for a couple of minutes. It's about 5 minutes of cutscenes to end the run. This is the final, you know, oh look, the Doom Dragon was actually our parents. Who possibly saw that coming other than everyone? And then we light the Mars Lighthouse, save the world. Garrett's going to shout at things even though he didn't really do anything in that fight.
Also coming up is the best text box in the game.
What's the best text box in the game?
A certain thing Jenna says about time.
Oh. Game control, please. There we go. So now we're going to light the Master.
It's not trivial, by the way, to put it in there.
It actually is, and the movement there is a bit silly to run up and back. You have to run far enough away to get out of sort of the trigger zone and run back. So doing as little movement as possible to do that is actually not as easy as it looks. I mean, it's not hard, but it does take a couple of goes to find the right spot. It is possible, doing save and quit stuff, to get out of bounds here before you do the Doom Dragon fight and run around out of bounds and find that tile that allows you to drop the Mars Star in and like throw the Mars Star into the area from all the way out of bounds and never fight the Doom Dragon. It's very, very silly. And also gave rise, thanks to AK Diley, the greatest GIF in the Golden Sun speedrunning community. Which he's going to have to track that down again now. It's fantastic.
I mean, that trick was in the any percent route for, what, 1 week?
Yeah, like 1 week. So Worcester routed any percent doing Death Storage stuff and Doom Dragon skip, and then like a week after he set world record with it, we took an hour and a half off the run by just skipping all of the basically most of the game entirely. He put all that effort into routing it just for it to end. It didn't last long, poor guy. Yeah, so the any percent time for this game went from 5 hours to an hour and 15 minutes in like 6 months. It's crazy how fast it came down once Plexer started looking into all the crazy stuff you can do. And we kept finding new tricks and new time saves and new glitches we could do. Took so much time off so quickly.
Main thing there was Plexer, me, and some other people sitting in the call, and he just showing off some glitch, and then we found more. Yeah, late night streams are good for finding glitches, apparently.
So we are almost there. There's this cutscene, a little bit of movement, and then one final cutscene. And in the last cutscene, there is a single text box I can save by pressing no at the right time. Which is why we do all of this. It's not just, mash through the text and go. There is actually stuff we have to do and things to think about. So we're not quite there yet. There we go, I have control. Shout outs to walking out of that door as though it were a ladder or as though it were stairs.
Also, this last cutscene here begins with the wonderful sentence, "What took you so long?" Perfect for a speedrun.
Yeah, perfect for this speedrun. This is, we're 15 minutes behind PB, which is, that's a time. It is definitely a time. You know what? The fact it got through Magma Rock after messing up that blind climb is good enough for me. Ooh, that was scary. All right, so I'm counting yes boxes. That's another yes, and now I'm going to say no to stuff. 2 yeses, a no, and a yes is the fastest way to get through this cutscene. And there's my no.
Saving
Frame
frames.
savers. That saves a single dialogue box. I'm pretty sure it's 1 dialogue box. Saving the frames. Saying no there has never cost, or saying yes there has never cost someone a PB. Can you imagine being here and needing good mashing to PB? That would be awful. Alright, so the game ends on the final dialogue box clearing, which is coming up very soon. Time. Here we go. Freeze frame finish.
Well done.
Oh, what do we do?
GG.
Oh, we were just over 5 hours 40. That's not too bad. We can live with that. We did it. We made it to the end. Golden Sun, The Lost Age, any percent no save and quit. Thank you so much, Carrie and Zedata, for sitting through me for this, or sitting with me through this. It's a great run. Thank you, GDQ, for having me on. This has been great. If you like this game, please come check out the Discord. Come running. We have a fantastic guide. Every trick I did is written out to excruciating detail in a, 150-page guide on how to do this speed run.
I can check.
If you've never played Golden Sun in your life, you can pick up that guide and do this speedrun. Like, you can. It's fantastic. So if you're interested, absolutely come. Shoot everyone a message. Come in the Discord. Check it out. It's been great. You guys have any shout outs you want to give before we wrap it up? No? Okay then.
Shout outs to you for asking us to be here, honestly.
Oh, of course. Thank you so much for joining me. It's been a blast.
Hopefully we provided enough commentary to keep you awake along with the caffeine.
Yeah, well, this is, I had a cup of coffee before I started, and this is my second Red Bull. I think they're the ones keeping me going. Yeah. But yeah. So I think that's all from us. So. Sorry, Carrie?
Just really quick on the guide. We have a 150 pages picture book guide for this game and a 70-page picture book guide for the first game, so check out both.
Yes, it's very, very easy to get into Golden Sun speedrunning. We have a very active community, we have very good guides, and like any questions you have, people are more than happy to answer them and help you out. Like it's a very easy speedrun to get into. So if you like the game, absolutely come check it out. Yeah, thank you guys very much for having us. It's been great.
That's incredible that you have so many pages just for the guides. That's actually so awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it was a lot of work for Plexa to put that together. And it's a picture guide as well. So every blind climb has like routes through it. The route through the game is all laid out in pictures with paths drawn out. It's amazing.
At every single room with lines where to go and how to move.
Yeah, it's amazing.
That sounds fantastic. It makes me happy knowing that exists and somebody put so much effort into that.
Yep.
So thank you to all 3 of you. It was a great show. It was a suspenseful one at times, but it was very good nonetheless. So I appreciate all 3 of you being here. And happy 20th anniversary to Golden Sun, The Lost Age.
Yes, please celebrate the 20th anniversary, Camelot, by giving us Golden Sun 4. Please.
Please, we beg you.
We beg you, Golden Sun 3 left on a cliffhanger like 15 years ago. Please, we want another one.
Or finally release this game on NSO. After
Also do that, yeah.
saying you do 6 months ago. We're waiting.
And then it's still not there. Yeah. Cool.
That is all we have for today. Tomorrow we will be back at 7 p.m. Eastern. We have Awfully Silly followed by Out of Bounds. We are going to go to a quick break while we look for somebody else or to raid. So if you wouldn't mind just sticking around for a few minutes so we can go spread out some cheer to some people who are speedrunning, that would be awesome. Have a great day, everybody. Thanks for dropping by. Or night, depending on who you are.